Sensing Lin Yun's fighting spirit, Heartcliff sneered, "You're really confident. Aren't you afraid of death? The next move is a technique created and perfected by me over the past 3 years. 3 years ago, it wasn't a mature move, so I've never used it in public. I was initially saving it for Qinyu, but you can have a taste of it. This move is called Astral Devour." Heartcliff clenched his fist and the ferocious aura around him surged. He was like a bright star in the darkness, and his shocking aura affected all the spectators. Even the Violet Palace Realm experts in the spectator seats went silent because not even some of them were confident of taking this move. How terrifying. This is the punch he worked on for the past 3 years? The Sword Firmament Pavilion's party wore a grave expression, including Xian Yen. Humph, Heartcliff used this fist to kill a Violet Palace Realm wandering cultivator. I don't believe that sword slave can take it. When Yanba looked excited, it was as if he could see Lin Yun being killed by this attack. Those who made it into the best 8 frowned their brows because they could sense how powerful this attack was. They could tell that Heartcliff devoted his last 3 years into perfecting this attack. As Heartcliff continued to accumulate his attack, Lin Yun was under unprecedented pressure. However, there was no anxiety in his heart. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and his nearly completed Xiantian sword intent buzzed crazily. Along with a radiating brilliance from the flower burial sword, his sword intent was shining out with its own brilliance in the darkness. Aquaselenic sword, heavenly cloud shatter. Lin Yun also brought out the self-created 10th move of the Aquaselenic sword. His aura climbed to its pinnacle, and the domineering aura emitted from him formed a tornado that swept away the stone fragments on the stage. The sword intent coming from the aura was terrifying, and it even created a phenomenon. Lightning was flickering in the sky, which lit up Lin Yun's face. This was an attack that could shatter heaven, and only his sword was eternal. At the same time, the Crimson Fist exploded. 2 attacks that could easily kill an ordinary Violet Palace Realm cultivator clashed on the stage, making it feel as though heaven and earth were shaking. With the Dragon Gate Plaza in the center, the 7 other stages were trembling violently with cracks spreading out on them. Crap! The judge's face changed as he wanted to block the shockwaves. But Emperor Qin suddenly spoke up. "Where are the Divine Guards?" "Here." The Divine Guard's elites appeared from the surroundings as they blocked the shockwaves. They were all only in the 8th stage of the profound martial realm, but if all of them acted at the same time, even Violet Palace Realm cultivators would have to run from them. However, the shockwaves that swept out domineeringly had even caused the elites to throw up blood. The last shockwave was blocked by the judge personally because it passed the elites. Otherwise, no one knew how many spectators would be killed from the shockwave. This made everyone's faces turn pale. The power from the 2 attacks had exceeded everyone's imagination. The Divine Guard's elites had faced the shockwave. However, if they faced the attack itself, there was no question that all of them would have died. The thought of this made everyone tremble in fear. After all, ordinary Violet Palace Realm cultivators couldn't even accomplish something like this. The clash continued on the stage, and the 2 were bearing unparalleled rebound force. The force they had to bear was a lot stronger than the shockwaves that were released into the surroundings. With a rumbling explosion, Lin Yun and Heartcliff both flew out. Lin Yun landed on a stage, which shattered the stage into pieces as his body was deeply planted into the stage. On the other side, Heartcliff's Dracophant war armor was shattered and his body was covered in wounds. He was sent flying into another stage and was buried in that one. No one knew if they were still alive, and everyone could feel a buzz in their minds. No one had expected that the battle would be so intense. The silence lasted for a long while as everyone looked at the 2 piles of stones in fear. They had no idea who had won. Holy shit! They actually created those attacks by themselves? Indeed. I've never seen those 2 attacks in the Dracophant War Fist or the Aquaselenic Sword. But Lin Yun's attack seemed to be slightly stronger in the clash. I can't say for sure. Lin Yun's sword is indeed stronger, but his physique isn't as strong as Heartcliff's. He might not be able to bear the shockwaves. Let's wait for them to get up. The audience was shocked, but many Violet Palace Realm cultivators had seen the results clearly. Many people were shocked because there was a slight tremble on the ground. Suddenly, the stones blew apart and Heartcliff stood up with a pale face. He didn't care about his injuries, and he looked at the other pile of stones while bursting out with laughter. I still won! But before he could enjoy his win, the other pile of stones were blown apart by a sword. This made Heartcliff's face change as he threw a punch at the sword. However, he threw up a mouthful of blood when he tried to attack and staggered on the stage. A golden streak flew out from the pile of stones, holding onto the sword. With the sword pointed at the center of Heartcliff's forehead, a feint announced, "You lost." When the golden light slowly dissipated, Lin Yun's figure was revealed. No, this can't be. How can I possibly lose? Heartcliff looked at Lin Yun with disbelief and he threw out a punch, wanting to knock the sword away. But before he could even attack, a crimson line slowly ran across his head and his face was severed into two. No matter how quick a punch was, could it be faster than a sword that was already aimed at the forehead? Did Heartcliff really think that Lin Yun didn't dare to kill him? In the end, he could regret his actions in the afterlife. Heartcliff's corpse collapsed onto the ground and Lin Yun sheathed his sword. Afterwards, he looked around at the stage. The sound of Heartcliff collapsing to the ground wasn't loud, but everyone had heard it clearly. First, Lin Yun killed Twilight. Now he killed Heartcliff. With that, two titled figures lost their lives to his sword. No one was optimistic about Lin Yun in the beginning, but no one dared to look down on him anymore after such terrifying achievements. After all, his fight was the most intense out of the 8. Others, like Qin Yu and True Origin, had defeated their opponents easily. Only he, Lin Yun, became a titled figure by killing the titled figures. He rose to his position by stepping on their corpses. Damn it! When Yanba's face turned dark, his eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Lin Yun. He only wished that he could kill Lin Yun personally, but he still retained a wisp of rationale. He knew that making a move here was equivalent to courting death. Zui Yun was shocked when he looked at Lin Yun, but he soon revealed a mocking smirk on his face. Even he had no idea if he was mocking himself or mocking Wen Yanba. He told his senior brother to go easy on Lin Yun and he received a slap from Wen Yanba for it. In the end, Lin Yun had personally slapped Wen Yanba's face himself. By killing Heartcliff, this meant that no one from the Primal Origin sect made it into the quarterfinals in this year's Dragon Gate competition. They had thoroughly embarrassed themselves. At the same time, Zui Yun also made up his mind to leave the Primal Origin sect after this. After all, there was nothing holding him back here. On the other hand, everyone from the Sword Firmament Pavilion was excited, especially Luofeng. This fellow is a strong opponent, but luckily, Heartcliff managed to force him to reveal all his trump cards. True Origin looked at Lin Yun deeply. He didn't have a favorable impression of Heartcliff because he mocked the Dragon Tiger Fist earlier. He was still thinking of teaching Heartcliff a lesson during the competition, but he never imagined that he would be killed by Lin Yun. True Origin really had to thank Lin Yun for it. On the other hand, Qin Yu's gaze was flickering, and it was impossible to tell what was going through his mind. The princess was still as indifferent as before. No one could see her expression under her veil. With that, the best 8 had emerged from this Dragon Gate competition. Flying Feather, True Origin, Aquaselenic, Bai Lishuan, Situ Yi, Yifeng, Yuqing, and Lin Yun. As the most mysterious sect in the Great Qin Empire, the demonic Moon Villa had 2 people make it into the quarterfinals. Situ Yi's martial soul had left a deep impression on everyone, and many people could see that his martial soul could be further promoted. True Origin made it through the competition by domineering and managed to retain the Heavenly Profound sect's prestige. Many people felt that he could definitely make it into the top 3. Aside from Qin Yu, he was the next popular candidate to become the champion. As for Feng Yi, he was a barbarian from the 100 Beast Gate, a thorough underdog. Yu Qing's promotion was also surprising to many people, but not many were optimistic for him to make it any further in the competition. The final 2 were Bai Lishuan and Lin Yun. Without a doubt, they attracted the most attention. Not only was Bai Lishuan strong, but everyone had witnessed the might of the Saint physique. As for Lin Yun, He slew 2 titled figures with his sword, and there was no one with a stronger performance than him in the competition. Without a doubt, none of the quarterfinals winners were weak. Because of this, everyone could imagine how brutal the next fight would be. At the same time, everyone could envision Lin Yun having a high ranking based on his performance today. Right at this moment, a servant came to the Sword Firmament Pavilion's seats with a brocade box. He smiled as he looked at Lin Yun and Bai Lishuan. Opening the brocade box, he took out 2 jade tokens. To Bai Lishuan, he said, "Congratulations on becoming a titled figure. Engrave your name on it. This name will spread throughout the Great Qin Empire." Bai Lishuan revealed a rare look of joy on his face. Everyone could tell that he was happy that he made it into the quarterfinals. When he took the jade token, he pondered for a long time before he engraved his name on it. Little White. The servant held onto the jade token. For some reason, the name sounded improper to him. Bai Lishuan replied, "It's White." This made the servant feel awkward. Even everyone else from the pavilion wore a strange expression, and Li Wuyo nearly laughed. "Lin Yun, it's your turn." The servant smiled, and he handed another jade token over. This piqued everyone's curiosity as they wanted to know what title Lin Yun would take for himself. Lin Yun held onto the token and pondered briefly before he engraved Flower Burial on it. He chose to take on the same name as his sword. Flower Burial? The servant was surprised. He asked, "What does it mean?" "It's the name of my sword," responded Lin Yun. The servant smiled. "Why don't you change it? Aside from you, no one knows the name of your sword. After all, everyone takes on a meaningful or symbolic title for themselves." "No need," said Lin Yun. "The name of my sword, Flower Burial, will spread throughout the empire after today." He smiled, and his tone was brimming with confidence. "Oh yeah, that makes sense. After all, who wouldn't know about the Flower Burial sword that killed Heartcliff today?" smiled the servant as he left. When all the servants returned to their seats, Emperor Qin swept out a glance and smiled. "Luo Feng, your Sword Firmament Pavilion has the best performance in this competition. Why don't you draw the lots for the final battle?" "It's my honor," smiled Luo Feng as he went up the stage. Under everyone's gazes, he messed up before finally grabbing 2 jade tokens. The first battle, White, by Lishuan vs Azure Hill Yuqing. When he announced the battle, he also announced the titles for those who made it into the quarterfinals. From today onwards, the new titles would spread throughout the empire. The second battle, Flying Feather vs War Beast, Feng Yi. Everyone instantly felt like laughing. Feng Yi was truly a barbarian to take on such a title for himself. But Feng Yi wasn't bothered by it. He just felt somewhat unhappy that he had to fight Qin Yu. The third battle, Aquaselenic vs Snowflake, Situ E. This was a terrible match because it was a fight between the demonic Moon Villa themselves, which made them frown their brows. After all, this meant that one of them had to give up on the competition. The fourth battle, True Origin vs Flower Burial Lin Yun. True Origin? True Origin had shown a strong performance so far, crushing all the opponents in his way. On the other hand, Lin Yun had revealed quite a bit of his trump cards. Right at this moment, Lin Yun could sense someone's gaze. Naturally, it belonged to True Origin. True Origin smiled at him and revealed his pinky before Lin Yun was about to shift his gaze. Without a doubt, he was saying that Lin Yun was weak. Lin Yun could also tell that True Origin was rather happy about running into him in the competition. Emperor Qin stood up from his seat and announced, "Let me announce the final rules. The winner will make it into the winner's bracket to fight for the top 4 ranking. The loser will fall into the loser's bracket to fight for the last 4 rankings. Lastly, the winner of the loser group has a chance to invoke Hell Mode. He or she will fight everyone in the winner's bracket consecutively. There will be no retreat once you make this decision, or else you will lose your title." With that, Emperor Qin had announced the rules for the final fight. He then continued, "The competition will continue 3 days from now, and everyone will fight for the championship." This made many people disappointed because they had to wait for 3 days. After all, their blood was boiling from the fight between Lin Yun and Heartcliff. They were excited just thinking about the fight between the new titled figures. Then again, the pause made sense since many people had suffered injuries. It was normal to give them 3 days to rest before the final battle. Since both Twilight and Heartcliff died, please kill True Origin as well. After all, it'll be a disappointment not being able to fight against you in this competition. Smiled by Li Xuan as he left. This fellow sounds as though he can defeat you, commented Li Wuyo. Let's not consider it as ill will. At least he is wishing for me to win, said Lin Yun as he looked at Bai Li Xuan. Their grudge had to be resolved in the competition or Lin Yun would find it to be a pity as well. Flower Burial, great name. Yifeng walked over and smiled. I wonder if you will pick Hell Mode if you lose to True Origin, since you're after the championship. But let's hope that you won't bury yourself. The title, Flower Burial, isn't a lucky name. You should change it. Before Lin Yun could even reply, Yifeng laughed and left. Humph, he's just jealous that you received a title and that he lost to a barbarian, said Li Wuyo. The group finished chatting and got ready to go, but a group approached them right when they were about to leave. The one leading the group was naturally the Crown Prince, Qin Yu. There was no expression on Qin Yu's face, but when he looked at Lin Yun, he could barely contain his killing aura. Clearly, his intention to kill Lin Yun hadn't lessened. What are you doing here? Questioned Xianxia. I'm naturally here to see my fiancé and to congratulate our new title, smiled Qin Yu. Please watch your words. No one here is your fiancé. Big sister Xianxia has no relationship with you, said Lin Yun as he stepped forward to shield Xianxia from Qin Yu. Is that so? Too bad. But no one can stop me from getting what I want. Guess what request I will make to the envoy when I become the champion. Qin Yu said with a playful smile as he looked at Xianxia greedily. He was implying that he would request to have Xianxia back. Oh really? Why don't you guess what my request will be? Retorted Lin Yun with killing aura brimming in his eyes. Qin Yu merely replied with a disdainful smile before he turned and walked away. You should be more worried about yourself right now. I know True Origin's strength better than you do. It will be good enough if you can survive your fight with him. As for the championship, don't even dream about it. There's no way a sword slave like you can become a champion in the Great Qin Empire's Dragon Gate competition. Clearly, Qin Yu didn't think that Lin Yun would survive the fight with True Origin. His arrogance made the countenance of the Sword Firmament Pavilion's party fall. The threat that he uttered was like a dark cloud that loomed over their heads. Junior brother, I'm sure he has other objectives in becoming the champion. He probably won't pay any attention to me. He's just here to disrupt your thoughts, so that you won't be able to fight True Origin 3 days from now, said Xianxia. When Lin Yun thought about Xianxia's words, he knew there was a possibility that they were true. After all, he nearly lost control of himself earlier. But he's right. True Origin isn't an easy opponent. He was top 3 in the previous Dragon Gate competition and he's on the same level as Drifting Goblet in the Heavenly Profound sect. Junior brother, why don't you give up? Requested Xianxia. Lin Yun reaching the quarterfinals had exceeded everyone's expectations. His name would surely spread throughout the empire, so there was no need for him to risk his life fighting True Origin. Now that he thought about it, Qin Yu might be trying to provoke him on purpose to prevent him from giving up the competition. Give up? Lin Yun looked at the dusky sky. Since he had inherited Xianju's will, he definitely had to compete and become the champion. Lin Yun, what did Qin Yu say? Luo Feng came over with his eyebrows frowned. Nothing much. Elder Luo, I'll be in the Sword Burial Woods for the next 3 days, said Lin Yun. What about your injuries? Luo Feng was shocked. Everyone had clearly seen how terribly injured Lin Yun was in his fight with Heartcliff. Although he slew Heartcliff, it didn't mean that he was without injury. It doesn't matter. I blocked the majority of his last attack. It might seem terrifying, but it didn't injure me much, explained Lin Yun. That's great. But remember to come on time 3 days from now. Otherwise, you'll lose the competition, reminded Luo Feng. I know, said Lin Yun. Night came and the bustling streets had settled down. However, Idle Cloud Pavilion was still filled with people wanting to bet on the next series of fights. The fight between Bai Lishuan versus Yu Qing, Qin Yu versus Feng Yi, Aquaselenic versus Situ Yi, and True Origin versus Lin Yun. Without a doubt, Qin Yu was the popular candidate. His rate was close to 1:1, which practically made everyone lose their interest in betting. As for Feng Yi, he had successfully surpassed Lin Yun and became the participant with the highest rates. Additionally, everyone was paying attention to the fight between Bai Lishuan and Yu Qing. The rates were just slightly higher than Qin Yu's, so there wasn't much interest in betting on this fight either. The rates for the fight between Aquaselenic and Situ Yi were decent. This simply meant that the Myriad Treasure Pavilion wasn't sure who would win. After all, guessing the winner not only required eyesight but also luck. However, the rate for Lin Yun and True Origin's fight confused everyone. If this were the past, Lin Yun would have an incredibly high rate, so anyone who dared to bet on him would receive huge winnings. But Lin Yun had shocked everyone when he killed 2 titled figures, especially because of his fight with Heartcliff. Although the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's upper hierarchy felt that True Origin was stronger and had more foundations than Lin Yun, they didn't dare to increase the rates. After all, Lin Yun had created too many miracles and he was undoubtedly the dark horse in this competition. On the other hand, his rates for making it into the top 3 in championship were high. The rate of him becoming a champion was 1:100, and there was only one person who bet on it. It was Drifting Goblet's bet. It's impossible for Lin Yun to become the champion, but this fight is too shocking. If he didn't run into True Origin, I bet he could make it into the top 4. Yeah, but I don't think Lin Yun has any odds of beating Qin Yu, True Origin, or Aquaselenic. I don't dare to bet on him becoming the champion, but I dare to bet on him beating True Origin. Hehe. Who knows if Lin Yun can't slay another titled figure after Twilight and Heartcliff. There was practically no one who bet on Lin Yun becoming a champion, but the conversation practically revolved around Lin Yun. After all, today's fight was too exciting. Jian Xuanhe had already left when Lin Yun came to the Sword Burial Woods. Only Lord 13 was present. When Lin Yun came, he revealed his intentions straight away. Lord 13, I wish to head to the 6th level. Are you out of your mind? Forget about the fact that you probably can't reach that level. You won't be able to last long there. Without the Violet Palace realm cultivation, you're just courting death by going there, said Lord 13. I don't have any confidence of beating Qin Yu without the complete Xianxia sword intent. Lin Yun's expression was firm. After all, Qin Yu had only shown the tip of the iceberg in the competition so far. Even when he faced Egret, he only used a palm. Lord 13 looked at the youth before him for a long time before he smiled. Oh yeah, it's better to die in the sword burial diagram if you can't become the champion. Well, since you want to make the bet, then I'll fulfill your wish. Along with an ancient hand seal, a great wind blew through the sword burial woods and the sky turned dark. Shortly after, the distorted space appeared before Lin Yun. It was the passage that led to the mysterious world, and it occasionally flickered with lightning. Lin Yun was familiar with that place because he had suffered a lot there. Compared to the shock he felt back then, Lin Yun was more composed this time. Don't die in there, said Lord 13 just when Lin Yun was about to step in. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he entered the distorted space. Shortly after, a familiar scene appeared within Lin Yun's view. The sword burial diagram had a total of 9 levels and each level represented a world. The further he went, the more dangerous it would be. Looking at the eerie thunderclouds, Lin Yun fell into deep thought. The Iris Sword Sutra reached the 5th stage when he was here previously. When he thought about his current situation, he knew he needed to head to the 6th level to grasp the complete Xianxia sword intent. Lin Yun hesitated briefly before he charged into the sky. He was already familiar with the way, so he quickly reached the 5th level. Although Lin Yun had undergone a transformation, the 5th level still made him feel fearful. The 5th level sky was completely different from the previous 4 levels. The lightning formed by sword intent in the thunderclouds dyed the entire sky red. The bolts of lightning would cause explosions on the ground when they fell, and the broken swords on the platforms represented one's life. When Lin Yun walked in this place, he could sense the flower burial sword buzzing within the box. Seeming to know what Lin Yun intended to do, The sword was buzzing with excitement. Looking at the crimson thunderclouds, Lin Yun wasn't sure if he should charge into the thunderclouds. However, he had to give it a try since he was here. Raising his brow, he looked at the crimson bolts of lightning and charged into the sky. Lin Yun used the floating platforms as launching points to soar into the sky. The further he went, the more dangerous it became. When another crimson bolt of lightning tore through the clouds towards Lin Yun, he threw a punch at it. He destroyed the first bolt of lightning, but another one was already on its way. Lin Yun was barely able to withstand the bolts of lightning and was struck down by them. When he landed on a platform, it cracked under the immense pressure. When the lightning dissipated, Lin Yun's face was pale as blood dripped from the corner of his lips. Stomping his foot on the ground and shattering the platform, Lin Yun shot into the sky like an arrow. He was circulating his sword intent to the highest level to face the incoming bolts of lightning. Just when he was about to charge into the crimson clouds, a phenomenon suddenly occurred. The crimson clouds began to form a skull that tried to devour Lin Yun. Within the crimson skull's path, all the platforms were devoured. Lin Yun knew that his physique wasn't as strong as those platforms, so he would be dead if he was devoured. But Lin Yun wasn't someone who would give up easily. His body suddenly paused and a wind started blowing around him. As the wind started to grow bigger and bigger, it grew to the point that the heaven and earth were trembling. Where does the wind come from? When the crimson skull approached, Lin Yun's eyes were opened wide and he slapped the clouds with his palm. Great wind scripture. A huge palm sank into the crimson clouds and ripped them apart. The skull shattered, allowing Lin Yun to charge past. However, there was a thin membrane that prevented him from proceeding. Lin Yun briefly thought about his next move. Raising his head, Lin Yun released his sword intent and appeared in front of the membrane in the blink of an eye. Raising his fist, he threw a punch that combined the four seals. The collision created cracks on the membrane, but the membrane was still intact. At the same time, a powerful rebound force blasted him away. "Is it starting?" commented Lord 13 as he looked at the exploding bamboo. "In the name of my sword, bloom!" Lin Yun started forming seals and a colossal iris flower appeared behind him. In a split second, Lin Yun's aura surged. He immediately charged forward 10 times faster than before and crashed into the membrane. Break! His fist was like a sword that fell onto the membrane. "I did it!" Lin Yun's face flashed with joy when cracks began to spread out. Without any hesitation, he charged through the crack. In that split second, a sword ray was being gathered together in the sword burial woods that charged into the sky. This instantly caught everyone's attention in the capital. After all, the sword ray was bright in the darkness. What did I just see? Stars lighting up. Wait, is that a sword ray? What's going on? Is the Great Qin Empire changing? Many people even suspected that their eyes were messing with them. Some of the elders from the various sects looked in the direction of the sword burial woods with strange expressions. They murmured, "That direction, is that the sword firmament pavilion?" The phenomenon prevented many people from getting sleep. There was too much going on, especially now that the new titled figures were born. They couldn't help but think that this phenomenon was a sign. How majestic! Lin Yun stood on the ancient platform on the 6th level. There was only one platform in the 6th level, the one he was standing on. There were no thunderclouds in the sky, but a starry sky. It feels as if the stars were within his reach. When Lin Yun focused his attention, he realized that the sky was a starry diagram formed with sword intent spiritual runes, and that the sword intent contained in every star was shocking. How terrifying! Lin Yun began to look around. The platform he was standing on was the only one here, so he summoned his flower burial sword without any thought. An ancient and eerie voice suddenly rang out. "You won't be allowed out of this place if you can't comprehend the Xiantian sword intent." When the ancient voice disappeared, sword rays suddenly descended. The sword intent contained in the ray was shocking and seemed to possess destructive prowess. Each ray was like a star that descended from the sky. When the stars began to converge together, the platform beneath Lin Yun trembled in fear. In the blink of an eye, the starlight devoured Lin Yun. When he was devoured, he could sense countless thoughts appearing in his mind. Lin Yun didn't dare to do anything else and immediately sorted his thoughts. A long while later, Lin Yun was shrouded with origin energy as he began to dance on the platform with his sword. When his origin energy roared, the sword rays would leave deep marks on the platform. I'll have to create my own sword to grasp the Xiantian sword intent. The heavenly cloud shatter might seem to be a move that I created, but in reality it was born from Aquaselenic sword. It might be strong, but there are too many imprints that don't belong to me. So it's not completely a sword that belongs to me. It was just like by Li Xuan's Thundercloud Crusher or Heartcliff's Astral Devour. But creating a sword that totally belonged to him wasn't easy. If I succeed, then, without question, I'll be ahead of many people. I'll have my own sword and I will also grasp the Xiantian sword intent. At that time, I will be confident to fight against Qin Yu. Lin Yun's face was grave because he knew that he would die if he was trapped here. But right at this moment he was feeling extremely emotional. This was a swordsman's thirst for the Xiantian sword intent. Shortly after, Lin Yun began to swing his sword on the ancient stage, performing everything that he had learned to seek his own path. Meanwhile, he was also waiting for the next starlight to descend. After all, the starlight gave him lots of inspiration. A long time later, Lin Yun had undergone 8 starlights. He could sense that he was getting endlessly close to the Xiantian sword intent with every starlight. However, there seemed to be a barrier standing in his way. The fast progress was highly related to the fact that he had a high comprehension when it came to swords. The Flowing Wind Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Overlord Sword, and Aquaselenic Sword, those are the 4 sword techniques that I've learned so far. Aside from the Overlord Sword, I've already reached the highest possible mastery in the 3 other sword techniques. What I have to do is to make use of my comprehension to break through this barrier. Lin Yun rejoiced when he realized that he was getting close to the Xiantian sword intent. Right at this moment, Lord 13's voice echoed out, "Brat, you've already basked in 8 starlights. If you're still unable to grasp the Xiantian sword intent by the 9th starlight, the following starlights will start to hurt. I told you that you shouldn't come to the 6th level without a Violet Palace realm cultivation. This is your last chance because no one will be able to save you after this." Lord 13's words were like a bucket of water that rained down on Lin Yun's head. His face instantly became serious. The 9th starlight was his last chance. Lin Yun raised his head and looked at the starlight gathering in the starry sky. But before Lin Yun could think about it, he was already engulfed by the starlight. The starlight instantly sent tens of thousands of inspirations into Lin Yun's mind. Each inspiration benefited Lin Yun greatly. Lin Yun was able to face the first 8 starlights calmly because he didn't know that there was danger in it. But now that this was his last chance, he was panicking. What was the Xiantian sword intent and what did it mean? Just how should he create his own sword? And would he die if he failed? But he promised Xianju that he would walk to the end. Haha, it's impossible for you to become the champion sword slave. You'll be lucky if you can survive True Origin. But you actually think you can compete with me? Brat? Guess what I will request from the envoy when I become the champion? No one can snatch my woman away from me. I will humiliate you back 100-fold when I take back what's mine. Your senior sister Xianyan's fate is to become my cauldron. I will take everything from you. Damn it. Get out of my head. Countless thoughts appeared in Lin Yun's mind, which filled him with despair. Qin Yu's voice appeared in his mind for some reason, looking down at him with mockery and killing intent. Haha, I'm right here. Sword slave, what can you do to me? Can you kill me? You can't kill me. You're destined to be my stepping stone, and I will take everything from you. All you do is bring misfortune. It doesn't matter if it's Xianju or Xianyen. Their deaths will be because of you. In the end, you will also die with heavy sins. Qin Yu's voice continued to echo in his mind. In the Sword Burial Woods, Lord 13 frowned his brows because he never expected that Lin Yun would have a heart demon. Lin Yun might seem strong, but he probably had fear in his heart underneath that facade. After all, he couldn't afford to lose the competition since he bore so much on his shoulders. He made a promise to the man that sacrificed his life that he, Lin Yun, would win. There was so much pressure for him since his enemies were strong. Perhaps he also had other secrets hidden in the depths of his heart, but he could only bear them by himself without being able to tell anyone about it. Lin Yun was just a youth. No matter how strong he was just a youth. Brat, you have to face this sooner or later. You have no idea how powerful the Xiantian sword intent is and what it means to grasp it before reaching the Violet Palace realm. Lord 13 stared at the sword burial diagram's entrance. He was grabbed onto the gourd so hard that he nearly crushed it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The wait for the final battle of the Dragon Gate competition had ended. Today, the champion would be determined. Everyone was looking forward to seeing who was the strongest in the Great Qin Empire. The plaza was already filled with people and all the important guests had arrived. On the guest seats, the 4 major sects and the various clans were waiting. Then, Emperor Qin came with Qin Yu and the princess. Looking at the bustling plaza, he smiled. It'll be a great honor if you can become the champion with so many people here to witness it. When you become the champion, I'll announce to everyone that you will be my successor. I will definitely won't disappoint you, royal father. I will guard the royal family's honor, said Qin Yu with excitement. The reason why he was so determined to become the champion was because he had a pact with Emperor Qin to become the heir to the empire if he became the champion. The princess' face was veiled, and there were no ripples in her eyes as she seemed to be looking for someone. In the heavenly profound sex direction, the leading elder looked at True Origin. True Origin, we're depending on you so we can have a champion once more, just like Drifting Goblet. True Origin's eyes flashed with a flicker as he smiled. Don't worry about it. Qin, you might be strong, but I am 50% confident in defeating him. I will definitely not lose the championship. Senior brother, you have to take revenge for me when you encounter that brat from the Sword Firmament Pavilion, said Tong Yuan when he recalled how he lost to Lin Yun's Dragon Tiger Fist. Humph, if it was before his fight with Heartcliff, I might not have been confident. But now that I know all his trump cards, he has no more secrets. Not only will he lose the competition, but I will take revenge for you, said True Origin as if it was nothing much to him. Lin Yun's fight with Heartcliff had changed True Origin's view on Lin Yun, but that was all there was to it. After all, he only had one true opponent in the competition. In the demonic Moon Villas group, the sect seemed rather relaxed. Although the fight between Situ-E and Aquaselenic would mean one of them would be eliminated, it also ensured that one of them would make it into the top 4. Situ-E smiled. Senior sister, be careful later on. I won't go easy on you. Aquaselenic nodded her head and smiled. Perform well. I know that you want to make it into the top 4, but I won't lose easily. Said Situ-E. Situ-E's sudden exclamation drew Aquaselenic's attention as she asked, What's the matter? Someone's missing in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, he responded. That brat? Junior brother, you seem to be quite concerned for him. Maybe he quit because of True Origin. I heard that the Heavenly Profound sect is filled with complaints for him. That's not it. Situ-E shook his head and he continued. He's not someone like that. Furthermore, he wouldn't have come in the first place if he was scared. Situ-E thought of his first meeting with Lin Yun. He remembered how weak Lin Yun was back then, but he still protected you Wei from Bai Lishuan's sword. In the end, he would rather jump into the Yin wind stream than bow his head. Situ-E seemed rather worried about Lin Yun as he patted his fan on his left hand. Suddenly, Emperor Qin crushed the jade token in his hand and the center stage on the plaza began to tremble. The stage slowly floated into the air, which was a sign that the Dragon Gate competition was starting soon. With Qin Yu taking the lead, he flew onto the stage and was followed by True Origin. The two were rather familiar with each other, so they began to exchange greetings. This was shortly followed by Feng Yi. The stage was 100 feet off the ground, so others had to fly to get up, but Feng Yi merely stomped his feet to get up the stage. His horrifying weight instantly caused the stage to tremble lightly. It was something that Qin Yu and True Origin felt. After him, Bai Lishuan, Aquaselenic, Situ-E, and Yu Qing landed on the stage. But everyone soon sensed that something wasn't right because Lin Yun wasn't here. Everyone was here except Lin Yun. This was the final round in the competition, yet Lin Yun was actually missing. Was he unable to make it in time, or did he chicken out? Everyone began to doubt this because it was unbelievable that someone would be late for the final round. The various sects' elders also began to whisper among themselves. After all, it didn't seem good for Lin Yun to be absent on such an occasion. Emperor Qin furrowed his brows unhappily. Just when Luo Feng was about to go up to explain, he was suddenly interrupted by Emperor Qin. "We'll wait for 15 minutes. The competition will start without him if he's not here by then. What do you guys think?" "No worries. We can wait for 15 minutes," responded Luo Feng. "Sure. Let's do it then," said Emperor Qin. Time gradually passed and the 15 minutes were almost up. This made Luo Feng extremely anxious as he muttered, "Why isn't he here?" Xianxia and Li Wuyo were also feeling anxious. They were afraid that Lin Yun would lose the qualification to fight in the competition. Even worse, they were worried that something might have happened to Lin Yun. "Elder, nothing will happen to Lin Yun, right? He'll be fine. If he's in the Sword Burial Woods, no one can touch him," comforted Luo Feng. But for some reason, he had an ill premonition in his heart. No one could touch him, but it was another story if Lin Yun put himself in danger. In the end, Luo Feng decided to leave it to fate. 15 minutes is up, we will start the competition. The first match is between Flying Feather and War Beast, announced Emperor Qin. "Congratulations for making it into the top 4, smiled Qinyu. "What is there to congratulate me about when I would win the fight even if he was here? I only find it a pity that I can't teach him a lesson," said True Origin. Bai Lishuan and Situ Yi were both together, so Situ Yi asked, "Bai Lishuan, you're also feeling regretful that he's not here, right?" "He'll come," said Bai Lishuan as he left the stage. "He'll come? Maybe not," smiled Situ Yi as he left. With that, Qin Yu and Feng Yi were the only ones left on the stage. Even with one person absent, the competition still progressed as usual. Without a doubt, everyone was optimistic of Qin Yu's chances in this fight. The only thing they were looking forward to was how much Feng Yi could force out of Qin Yu. This wasn't because they were underestimating Feng Yi, but Qin Yu had crushed all his opponents in the competition. Feng Yi wasn't someone like Lin Yun who slew 2 titles, so everyone was naturally more optimistic for Qin Yu. "You're not my opponent. Admit defeat," said Qin Yu as he looked at Feng Yi. He was unhappy that Lin Yun wasn't here because this competition was an opportunity for him to kill Lin Yun. If Lin Yun wasn't here, it would be more troublesome for him to kill Lin Yun in the future. "Hee. I know that you're ruthless to your opponents and that most people will die or be crippled if they don't admit defeat," smiled Feng Yi. "Really? Then why are you still standing here? Get lost," barked Qin Yu. His tone was arrogant because he didn't have a favorable opinion of this barbarian. Although sects located at the borders of the empire could participate in the competition, they wouldn't earn a title. Feng Yi was an exception, not the norm. This made those from the empire extremely unhappy. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Feng Yi smiled. "I have no other merits aside from being able to take a beating. Beat me off the stage if you can. Otherwise, you can cut the crap." His words instantly caused an uproar among the spectators. Feng Yi was truly worthy of his name. He knew that Qin Yu was terrifying, yet he still dared to try and provoke Qin Yu. "You're courting death," sneered Qin Yu as he threw out his palm. His origin energy instantly erupted like a volcano in Feng Ye's direction. "It is uncertain as to who is courting death." Feng Ye's bones began to crackle and his body expanded to a new size. This made the already robust version of him look like a small mountain. When he took a step forward, he was like an ancient beast. Compared to the primal origin sect's Dracophant battle physique, Feng Ye's cultivation technique was more primitive. But as he stepped forward, the aura coming from him was just as terrifying. His aura turned crimson as he threw out a punch. Qin Yu raised his brow and sneered out of contempt. "This is nothing before absolute strength." An explosive origin energy erupted from Qin Yu. This was the first time he had used the profound yang art fully, and his aura instantly reached the Violet Palace realm. He no longer wanted to conceal himself in this fight. He wanted to announce to everyone that he was the star of this competition by suppressing Feng Yi. Feng Yi was briefly stunned by this because he could feel himself being suppressed by Qin Yu's aura. However, he let out a roar and threw his punch out. "Eat my fist!" The crimson barb on his fist instantly tore through the air. But Qin Yu faced it calmly and merely pushed his palm out. His aura instantly condensed into a giant that looked like a fire deity. It was a lot larger than Feng Yi. His palm came crashing down and destroyed everything in its path. When it slammed into Feng Yi, it caused blood to seep out from the corner of Feng Yi's lips as he was pushed a few steps back. "Again!" roared Feng Yi. He leaped into the sky and rained down his punches. His punches were like vipers that bared their fangs at Qin Yu. This move of his was shocking, and even the sky had turned dark because of it. Qin Yu frowned and said, "Pitiful tricks." Flames burst out from Qin Yu and gathered onto his palm. Shortly after, he sent his palm out at the descending fists. Under the dazzling brilliance that was comparable to a sun, all the vipers were destroyed. "This is the end," said Qin Yu as he appeared before Feng Yi and threw another palm out. He had thrown a total of 4 palms, and each palm made Feng Yi throw up a mouthful of blood. "Get lost!" When he threw out the 5th palm, Feng Yi was blown out from the stage. Although everyone had expected that Feng Yi would lose, no one had expected that he would lose so miserably. He was completely suppressed by Qin Yu right from the start. But they had to admit that Feng Yi's defense was powerful since he could still get up on his feet after being knocked off of the stage. This fight had also revealed Qin Yu's strength to everyone. They also understood why Qin Yu didn't reveal much in the competition so far. This was because he was a lot stronger than his opponents, which was why he only needed one hand to defeat Feng Yi. "Looks like the championship will go to Qin Yu," exclaimed many people. Qin Yu wins. The second match, Snowflake versus Aquaselenic. The second battle started very quickly, which drew everyone's attention. Situ-E and Aquaselenic's battle naturally attracted everyone's attention because they both came from the demonic Moon Villa. For Situ-E, he had the record of defeating Everluck. Besides this accomplishment, he was simply too outstanding. Even his appearance attracted all the attention of the ladies. This battle wouldn't let anyone down. Aquaselenic brought out the Cloud Mist sword that she was famed for, which Situ-E also fought with. But Aquaselenic used her sword, while Situ-E used his fan. The two came from the demonic Moon Villa, and they could both display the essence of the Cloud Mist sword. This instantly placed the battle into a stalemate. Everyone could tell that both Aquaselenic and Situ-E wanted to make it into the top 4. They might be from the same sect, but neither of them were holding back. In the end, Situ-E defeated Aquaselenic by half a move. He used his fan to perform the Cloud Mist sword and created a path that belonged to himself. Aquaselenic might have practiced in the Cloud Mist sword to a high stage, but she surrendered after 100 clashes because she couldn't take it anymore. At the same time, she was sending Situ-E into the top 4. "Thank you, senior sister," said Situ-E as he cupped his hands together. "I didn't let you win. Since you made it into the top 4, then you have to get into the top 3 for the reputation of our sect," said Aquaselenic. She might have lost, but her mood wasn't bad. When another person was promoted, the Sword Firmament Pavilion grew increasingly anxious because Lin Yun was still nowhere to be seen. Was Lin Yun going to be absent? Emperor Qin casually swept his gaze out and announced, "The third match, White versus Azure Hill." According to the rules, Lin Yun had already lost, so he could only struggle in the loser group. Then again, it was a whole new story if Lin Yun chose Hell Mode. But Emperor Qin didn't believe that Lin Yun would really pick Hell Mode. It was difficult enough to fight all the 7 titled figures, but the punishment for losing was great. Once Lin Yun chose Hell Mode, there was no way he could take a step back. He would either win or lose everything. Bai Lixuan and Yu Qing both went on the stage. When Bai Lixuan drew his sword, everyone could feel that he became one with his sword. Paired together with his saint physique, Bai Lixuan gave off an unparalleled feeling. When he pointed his sword at Yu Qing, he gave everyone the feeling that Yu Qing had already died. His sword aura had completely suppressed Yu Qing's fangs. Damn it! Yu Qing wore an awkward expression. Bai Lishuan's advantage made him feel despair. This made everyone feel that he didn't deserve to receive a title. Feng Yi might have lost, but he forced Qin Yu to use the profound Yang art. This allowed everyone to have a look of Qin Yu's strength. But right now, when Bai Lishuan pointed his sword over, Yu Qing already knew that he had lost. You're the weakest among the 8 of us. You're still lacking compared to your senior brother, Egret, said Bai Lishuan. Stop. I surrender, smiled Yu Qing bitterly. Thank you, said Bai Lishuan as he left the stage. He also looked around, wondering if Lin Yun truly wasn't coming. The 4th match, True Origin versus Flower Burial, announced Emperor Qin. Lin Yun's late arrival was the same as surrendering. They only just had to walk through this procedure for True Origin to be promoted. Even if Lin Yun really came, he needed True Origin's agreement to fight. In the past, there was no such exception. As long as the opponent wasn't willing and the participant was late, the judge would forcefully announce their loss. True Origin stood on the stage and looked at the judge. Let's not waste time. That brat is not coming. The judge found it a pity that Lin Yun missed the competition. But the rules were still rules and there was nothing he could do about it. The judge suddenly exclaimed just when he was going to announce True Origin's victory. What's going on? True Origin followed the judge's gaze and saw a familiar figure at the far end of the streets. He instantly narrowed his eyes into slits. When the judge was about to announce True Origin's victory, an uproar broke out in the plaza. When everyone turned their heads around, they saw a youth carrying a sword box riding a horse coming in this direction. Without a doubt, that youth was naturally Lin Yun. After a brief shock, everyone became emotional when they saw Lin Yun's arrival. He's here. That fellow is finally here. He should be in time for his fight with True Origin, said Bai Lishuan. From the demonic Moon Villa's seats, Situ Yi fanned himself with a smile on his face. Since there was naturally someone who smiled happily, there naturally someone who smiled sinisterly as well. Qin Yu was briefly stunned before he sneered with killing aura emitting from him. He was happy that Lin Yun was here or else it would be troublesome. After greeting the elders and disciples, Lin Yun ascended to the stage and said, I should be late. Why was he late? Because he was in unprecedented danger during his cultivating journey. He ran into a heart demon while comprehending the Xiantian sword intent. It was like a long dream. More accurately, it was like a long nightmare. But he still woke up from the nightmare in the end. Lin Yun raised his head to the sky and smiled. He knew that Xianxia must be looking at him right now. The judge smiled as he stroked his beard. You're lucky that you're in time for the last battle. Since you're here, then let's cut the crap and begin the battle. Is it finally starting? Many people were excited because they could imagine an intense fight between True Origin and Flower Burial. Everyone initially thought that Lin Yun had given up the competition, but he surprised everyone by coming at the very last minute. Who says that we're starting? Smiled True Origin as he looked at the judge. Have you forgotten that you need my agreement to start the fight? Indeed, you do have that authority. But I don't remember you putting it that way earlier, said the judge with his brows frowned. He initially thought that True Origin wouldn't reject the fight. After all, he looked regretful when he couldn't fight Lin Yun earlier and it didn't seem fake. So True Origin should be happy that Lin Yun was here. That's right, but I've changed my mind. Brat, since you're late, don't think that I'll give you special treatment. You want to fight me? Sure. Cripple your dragon tiger fist and kneel to my junior brother as an apology. Otherwise, get lost to the loser group, said True Origin with a playful smile. How did it progress to this? Luo Feng was furious. He's too much of a bully. A titled figure actually turns out to be such a petty person, said Li Wuyo with his teeth gnashed. Xianxia was also worried because the judge would announce Lin Yun's loss if Lin Yun refused to apologize. But it would be too humiliating and True Origin wanted to force Lin Yun into a dead end. The plaza suddenly became silent because no one had expected this scene. No one had expected that a titled figure would be so shameless. Even if he had a grudge with Lin Yun, no one would say a word if he defeated Lin Yun openly. But using such a shameless method to force Lin Yun made everyone furious at True Origin. The judge wore a smile and said, "True Origin, why the trouble? If you have a grudge with Lin Yun, then you can settle it on the stage." "Cut the crap," said True Origin with disdain, and then he barked, "This is how the world works. Since I have the advantage, why shouldn't I use it? Lin Yun, I know that you're unhappy, but there's nothing you can do about it. Back then, when you humiliated my junior brother with your dragon tiger fist, you should have known that my heavenly profound sect wouldn't let you off so easily. Either get on your knees or get lost to the loser group." But before he could finish his words, Lin Yun spoke out, "I surrender." His words stunned everyone because no one had expected Lin Yun to be so decisive. Even True Origin was surprised, which suddenly made him feel depressed. He raised his head to look at Lin Yun with coldness brimming out of his eyes. "But I swear that this battle won't end here," said Lin Yun as he looked at True Origin in the eyes. "Haha, you want to challenge Hell Mode? Then I'll wait for you. I'll defeat you openly at that time and take everything from you," sneered True Origin. The judge looked at Lin Yun in pity and said, "If you admit defeat, you can only proceed to the loser group and fight for the last 4 rankings." "Thank you," replied Lin Yun. There were already 3 people standing around the stage. It was the demonic Moon Villa's Aquaselenic, the 100 Beast Gates Warbeast, and the Divine Guard's Azure Hill. The stages they were standing on were lower than the center one. After all, the losers group was naturally 1 step lower than the winners group. "Hey, what's wrong with you? How can you possibly be late for the last round?" Feng Yi looked at Lin Yun in perplexion. "At least I'm not entirely late," replied Lin Yun. "Hee. It looks like you're already prepared for the worst before you come," smiled Feng Yi. "And here True Origin thought that he could humiliate you. The loser group will begin soon, so you guys have to do your best too. The ranking is also related to the rewards you guys will receive from the envoy. Let the first match begin. Flower Burial versus Warbeast," announced the stage. "I admit defeat," smiled Feng Yi. This made many people who placed a bet on this match stunned. After all, they were surprised that Feng Yi would admit defeat when he didn't even fear Qin Yu. "Thank you," smiled Lin Yun. He knew that Feng Yi was doing this because of their relationship in the Demon Lotus realm. "I give up," another voice sounded out before the judge made the second announcement. The voice naturally came from Yu Qing, which made even Lin Yun shocked. "You probably didn't see how badly I lost since you came late," smiled Yu Qing bitterly. He sighed. "There's no need to compete. I will definitely be ranked last in the competition, and I'm not confident about defeating you. Consider this paying the favor of you saving Lu Yu." The Divine Guard's disciples came out from mountains of corpses, and I remember what the commander once said. "Even if you're in hell, it's nothing as long as you have the desire to live and climb out from the mountain of corpses," said Yu Qing as he looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun pondered those words. His journey in the sword burial diagram could be considered a trip to the mountain of corpses. Since he made it out, why should he be afraid of hell? With that, 2 out of the 3 people had given up. Only Aquaselenic was left, so the atmosphere suddenly tensed up. "You want to climb out of hell? Then get through me. My sword won't allow me to surrender," said Aquaselenic as she looked at Lin Yun with a smile. But her sword intent wasn't calm at all. This battle was unavoidable. "I apologize in advance." Lin Yun bowed as his fighting spirit burst out. At the same time, the fight between True Origin and White began on the winning stage. They were fighting for top 3 in the competition, while Lin Yun was fighting for an opportunity to hell. 2 battles started at the same time. But when it came to the losers' battle and the winners' battle, everyone was paying attention to the winners. They were watching the fight between True Origin and White. The former already received a title 3 years ago, and he was in the same ranking as Drifting Goblet. 3 years had passed, so no one knew how strong he had grown. On the other hand, Bai Lishuan was a genius who possessed the saint physique. So this battle naturally attracted everyone's attention. True Origin looked at Bai Lishuan and said, "You have the saint physique, so you might surpass me in 1 year. But your foundation is too weak right now. There's no way you can fight me." Bai Lishuan didn't reply, but he knew that True Origin was right. With the saint physique, Time was always on his side. However, his foundation was still too weak when compared to True Origin. But surrendering wasn't his style, so it wasn't certain that he would lose. As long as he defeated True Origin, he would make it into the top 3. There was no way he would give up this opportunity. Bai Lishuan raised his brow and said, "Let's go. Let me experience how powerful the authentic Dragon Tiger Fist is." "As you wish," grinned True Origin as he released a golden radiance with a symbol at the center of it. In that split second, his aura began to boil and surpassed many Violet Palace realm cultivators. How powerful! This is what foundation is. It's unbelievable that someone in the profound martial realm can release an aura comparable to the Violet Palace realm. The final battle is starting, so True Origin isn't holding back anymore. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. After all, True Origin had achieved this with his cultivation, not by a secret technique. Exactly how powerful would he be after using a secret technique? Just thinking about it was terrifying. There was no change to Bai Lishuan's face. He raised his brow and a sword buzz rang out from his body. He was like a sacred sword that flew out from its sheath with boiling sword intent that soared into the horizon. At the same time, an ancient sacred sword also appeared in the sky. "Very good. I'll warm up a little with you before my fight with Qin Yu." Undying Vajra seal. True Origin laughed and he formed an ancient seal with his hands. When he took a step forward, a dragon and tiger roar echoed out. It was the Dragon Tiger steps. When the phenomenon appeared, True Origin's aura began to surge as he slammed the Undying Vajra seal down. The seal formed a lotus stage with an Undying Vajra standing at the center. Is that really the Dragon Tiger Fist? The Vajra appears. This phenomenon is unheard of. Who can possibly defeat him? Exclaimed the spectators. Right at this moment, a bolt of lightning and a blinding white light flew out. Bai Lishuan had launched his attack at the Vajra sculpture. Break! The sword in his hand was like a lightning dragon that hacked at the lotus without any hesitation. When the sword came in contact with the lotus, the entire stage began to tremble. Interesting. Looking at how Bai Lishuan broke the seal, True Origin smiled and pressed his hand out. Without any signs, a seal suddenly appeared above Bai Lishuan. "Sky-breaking seal!" laughed True Origin as his hand was like the hand of Buddha, slamming down. Bai Lishuan's face changed at this scene and he began to swing out his sword without any hesitation. He launched an endless wave of attacks at the seal trying to crush it, but there were only fine cracks on the seal when he landed on the ground. Bai Lishuan frowned his eyebrows when he saw that the seal hadn't broken. Without any hesitation, he swung his sword out once more. His origin energy began to fluctuate and the seal finally broke. But Bai Lishuan also had blood dripping from the corner of his lips as he was blown away. On the other hand, True Origin stood firmly in the same position. Everyone could tell that Bai Lishuan had suffered a loss in this confrontation. Lightning flash. Bai Lishuan instantly launched a counterattack. His attack was like bolts of lightning, but True Origin merely smiled as he fended off Bai Lishuan's attacks calmly. His punches were like a dragon and his body was firm like the tiger. He had completely incorporated the Dragon Tiger Fist into his every movement. He might not have used any moves, but each of his moves contained the terrifying aura of the Dragon Tiger Fist. After 10-odd moves later, True Origin, who was forced to take a dozen steps back, finally barked, "That's enough!" True Origin reached out at the air and dragged out 9 golden dragons. He was unleashing the soaring dragon, so when he clenched his fist, the 9 dragon images shattered as his fist flew at Bai Lishuan. Bai Lishuan's attack was instantly crushed. A rumbling explosion echoed out on the stage, making True Origin look invincible as he basked in the golden radiance. This scene instantly made everyone realize how powerful True Origin was. While True Origin and Bai Lishuan were fighting, Lin Yun and Aquaselenic were also fighting on an ordinary stage down below. The two fought with their sword techniques. Lin Yun's sword was like a radiating moon, while Aquaselenec's sword was like a vague mist. After another clash, Aquaselenic landed onto the stage as her brows frowned. Lin Yun's sword technique was less brilliant than Situ Yi's, But for some reason, Lin Yun's sword technique gave her a sturdy feeling. Lin Yun's sword technique seemed to be filled with flaws, but Lin Yun fended off her attacks just when she picked up on them. Lin Yun was like an untouchable moon hanging in the sky. But if she did nothing about it, Lin Yun's sword would continue to accumulate momentum until it became fatal. "What sword technique is this?" asked Aquaselenic with her brows frowned. "Coincidentally, it has the same name as your title," smiled Lin Yun. "You're lying. How can the Aquaselenic sword be so powerful? Don't think that I've never fought with the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples." She meant that she had fought with disciples who used the Aquaselenic sword in the past. "Perhaps it's because you've never fought with me. Watch out." Two moons suddenly appeared. One hung in the sky and the other was reflected on the ground. When the two moons overlapped, Lin Yun charged forward with his sword. "I can't retreat any further or I'll lose." Aquaselenic instantly made a decision in her mind. But just when she was about to give it her all, a smile rose on Lin Yun's lips as if he had seen through her thoughts. After his smile, Lin Yun's figure burst out into 9 afterimages that avoided Aquaselenic's attack. "This is the end," said the 9 Lin Yuns. Before Aquaselenic could think, the 9 afterimages overlapped together. When Lin Yun swung his sword out, it felt as though a flower had bloomed. Moon reflection. Lin Yun's sword tore through Aquaselenic's attacks and stopped at her forehead. There was a bead of blood dripping down from her forehead and fear filled her eyes. She was shocked that Lin Yun could actually control such a terrifying move as he wished to stop it exactly at her forehead. "Thank you," said Lin Yun as he cupped his hands together. Touching the blood dripping down from her forehead, Aquaselenic wore a bitter smile. "I lost. Thank you for sparing me." Lin Yun had obtained a complete victory and defeated another titled figure. But it was a pity that not many people paid any attention to it. Everyone's attention was on the winner stage, the fight between Bai Lishuan and True Origin. Their battle had already reached the climax. Vanquishing Dragon and Tiger, Thunderclap Crusher, True Origin and Bai Lishuan clashed once more. Lin Yun raised his head to look at the stage with blazing enthusiasm on his face. The terrifying phenomenon created by True Origin's 3 seals pounced at Bai Lishuan, but everyone was shocked that the dragon and tiger both had a chain that bound them tightly. It was as though the dragon and tiger were True Origin's pets. Just when the dragon and tiger were about to devour Bai Lishuan, lightning suddenly flashed and Bai Lishuan's aura began to rise. The Thunderclap Crusher was a move that Bai Lishuan created himself. When the bolt of lightning lit up the stage, a rumbling sound followed soon after that rang out in everyone's ears. The dragon and tiger images empowered by the 3 seals started to crack from Bai Lishuan's sword. A brief moment later, the bolt of lightning pierced through the dragon and tiger images, and the chains that bound the 2 beasts began to crumble. This scene made True Origin's face change as he threw 3 punches at the bolt of lightning. Each punch was powerful, but he had to take several steps back due to the rebound. Lightning flickered on his body as blood dripped from the corner of his lips. He looked terrible. Wiping the blood, True Origin smiled. "What a terrifying sword technique. You're truly worthy of being a genius who obtained the Saint Physique. You've given me many surprises today." Bai Lishuan's face was pale, and everyone could tell that he had exerted too much strength in the previous attack. Looking at True Origin's injuries, disappointment flickered in Bai Lishuan's eyes as he sheathed his sword. "You won." His strongest attack only barely managed to injure True Origin, not to mention that he wasn't able to force True Origin to a single one of his trump cards. Interesting. The Sword Firmament Pavilion was finally suppressed by True Origin. He humiliated Lin Yun, forcing him to struggle in the losers group. Now that he defeated Bai Lishuan, the Heavenly Profound sect had thoroughly suppressed the Sword Firmament Pavilion. On the other hand, it didn't take long for Situ-Yi to admit defeat in his fight with Qin Yu. Situ-Yi knew that it was only a fight for the top 3, so there was no need for him to exhaust too much of his strength. The judge looked at the Sword Firmament Pavilion's direction and asked, "Bai Lishuan, how long do you need to rest?" The fight for the top 3 was starting soon, and the prize was a cosmic artifact. There was naturally no reason for Bai Lishuan or Situ-Yi to give up on it. After all, they could use it to exchange for resources even if they didn't need it. No need, said Bai Lishuan as he opened his eyes. Bai Lishuan and Situ Yi flew into the air and landed on the stage. They were equally famous in the Empire. Their battle had everyone excited, especially when they had both entered the top 8. Furthermore, the strength they had displayed in all the previous fights was stronger than many people had imagined. Bai Lishuan, you seem rather confident in defeating me, smiled Situ Yi as he fanned himself. He knew that Bai Lishuan didn't rest much. In fact, Bai Lishuan only took a short break after his fight with True Origin. On the other hand, Situ Yi didn't fight with Qin Yu much. That's for sure. You don't even have the courage to fight Qin Yu, so why should I be worried about you? I will definitely be in the top 3. You can just be 4th place. You can give up on the cosmic artifact, replied Bai Lishuan. He might have lost to True Origin, but everyone knew that it wasn't a total defeat. It was just that he was lacking in foundation compared to his opponent. With his aptitude, he was confident that he could surpass True Origin in the future. Beneath the stage, the audience looked at Bai Lishuan and Situ Yi's confrontation with excitement. The two of them were popular candidates to make it into the top 3, and almost everyone had placed bets on them. After all, there could only be one winner. Let's cut the crap. Show me where your confidence comes from. Situ Yi's eyes lit up like a star, brimming with fighting spirit. He gave up his fight with Qin Yu so that he could make it into the top 3. It would be embarrassing if he couldn't win this fight. As his sword intent burst out, Situ Yi threw his fan forward, sweeping cloud. Facing this attack, Bai Lishuan drew his sword calmly. His sword was instantly covered with a layer of lightning that knocked the fan away. Mist Cloud Dream. Situ Yi grabbed onto his fan and dashed towards Bai Lishuan. He had fully displayed the essence of the Mist Cloud sword. His attack was gorgeous yet lethal. Puny tricks. Bai Lishuan faced Situ Yi's attack head-on. The sword ray that burst out from his body formed bolts of lightning that made his aura grow even more terrifying. Thundercloud Slasher. Bai Lishuan's figure also dashed forward. Situ Yi's figure was like a cloud, while Bai Lishuan's figure was like thunderclouds that rumbled with lightning. Every step he took would cause bolts of lightning to spark. The stage also began to tremble as they clashed. Situ Yi was like a white cloud that enveloped Bai Lishuan. However, Bai Lishuan domineeringly tore through those clouds like a bolt of lightning. Do you think that you can hide forever? Lightning flickered in Bai Lishuan's eyes and he locked onto Situ Yi's figure. As he stabbed his sword forward, he unleashed a bolt of lightning that tore through all the mist and clouds. Then, Situ Yi's silhouette was revealed. Situ Yi's eyes flashed and he quickly opened up his fan to block the attack. When the clash occurred, a boundless origin energy exploded that instantly sent Situ Yi flying away. Cloud Dragon's Rage. Situ Yi swung out his fan as he was blown away. Clouds began to gather from the surroundings and formed a dragon. When he closed his fan, the dragon flew out with rage to charge at Bai Lishuan. Excellent timing. Bai Lishuan smiled indifferently and he swiped out his fingers. Hidden Sword Dragon. In that split second, the thunderclouds also formed a dragon. But the dragon formed by the thunderclouds was more distinct with scales and eyes. The two dragons roared as they clashed, which sent a powerful shockwave into the surroundings. What powerful energy! They're truly worthy of being the two strongest talents in the Empire. No matter who wins, they both deserve recognition. That's right. True Origin and Qin Yu are both seniors and they're much older than those two. It's expected for them to obtain the championship, but it's shocking that Bai Lishuan and Situ Yi could make it so far. Everyone became even more excited as they watched the battle. It didn't take long for a victor to be determined. Bai Lishuan's Thundercloud Dragon had won. After the Cloud Dragon faded away, the remaining energy from Bai Lishuan's attack fell onto Situ Yi. This made Situ Yi's face change as he opened up his fan to shatter the Thundercloud Dragon. This is the end, Thunderclap Crusher. This was the attack that destroyed True Origin's 3 combined seals. A bolt of lightning tore through the clouds and caught Situ Yi by surprise. But just when the sword was about to stab into Situ Yi, it stopped at his forehead, making Situ Yi's face turn pale. After a long time, Situ-I smiled bitterly. I lost. If you had the same cultivation as True Origin, you wouldn't have lost with this attack. You could have brought out your martial soul, said Bai Lishuan calmly as he sheathed his sword. No need. I won't bring it out if I'm not confident of winning. But your sword has shaken my confidence. This should be the strongest sword that someone can use among the Empire's younger generation, smiled Situ-I. He lost his confidence to fight from Bai Lishuan's sword, so everyone could imagine how powerful it was. Perhaps many people still had their doubts, but they would only know how powerful the sword was when they were facing it. Then again, they would be dead if they weren't strong enough. I admit defeat. Congratulations for making it into the top 3, smiled Situ-I as he cupped his hands together. Thank you. The judge descended down on the stage and announced, the top 3 have been determined. The final battle will be between True Origin and Qin Yu. Everyone began to cheer when they heard the announcement for the next fight. At the same time, both True Origin and Qin Yu went on the stage as the audience cheered them on. Both Qin Yu and True Origin had many supporters, so the plaza's atmosphere was bustling. They knew that the final battle was about to begin. The champion would soon emerge. Qin Yu and True Origin both smiled as they looked at each other. They were already acquaintances from when they fought here 3 years ago. 3 years later, they were standing on the stage again to fight for the championship. I disagree. A voice sounded out just when the two were about to land on the stage. A youth suddenly appeared on the winning stage with a sword box behind him. This stunned everyone, including Bai Lishuan, Situ-I, and the judge. Even the cheers from the crowd had settled down as everyone looked at Lin Yun in shock. The top 3 has been determined? I disagree, said Lin Yun once more. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone had heard it clearly. They were all shocked before smiling at him. Is Lin Yun crazy? This is the Dragon Gate competition. Even if the Sword Firmament Pavilion's pavilion master was here, there's nothing he can do about this. He's probably mad that he came late, but the rules are the rules. There's nothing he can do. You disagree, but what can you do about it? Are you going to change the rules? Many people shook their heads with unhappiness because they were looking forward to the final battle. Qin Yu and True Origin sneered at Lin Yun while the judge simply smiled. Was it funny? Isn't there a hell mode? I've emerged victorious in the loser's bracket. Can't I challenge hell mode? Asked Lin Yun when he looked at the judge. The minds of the crowd exploded from Lin Yun's words. Even Situ-I, Bai Lishuan, True Origin, and Qin Yu looked at Lin Yun in a different light. Even more shocking, the eyelids of Emperor Qin twitched and the hearts of many sects jumped. Hell mode was a little too crazy. After all, you had to face 4 opponents in a row and you couldn't rest in between the fights until the challenge was complete. If you lost a single battle, your title would be removed. Were there people who challenged Hell mode in the past? There were. Was there anyone who won the Hell mode challenge? Never. Not only was there no winner in the past, but all those who challenged the Hell mode didn't have a good ending. All of them had died a terrible death, and even if they survived, they lost their titles. So it had been a long time since someone challenged the Hell mode, so long that everyone had forgotten that there was this option. But the crowd couldn't be blamed for it because not even the judge had thought about it. There was no history of success in Hell mode, so who would dare to challenge it? Although Lin Yun declared that there would be a battle between him and True Origin, no one actually believed it. No one felt that Lin Yun was courageous enough to challenge Hell mode. Lin Yun, have you thought it through? You have to fight 4 opponents in a row and you can't rest in between the fights. The moment you lose, you will lose your title, said the judge with a serious expression. I have made up my mind, replied Lin Yun. His reply made the judge begin to doubt himself. He didn't dare to make a decision, so he looked at Emperor Qin on the throne. Clearly, he wanted to seek Emperor Qin's opinion. Emperor Qin laughed. Interesting. Since he doesn't mind putting his title on the line, I naturally have no opinion about it. Your Majesty, I would like to say something. Luo Feng rushed over and made a request. May I speak with Lin Yun on the stage? Haha. What is there to say? When Yanba laughed eerily. This sword slave has already made his declaration. Are you trying to help him make the decision? Let's just see how the disciple of your sect creates a miracle. That's right. He had personally declared that he wanted to challenge Hell Mode, and His Majesty has already agreed to it. There's no place for you to speak here, smiled the elder Yuan of the Heavenly Profound sect. That's right. After all, who knows if Lin Yun might really be able to create a miracle? Old geezer, you should have confidence in your disciple. The other sects spoke out when they saw this. How could they possibly miss this opportunity? They practically determined that Lin Yun would fail the challenge and that he would lose his title when it happened. This would give the other sects more opportunities. How could they possibly give up such a good opportunity? Furthermore, they were already unhappy that the Sword Firmament Pavilion stole all the limelight in this competition. You can go back down. I hereby declare the start of Hell Mode, said Emperor Qin with an unquestionable tone. In the end, Luo Feng could only shake his head as he returned to the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Elder, Lin Yun has already made up his mind, so there's no need to worry about it, comforted Xianxia. Let's hope so, sighed Luo Feng. Everyone knew that there was no chance that Lin Yun could make it through Hell Mode. Hell Mode's first battle, Lin Yun versus Situ Yi, declared the judge as he left the stage. The plaza's atmosphere suddenly became nervous as everyone looked at Lin Yun on the stage. It had been 1,000 years since someone challenged Hell Mode. Is he crazy? How is he going to fight 4 rounds in a row? Haha, he's young and arrogant. But it's not because of arrogance that he chose to challenge the Hell Mode. It's ignorance. It'll be interesting if he loses in the first fight. Who knows? Situ Yi and Bai Lishuan were both evenly matched, and they were stronger than Heartcliff. No one believed that Lin Yun could make it through Hell Mode. Some of them even felt that he couldn't even beat Situ Yi. I admire your courage, but I've already lost twice today and I don't want to lose any further. So I will give it my all in this fight, said Situ Yi with a grave expression. He admitted defeat in his fight with Qin Yu and he was defeated by Bai Lishuan. He might have lost wholeheartedly, but his arrogance wouldn't allow him to continue to lose. It would be humiliating if he lost to Lin Yun as well. Looking at Bai Lishuan, Situ Yi began to unleash his sword aura. Situ Yi is really not intending on losing anymore. He even summoned his martial soul. Many people could tell that it would be embarrassing for Situ Yi if he loses again. It didn't take long for Situ Yi's aura to reach its pinnacle before he swung his fan down at Lin Yun. There were no changes on Lin Yun's face when he faced this attack. Executing the 7 profound steps, Situ Yi's sword flew right past Lin Yun. It looked like he maneuvered around Situ Yi's attack easily. Humph! Situ Yi snorted and chased after Lin Yun while constantly swinging his fan. As he continued to swing his fan, the sword rays unleashed by him slowly formed a lake. On the other hand, Lin Yun's afterimages were left behind everywhere due to the 7 profound steps. Sweeping clouds. Situ Yi roared and his eyes burst out with a cold gleam. The clouds dispersed and his sword stabbed at Lin Yun like a bright moon. This attack instantly left a deep impression on everyone. Is this all you have? Then there's nothing you can do about your defeat, said Lin Yun. Just when Situ Yi was about to reach him, Lin Yun clenched his fist and took a step forth. His footsteps were followed by the roar of dragon and tiger as he threw out the soaring dragon that destroyed Situ Yi's attack. But Lin Yun didn't stop there as he took another step forward. His figure suddenly divided into 7 images and all 7 afterimages threw a punch forward. What speed! Situ Yi was shocked and immediately tried to avoid the attack. He didn't expect Lin Yun to be so quick. Do you think you can escape? Lin Yun's eyes flickered as he brought out the golden crow seal. He spread his arms apart and soared into the sky, chasing behind Situ Yi. In a split second, Situ Yi soared into the sky and was divided into countless afterimages that revolved around Lin Yun. With a smile on his face, he appeared behind Lin Yun. My movement technique isn't weaker than yours. Cloud Dragon's Rage. The white clouds soon formed a dragon that charged at Lin Yun. But in the next second, Lin Yun suddenly turned around with golden light radiating from him. He was using the 4 combined seals. When the 4 seals combined, Lin Yun swept through Situ Yi's attack and slammed onto the latter's body. There was no way Situ Yi could react to Lin Yun's attack because it was simply too quick. Barely blocking Lin Yun's attack, Situ Yi threw up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. But this time, Situ Yi didn't hesitate to bring out his martial soul, which instantly made the audience excited. After all, Situ Yi's martial soul had left a deep impression on everyone during his fight with Everluck. In the name of my sword, bloom! But before the moon could rise into the sky, it was swept through by a sword ray that severed the moon in two. Standing beneath the iris flower, Lin Yun sheathed his sword. On the other hand, Situ Yi's face was pale as he was down on the ground with one knee. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes were filled with deep shock. The moon was severed into two before it rose up into the sky, which meant that Situ Yi's martial soul had been shattered before he could even bring it out. This caused a series of exclamations in the surroundings. Everyone was surprised about Situ Yi's loss. How did Lin Yun manage to do that? And here I thought he would be in trouble since Situ Yi brought out his martial soul. His attack is simply too quick. I bet Situ Yi never expected that speed either. Definitely not. Otherwise, Situ Yi wouldn't be so shocked. Lin Yun probably expected that Situ Yi would summon his martial soul, so he had been waiting. That's terrifying. He completely suppressed Situ Yi without giving him a chance. This Lin Yun is a little strong. They all thought that they had seen through Lin Yun's strength in his fight with Heartcliff, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like they had to determine Lin Yun's strength once again. He won. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's party revealed a smile on their faces. At the very least, Lin Yun didn't lose the first round. Interesting. I've never been so terribly defeated, said Situ Yi with disappointment. Not only did he fail to get into the top 3, but he even lost 4th place. It was a pathetic showing. When did you see through my martial soul's flaw? Asked Situ Yi while looking at Lin Yun. He was certain that Lin Yun was prepared or he wouldn't have launched an attack so decisively. I didn't. Everluck wasn't able to break your martial soul simply because he wasn't strong enough. But to me, it's just a matter of one sword, said Lin Yun honestly. His words stunned Situ Yi. He smiled embarrassedly. You're really ruthless with your words. You've already won, but you still didn't forget to give me another blow. No one has ever come out of hell mode, so I wish you good luck. Before he left, he gave Lin Yun a complicated gaze. According to the rules, you have 1 tea time of breath before the next fight begins, said the judge. It was so short that it was practically the same as no rest. No need. Let's carry on, said Lin Yun calmly. His words made the judge's lips twitch. The time might be little, but it was still enough for Lin Yun to adjust himself for the next battle. But since Lin Yun didn't want it, the judge could only shake his head and reply, all right then. Hell Mode's second match, Flower Burial versus White. Bai Lishuan turned into a streak of light and landed on the stage. Not only did he manage to obtain a title in this competition, but he even made it into the top 3. The two who were ranked before him were both older than him by at least 3 years. Bai Lishuan was confident that he could surpass them as long as he had enough time. So Bai Lishuan was satisfied with his current achievements. As long as he could defeat Lin Yun in Hell Mode, he would have no regrets about this competition. Does Lin Yun really have the strength to defeat Bai Lishuan? It shouldn't be possible. After all, he just finished his fight with Situ Yi without any rest. Many people doubted Lin Yun. Bai Lishuan was a genius for a reason. He only lost to True Origin simply because his foundation wasn't deep enough. Bai Lishuan's self-created move, the Thunderclap Crusher, had left a deep impression on many of the Violet Palace Realm Elders that were present. Everyone looked at Bai Lishuan and Lin Yun, who were gradually approaching each other. Their grudges went back to the Azure Sun Realm, not to mention that Lin Yun even humiliated Bai Lishuan at Qin Yu's wedding by shattering his sword. Bai Lishuan never expected that the ant in his eyes back in the Azure Sun Realm would come this far. Lin Yun, I really have to thank you. If you hadn't picked Hell Mode, even if I became the champion, I would have some regrets, said Bai Lishuan as he looked at Lin Yun. For the first time, a smile appeared on his face. I'm afraid that you won't be able to resolve your regrets here. I will defeat you, but I gave Guardian Plum my word that I won't kill you. Back in the Azure Sun County, Bai Lishuan had given the dragon-blooded horse 3 palms, which Lin Yun swore he would take revenge for. Lin Yun also wanted to resolve their grudges through hell mode. Haha, Guardian Plum also made a similar request to me back then. But you have to be careful because I didn't give him my promise. If there's an opportunity, I'll take your life, said Bai Lishuan with a cold smile. When he drew his sword, his movement was accompanied by rumbling lightning. He didn't hold back with his attack, and he instantly used the Thunderclap sword at its strongest. But no one had imagined that Lin Yun would also have the same thoughts. When he drew the Flower Burial sword, he also pushed the Aquaselenic sword to the limit. So much so that his sword was emitting a frightening chill. It felt as if Lin Yun's sword could freeze everything beneath the moon. When the two clashed, their collision released a terrifying aura into the surroundings. The fluctuation created a powerful gale in the surroundings. Creation and destruction lightning. Bai Lishuan twirled the sword in his hand and created a loop of lightning. His sword flickered with lightning that was so bright that many people were struggling to keep their eyes open. Torrential wave. Lin Yun circulated his Iris Sword Sutra fearlessly and unleashed a torrential wave at Bai Lishuan. The two attacks collided violently on the stage, and the blinding sword rays from their attacks were reflected on their faces. When their swords clashed, it produced a terrifying gale that made many people feel fearful of the energy fluctuations. These were two monstrous geniuses, and they were both from the same sect. Their clash instantly made many people excited. This was more exciting than Lin Yun's fight with Situ Yi. The two didn't take a step back and instead fearlessly swung out another attack. One sword was like a rumbling lightning that roared furiously like a dragon. The other was like a moon hanging high in the sky that emitted boundless coldness. In the blink of an eye, the two continuously clashed as they pushed their movement techniques to the limits. Occasionally, explosions and sword buzzes would ring out into the surroundings. Lin Yun's eyes flickered as a radiating moon rose up from his body and turned into a purple gleam that soared through the horizon. It was naturally the Aquaselenic sword's luminous moon. Puny tricks. Bai Lishuan snorted, and his sword suddenly transformed into a 30-meter-long lightning bolt that he hacked down with it. When the moon and bolt of lightning exploded, the remnant fluctuations slammed onto their bodies at the same time. This lit up the entire stage, filling up the stage with the violent energy from the attacks. Many people exclaimed at this scene. They could vaguely see two figures standing in the middle of the energy storm, both emitting torrential killing aura as they charged at each other with their movement techniques pushed to the limits. Despite the blinding flash on the stage, the crowd could still see the collision of attacks. Created a violent gale that caused the stage to tremble. All the phenomena created by Lin Yun and Bai Lishuan's attacks were destroyed under that violent gale. Two figures were gradually revealed, which gave the spectators a clearer view of the outcome. The spectators sucked in a cold breath out of shock. Bai Lishuan and Lin Yun were both holding onto their swords with their clothes dyed in blood. Both of them had dozens of wounds on their bodies, and some even went so deep that their bones were revealed. Their state showed how brutal the fight was. This was the first time anyone had seen such a brutal fight since the beginning of the competition. Once again, the two clashed with their palms, which unleashed an energy fluctuation that distorted the surrounding space. After this attack, both Lin Yun and Bai Lishuan took a dozen steps back. Thunderclap Crusher. When they both landed on the ground, Bai Lishuan's eyes flashed coldly, and he finally brought out his ultimate attack. Lightning rumbled as thunderclouds gathered in the sky, turning it dark. The sky became so dark that the thunderclouds felt like they were within reach. That's the Thunderclap Crusher. It's that sword again. Back then, even True Origin wasn't able to come out of this attack unharmed. In terms of foundation, Lin Yun is lacking compared to True Origin. True Origin might be able to take this attack head-on, but I can't say the same for Lin Yun. Everyone stood up from their seats in excitement as they cheered. This was because they had finally seen Bai Lishuan's ultimate move once more, the Thunderclap Crusher. Lin Yun, watch out! Xianxia called out from the guest seats as she clutched her chest. Die! No one in the same cultivation can take this attack head-on. Bai Lishuan looked at Lin Yun coldly. Is that so? I happen to have one sword that I want your advice on. Lin Yun never seemed so calm before, even when facing Bai Lishuan's strongest attack. He wasn't feeling nervous at all. On the contrary, fighting spirit exploded from his body as he executed the 10th move of the Aquaselenic sword, the Heavenly Cloud Shatter. Lin Yun was already looking forward to facing Bai Lishuan's Thunderclap Crusher head-on. Raising his momentum to the pinnacle, Lin Yun swung out his sword. With a deafening explosion, the ground exploded as the sword aura formed by Lin Yun's attack gathered into a tornado. Under the violent tornado, the dark sky was violently ripped apart. When the terrifying sword intent swept out, bolts of lightning flashed to light up Lin Yun's face. Time suddenly stood still for Lin Yun. No matter what tricks Bai Lishuan pulled, he would simply shatter them with his sword. At the same time, a bolt of lightning dove down from the sky from Bai Lishuan's attack. When the two terrifying attacks clashed on the stage, a series of rumbling explosions were produced. It felt like heaven and earth were trembling as shockwaves swept out on the stage. The shockwave from the clash inflicted heavy injuries on many people, which forced the audience to work together to resist. However, many of them were still swept out by the terrifying momentum. Right at this moment, several people flew out and formed a dome that covered the entire stage, blocking the shockwaves from spreading out and injuring more innocent people. Surprisingly, the shockwaves from Lin Yun and Bai Lishuan's clash actually left some cracks on the dome. Those two, the 8 judges who stood up, were in shock. They had to wait for a long time before the shockwaves disappeared. Only after the shockwaves disappeared did the 8 judges recall the barrier. This caused everyone to direct their eyes to the stage. On the stage, a youth slowly descended from the stage while Bai Lishuan still stood there. He was holding onto his sword as blood dripped down. "Damn it, why?" said Bai Lishuan unwillingly. "You lost." The ground still flickered with lightning, but Bai Lishuan could no longer fight. On the other hand, Lin Yun released an unprecedented shine that attracted everyone's attention. The outcome of their fight was clear to everyone. "Me? Lose? Impossible!" Bai Lishuan roared, and he charged at Lin Yun as he frantically swung his sword. But Lin Yun strolled through Bai Lishuan's attacks, avoiding them easily. After 5 attacks, Bai Lishuan had gone mad as a sinister expression filled his face. "That's enough!" Lin Yun suddenly released a terrifying aura and swung his sword out. This instantly broke Bai Lishuan's sword into 2. Before Bai Lishuan could reveal the shock on his face, Lin Yun had already given him a palm on his chest. The sounds of bones breaking could be heard as Bai Lishuan flew out, vomiting blood. Looking at the youth who once viewed him like an ant, Lin Yun spoke out in a solemn voice. "I already said that I wouldn't take your life, but I still have to pay you back for what my dragon-blooded horse suffered back then. After this palm, our grudges are cleared." Bai Lishuan clutched his chest as blood constantly dripped down from his lips. All of this felt like a dream to him, but if this was a dream, then he wanted to wake up from it. The judge was briefly shocked before he announced, "You've won the battle. For the next battle, you can choose to face True Origin or Qin Yu first. Your injuries are pretty serious, so it's best for you to rest a little before you resume your challenge." Blood was dripping down from the flower burial sword. Hell mode was a challenge filled with blood, and the fight would continue until the blood ran out. Everyone was wondering why Lin Yun was so silent. Then Lin Yun looked at True Origin and pointed his sword at the latter. He immediately barked at him, "True Origin, get up!" Lin Yun's deafening roar was like a wave that slapped True Origin's face. His words shocked everyone present. Who was True Origin? He was a titled figure on the same level as Drifting Goblet, and he was someone qualified to fight Qin Yu in this competition. He had built up his prestige through the competition, and he had never been barked at by someone in this manner, especially the way Lin Yun did it. Since the start of the competition, Lin Yun had slowly stolen the limelight with his sword. But who would have imagined that Lin Yun would have such an insane side? In the guest seats, True Origin's face was dark. The heavenly profound sex elders and disciples were trembling with rage from Lin Yun's arrogance. "Ha ha ha!" True Origin laughed, and he stood up from his seat. His killing aura flowed out and made the entire plaza's atmosphere feel cold. No one has dared to be so rude to me in the Empire. You're the first, but you'll also be last. Today, I will make you beg me to kill you. See cold. This killing aura. True Origin is really enraged this time. Buddhism has always emphasized having mercy, but they've never gone lenient on demonic cultivators. I wonder how many demonic cultivators he has killed to gather such a dense killing aura. Lin Yun is finished. He just fought 2 battles, but he still dares to act with such arrogance. He could have just surrendered. Did he really think that he could create a legend? He must be dreaming. Let's see how this ends. Judging from True Origin's tone, he's going to torture Lin Yun. Judging from the conversation in the surroundings, no one was hopeful for Lin Yun. In their view, Hell Mode was a joke and Lin Yun was barely standing at this point. When True Origin landed on the stage, he looked at Lin Yun coldly. You want to crawl out of hell? Then I'll make you regret standing before me. Lin Yun didn't utter a word and merely pointed his sword at True Origin. Under his sword intent, the flower burial sword, dyed in blood, was buzzing. Hell Mode's 3rd match, Flower Burial versus True Origin. The judge left the stage the moment he made the announcement. True Origin took a step forward and unleashed his aura. Compared to his fight with Bai Lishuan, the pressure coming from True Origin this time was a lot stronger. His killing aura mixed with his Buddhist aura and knocked on everyone's heart like a hammer. It was as if the person standing before him wasn't a person, but a demon. And he, True Origin, would vanquish all evil. As he approached, his aura that was blowing at Lin Yun grew even more terrifying. Under True Origin's terrifying aura, Lin Yun revealed a playful smile. When True Origin saw this scene, he sneered inwardly. Lin Yun was smiling when facing him. Die! True Origin's expression became distorted and he unleashed the dragon and tiger aura. He was surrounded by a golden Buddhist radiance mixed with his killing aura. He formed a seal with one hand and pushed it towards Lin Yun. Golden Vajra seal. The dazzling golden seal formed a lotus stage with an enraged Vajra. But while the seal descended, Lin Yun did nothing to counter it. What is he doing? Is he insane? Everyone was puzzled when they saw this scene. But suddenly, Lin Yun did something that no one had expected. Facing True Origin's attack, Lin Yun actually sheathed his sword. Then, Lin Yun stomped his foot on the ground. As he plunged the sheath into the ground, a dragon and tiger roar echoed out from his body. He retaliated with the Dragon Tiger Fist's golden Vajra seal as well. Lin Yun's buzzing sword intent swiftly condensed into a seal in his hand signs, and he pushed it out just when the lotus stage was about to descend on him. In the next second, golden radiance burst out like a volcanic eruption. The 2 different yet similar seals collided together in mid-air and unleashed a terrifying shockwave. Damn it! True Origin's face turned dark when he saw that Lin Yun wasn't using his sword. You're courting death. True Origin took a step forward and the stage began to tremble violently. He then barked out, Dragon Tiger Fist, Sky-breaking seal. His aura gathered to form a giant Buddha's hand and slammed down. It felt as if the entire world was within the hand's grasp. When the palm landed down, True Origin unleashed Flying Dragon, Leaping Tiger that was empowered by the seal. Similarly empowered by the Sky-breaking seal, the Flying Dragon, Leaping Tiger executed by Lin Yun didn't contain any Buddhism aura, but boundless sword intent. Lin Yun and True Origin's fists collided together, creating an explosion on the stage. Countless rocks actually hovered in the sky for a brief moment due to the impact. It was as if time was frozen for a moment. The 2 let out a roar and threw out another punch. The giant Buddha's palm clenched into a fist behind True Origin, while a vague figure formed behind Lin Yun from his sword intent. In the next second, the clouds, rocks, and dust were blown away from the impact. When True Origin and Lin Yun both retreated, the stage was actually clear of dust and rocks. At the same time, the spectators were shocked that Lin Yun actually used the Dragon Tiger Fist to block True Origin's attacks. Lin Yun is really not going to use his sword? Isn't he a little too arrogant? No wonder he dares to call out to True Origin. So it turns out that he's prepared. But True Origin will be thoroughly humiliated if he is defeated by Lin Yun's Dragon Tiger Fist. All of a sudden, everyone's emotions were riled up. At the same time, the heavenly profound sex party started feeling uneasy. "Demon vanquishing seal!" roared True Origin. He soared into the sky and a dragon and tiger appeared beneath his feet. When the phenomenon appeared, True Origin's Buddhist aura began to climb as he slammed the demon vanquishing seal down. The seal took on the ancient shape and targeted Lin Yun like a mountain. Even before the seal landed on Lin Yun, he took several steps back from the sheer force. "How does it feel?" True Origin laughed. "There's no way you can bring out the true power of the demon-vanquishing seal without a Buddhist foundation. Do you understand how powerful it is compared to the two previous seals?" He looked cocky because he was certain that Lin Yun would be defeated by this attack. However, Lin Yun's origin energy began to boil within his body and his facial expression was undisturbed. In his dantian, the iris flower began to slowly bloom. When the flower bloomed entirely, Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Facing the descending demon-vanquishing seal, Lin Yun soared into the sky fearlessly. At the same time, he brought out the demon-vanquishing seal. But his demon-vanquishing seal was condensed with sword intent and took on the shape of a gigantic sword. Under everyone's view, Lin Yun threw a punch out and the gigantic sword soared into the sky, piercing through True Origin's descending seal. But that wasn't all, as 36 swords opened up like a fan, making Lin Yun look like a peacock. Simultaneously, the dragon and tiger aura coming from him also reached an unprecedented level. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun's punch landed on True Origin's chest. His punch instantly tore True Origin's aura apart as True Origin flew out, throwing up mouthfuls of blood. Before True Origin could get back up on his feet, Lin Yun's face was filled with killing intent as he dashed towards True Origin. The stage was already tattered from the battle, and every step he took made the stage tremble and break. Just when True Origin managed to get up from the ground, Lin Yun punched True Origin's face. His punch instantly broke True Origin's nose and the latter flew out like a sandbag. "Is that all you got? Don't tell me the well-known True Origin is only this much," said Lin Yun coldly as he looked at True Origin. He had already gotten rid of his heart demon in the sword burial diagram, and he was no longer the same person as he was before. True Origin got back up on his feet, but his body was swaying left and right with a smashed face. This was an outcome that no one had expected. After all, everyone thought that Lin Yun would easily be defeated. Who would have imagined that Lin Yun improved so much in just 3 days? He was a lot stronger than 3 days ago when he fought Heartcliff. Just what the hell did he go through? Was True Origin really going to be defeated? This was originally a battle without any suspense, but it had suddenly taken a strange turn. "TSK, I really underestimated you." True Origin smiled as he wiped the blood on his face. "It looks like I won't be able to compete for the championship anymore." True Origin sighed and raised his head to look at Lin Yun with cold eyes. "Since you're forcing me to bring out all my strength, then I won't hold back anymore." His face twisted and his clothes exploded, revealing his bronze-colored skin. There were Buddhist runes covering his upper body. "This is..." Everyone narrowed their eyes into slits when they saw this scene. Shortly after, a torrential crimson radiance burst out from True Origin's body. At the same time, his body began to weirdly wiggle. The Raga battle physique. Everyone could see that True Origin's body was undergoing a change under the crimson radiance. The cracking sounds of his bones and muscles being reorganized was eerie, causing many people's faces to change. "Isn't this fellow from the Heavenly Profound sect a Buddhist sect? Why does he look so demonic?" Li Wuyo scrunched his brows. True Origin might have been ruthless before, but at least he emitted a domineering Buddhist prestige whenever he attacked. His sudden change immediately negated all of that, baffling the audience. "The 8 Legions Maharaga!" exclaimed Luo Feng. Legend has it that when Buddha was spreading Buddhism, the 8 legions were present. The 8 legions were also known as 8 legions of Devas and Nagas. They used to be monsters, but they were infected by Buddhism and became the 8 legions. Luo Feng's face became grave as he continued. True Origin is currently using Maharaga's legacy. Maharaga is the king of serpents, a demon. Even after being converted to Buddhism, it still couldn't get rid of its demonic nature. This is why it looks so eerie. Many people in the audience knew about the 8 Legions' origin, but they had no idea what True Origin was doing right now. Only some elders were able to tell something from True Origin's actions. I see. True Origin must have been holding back in order to fight with Qin Yu for the championship. Since he was forced to use his trump card, he must have given up on the championship. I'm afraid Lin Yun is in a tough spot now. He can only hope that True Origin isn't able to fully convert his body. Otherwise, there's no way he can win the battle. Hell mode has come to an end here. The crimson radiance suddenly dispersed and a gigantic figure appeared within everyone's sight. True Origin's body was dyed red with weird serpentine runes covering his body. At the same time, he emitted a faint demonic aura. I never imagined that you could force me to use this trump card. However, I meant it when I said you were going to die. True Origin clenched his fists together. He could sense the explosive power and murderous intent in his heart. Right now, he was comparable to a Violet Palace realm cultivator. As he spoke, the serpentine runes on his body began to converge together. The moment Lin Yun sensed slight movement from True Origin, he activated the Dracophant War Armor. The armor also had ancient runes filled with a violent aura. A gigantic figure appeared in front of Lin Yun as it delivered a punch. In the name of my sword, Bloom! Lin Yun didn't dare to be careless even with the Dracophant battle physique and Dracophant war armor. He pushed the Iris Sword Sutra to the limit and the outline of an iris flower slowly took form in the sky. At the same time, Lin Yun's aura also began to climb. With the strongest body-refining technique in the Great Qin Empire and the Ancient Sword Sutra, Lin Yun threw out his punch. When his fist collided with True Origin's, cracks began to spread out beneath Lin Yun's feet. But even so, there was still a gap in their strength. Lin Yun only lasted a brief moment before he was blown away. Up in the air, Lin Yun circulated his origin energy to destroy True Origin's bizarre energy. When he looked at his right arm, there were cracks on it as blood began to flow out. The Raga battle physique instantly gave True Origin the advantage because of his cultivation. However, True Origin never expected that Lin Yun would be able to block his punch. After all, he had once killed a Violet Palace realm wandering cultivator with a punch using this form. He was genuinely surprised that Lin Yun could take his attack head-on. This meant that Lin Yun's cultivation technique wasn't simple. Otherwise, there was no way an ordinary sword slave could come this far. He knew he couldn't underestimate Lin Yun. How many more punches can you take? Laughed True Origin. He knew that the entire situation was under his control and that it was just a matter of time before he defeated Lin Yun. He charged forward and threw out a barrage of punches. Each collision caused the stage to tremble violently and shockwaves spread out. Under True Origin's barrage of punches, Lin Yun was constantly forced to retreat. In just a few breaths' time, Lin Yun was already forced to a small corner. Your movement technique is futile before absolute strength, sneered True Origin. Absolute strength? Your Raga battle physique is powerful, but it's a pity that you're not strong. I bet you can't maintain this state for long, right? It looks like I'm right. Let's end the fight. Since you want to compete in strength, then I'll fulfill your wish. A dazzling brilliance exploded from Lin Yun and a sharp cry soared into the sky. Die! True Origin's face changed. He didn't want there to be any more mishaps. The crimson radiance on him exploded and took the shape of a gigantic serpent. Demonic serpentine transformation. The crimson radiance released a roar and charged at Lin Yun. Facing the gigantic serpent, a brilliant light burst out from Lin Yun's eyes and a gigantic figure streaked across the horizon. When it flapped its wings, it enveloped the entire stage in a violent gale. The gigantic figure was staring down at the earth with a pair of cold eyes. Great wind scripture. A violent wind began to rise in heaven and earth when the figure flapped its wings. When Lin Yun pushed both his palms forward, the heaven and earth had instantly become quiet. In the next second, True Origin was blown into the sky under everyone's shocked gazes. The stage trembled as if it would collapse at any time. When True Origin was blown into the air, his body began to shrink back to his original size. Everyone in the plaza looked at the small dot soaring up into the sky with shock. Their mouths dropped in disbelief. No! The heavenly profound sex elders and disciples jumped up from their seats. Before they could even exclaim, the black dot swiftly fell back onto the stage with a huge boom. The force of the impact left cracks on the stage. At the same time, the powerful impact sent a shockwave beyond the stage. There were those who couldn't resist the shockwave and vomited blood as their faces turned pale. When the cloud of dust settled down, a figure was left standing proudly on the stage, while another figure was covered in blood, struggling to get back up. But before he could even stand on his feet, he fell down on one knee. When everyone saw True Origin falling down on one knee, their hearts began to jump. They knew that the battle had come to an end and that Lin Yun had won. I won't kill you out of respect for Drifting Goblet. Although your life is spared, that doesn't mean that you're spared from your punishment. Lin Yun's voice sounded out as if it came from the depths of hell. When he raised his head, the flower burial sword flew into his hand. No! Before True Origin could even react, he saw a sword ray shooting in his direction. But it was futile no matter how he yelled. Under the sword ray, he was sent flying out with a severed arm. Once everything settled down, Lin Yun slowly turned and pointed his sword at a figure. When everyone tracked where he was pointing, they saw the crown prince, Qin Yu. Lin Yun defeated True Origin with the Great Wind sculpture and pointed his sword at Qin Yu. He defeated 3 people in hell mode and his achievements were practically a miracle. In the situation where no one was optimistic for him, Lin Yun defeated Situ Yi by Lishuan and then True Origin. What he had accomplished up to this point was legendary, but who knew what he went through to get to this point? Without any magnificent talk or speech, he merely pointed his sword at Qin Yu. He had waited too long for this day and it was time to get justice for Xianxia's death, even if he had to crawl out of hell. He was telling everyone that he was after Qin Yu in the Great Qin competition. On the stage, Lin Yun's eyes had never before blazed with such fighting spirit. He was suppressing the rage and insanity in his heart. Just what did he go through to have such a gaze? Terrifying. I've never seen such fighting spirit in someone's eyes before. He's definitely not pushing himself. The championship was always his goal. Perhaps it's because of his promise. I heard that Lin Yun had promised Xianxia that he would win. If Xianxia was here, I bet he would be happy to see how far Lin Yun has come. Everyone was infected by Lin Yun's fighting spirit. At the same time, their belief that hell mode could not be conquered was also shaken. They couldn't help wanting to show their support for Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun had come so far and he was only one step away from creating a never-before-seen legend. But could Lin Yun really defeat Qin Yu? Qin Yu revealed a sneer as he took a step forward. In the next second, he appeared on the stage. Looking at Lin Yun standing before him, his blood boiled with excitement. Not only could he become the champion after defeating Lin Yun, but he could also kill the one person he wanted to kill the most. Just imagining it filled Qin Yu with excitement. I never expected that you would come so far just to fight me. That palm must be what you got from the Demon Lotus realm, right? But can you use it again? Qin Yu sneered as he looked at Lin Yun, who was covered in wounds. You can give it a try, said Lin Yun. You can't make me bring out all my strength at your current state. Let's talk after you take 3 palms from me, sneered Qin Yu. He continued, if you're still alive after 3 palms, then you'll have the qualification to fight me for real. Everyone could sense the arrogance in Qin Yu's words. Even if Lin Yun had defeated 3 people, he was still nothing in Qin Yu's eyes. But no one mocked Qin Yu for his arrogance because he was Qin Yu, he was Flying Feather. No one had seen how strong he was. They had only seen him lose to Drifting Goblet in one move, but that was 3 years ago. No one knew how strong he had become after 3 years. Hell Mode's final match, Flower Burial vs Flying Feather. The moment the judge made the announcement, Qin Yu casually threw out a palm. Although this palm might seem simple, it emitted a terrifying aura that swept up a cloud of dust on the stage. Shortly after, A huge palm formed with origin energy appeared out of nowhere. Once the palm appeared, everyone's gazes changed. The aura coming from it was too terrifying, and even the elites in the martial profound realm trembled in fear. As for the Violet Palace realm experts, they looked at the palm with grave expressions. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes into slits at this scene, and he drew the flower burial sword without any hesitation. Aquaselenic sword, luminous moon. At the same time, the iris flower in his dantian blossomed. This added a purple tint to the moon as it clashed with the huge palm. Even the atmosphere was trembling under the clash, and in the next second, the purple sword ray collapsed. Lin Yun's face changed slightly, and he placed his sword before him to defend himself against the incoming palm. The moon was destroyed under the palm, and Lin Yun was also pushed to the corner of the stage. Even his face was terrifyingly pale. Too weak. I'm barely using 30% of my power, but you can't even take a hit. Qin Yu looked at Lin Yun with a smile. At the same time, his words left everyone shocked. Qin Yu only used 30% of his strength to force Lin Yun into this state. Just how terrifying was Qin Yu? Lin Yun wore a grave expression because Qin Yu was more terrifying than he had imagined. Although he didn't use all of his power, the power of his sword was definitely not weak since it was empowered by the Iris Sword Sutra. Was this because Qin Yu had cultivated an Earth-grade cultivation technique? Let's try again. This time, guess how much strength I've used. Qin Yu was enjoying this feeling. He enjoyed slowly tormenting Lin Yun. At the same time, another huge palm was sent out from him. But this time, the power contained in the palm was more terrifying. The terrifying heat wave instantly raised the surrounding temperature in the plaza. Under this palm, it felt as though everything had stopped. There was nothing else aside from the brutal heat coming from the palm. Lin Yun wore a grave expression, and the sword in his hand began to buzz as he faced the incoming heat wave. In the next second, the flower burial sword emitted a dazzling radiance. This was a sword close to being a cosmic artifact, and it was pushed to the limit by Lin Yun. This time, he was unleashing the Aquaselenic sword Myriad Frost. The Aquaselenic sword's essence was in its coldness, and in Lin Yun's hands, it had reached the manifestation stage. So the power naturally exceeded everyone's expectations. It was a sword that could freeze everything within a myriad miles. A layer of frost swiftly covered the surface of the stage, and even the atmosphere was frozen. Even the palm from Qin Yu was frozen. Success? Everyone raised their brows. But before they had any joy on their faces, Lin Yun's attack shattered once more, and the blazing palm slammed into Lin Yun. Once struck by the attack, Lin Yun threw up a mouthful of blood. He had suffered an unprecedented injury in this competition. "Looks like you won't be able to fight me for real," said Qin Yu with an indifferent gaze. Looking at Lin Yun, he muttered to himself, "Then again, you're only a sword slave. It's too naive to think that you can turn the tables around. This time, I will return to you the humiliation I suffered in the wedding with 70% of my strength." The moment he finished, he appeared above Lin Yun, sending his third palm down. This palm was so condensed that it looked like a huge flaming mountain falling from the sky. The entire stage was trembling from its might, and everyone could tell that this palm was more terrifying than the other two. When everyone saw this attack, they felt chills down their spine. This attack was more than enough to kill 10 quasi-violet palace realm cultivators. Looking at the incoming attack, Lin Yun's eyes flashed. Just 70% of his power. Is this terrifying? This means that the previous attack was barely even 50%. Am I going to lose now? How can our grudge be settled so easily? Lin Yun's eyes blazed with boundless killing aura. Basking in the killing aura, Lin Yun looked like a fiend from hell. As he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, an iris flower slowly took form in the sky. Aquaselenic sword, heavenly cloud shatter. Lin Yun brought out his strongest attack now that the phenomenon from the Iris Sword Sutra reaching the 9th stage had appeared. This sword was just used to defeat by Li Xuan. So when it appeared once more, Qin Yu looked surprised. But soon, his face turned grim. "No wonder you can defeat the Thunderclap Crusher. This is truly terrifying, but it's a pity that you ran into me. Our difference isn't something that your sword technique can overcome. Die!" When the palm crashed down, it was like a comet falling to the ground, creating a huge crater. The stage was wrecked as if it had just been through a natural disaster. Lin Yun's face changed as the iris flower behind him shattered before disappearing. I told you that I was going to repay you for the humiliation I suffered. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly and his palm suppressed Lin Yun ruthlessly. The entire stage trembled violently and Lin Yun was buried beneath the stage. The status of his life was unknown. This is His Highness' true strength? He really ended the match in 3 moves, completely suppressing Lin Yun. Not exactly. That's because Lin Yun had exhausted too much of his strength from the 3 previous fights. This is also the reason why no one has succeeded in challenging Hell Mode. That's right. I share the same view. This is the reason why no one has succeeded in Hell Mode. Yeah. We all saw how easily Lin Yun defeated Situ-Yi, but it slowly became tougher when he ran into True Origin. His Highness might seem arrogant, but he's quite shrewd. He used the first 2 palms to test Lin Yun's reserve. When he was sure that Lin Yun didn't have much strength left, he used the 3rd palm to give everyone an impression that he was invincible. That's right. If Lin Yun was in his top form, the outcome of this battle wouldn't be so black and white. Qin Yu was terrifyingly strong, but Lin Yun had also proven his strength by defeating everyone and coming so far. Lin Yun wasn't weak, but it was a pity that he came late for the competition. This unfortunate situation made everyone sigh out of pity. They recalled how Lin Yun appeared when no one was expecting him to show up and how he defeated 2 titles to enter the best 8. His image had been imprinted in everyone's heart. Although Qin Yu's power had shocked everyone, they were also filled with admiration for Lin Yun. A mere sword slave dares to compete with me for the championship? What an idiot. Judge, I believe you can announce the results, right? Qin Yu wore a smile as he looked at the deeply shocked judge. The judge collected himself and landed on the stage while nodding his head. Lin Yun has lost consciousness and he can no longer fight. According to the rules, you've won. Then announce it, smiled Qin Yu as he bowed slightly. Everyone instantly recovered from their shock and looked at Qin Yu. In the end, Qin Yu still won the competition without any obstacles. After today, Qin Yu's name would spread throughout the Great Qin Empire, becoming one of the strongest among the younger generation. At the same time, Qin Yu looked at the Sword Firmament Pavilion's direction with a playful smile. Junior brother, Xianxia gnashed her teeth. She could feel her heart being torn apart. If it wasn't for Luo Feng pulling her down, she would have charged to the stage by now. I hereby announce the final winner of the competition. Suddenly, Qin Yu's smile froze. The heaven and earth began to change and a terrifying aura was coming from the stage. A dazzling shine came from the depths of the crater and 3 pillars of light soared into the sky. The brimming vitality coming from the depth left everyone shocked. What's going on? What's with this powerful aura? It's origin cultivation. It's an expert's origin cultivation. Many Violet Palace realm experts were shocked. The 3 pillars of light were origin cultivations. How is that possible? When Yanba muttered to himself with shock filling his face. The origin cultivation was a lot stronger than he was, so one could imagine how precious the origins were. By separating your origin, your chances of reaching the heavenly soul realm would be affected as well as your lifespan. 1 origin cultivation represented 10 years of lifespan, so 3 of these represented 30 years. When the 3 pillars combined, a familiar sword buzz echoed out in the plaza. It's Lin Yun. Lin Yun hasn't lost. Damn it. I actually wasted my tears. Hell mode still hasn't ended. There's still hope. The entire plaza boiled with many people cheering out emotionally. A figure flew out from the crater and landed on the stage. It was naturally Lin Yun. How can you declare my loss when I haven't responded? Lin Yun's lips rose up as he looked at Qin Yu with a smile. His smile was filled with confidence and the aura emitting from him left everyone shocked. Not only had Lin Yun recovered all his strength, but his cultivation even improved to the quasi-violet palace realm. You're courting death. Qin Yu's face turned grim. Your Highness, you must be disappointed, right? Said Lin Yun with a smile. Humph. So what if you've reached the quasi-violet palace realm? I've reached this level 2 years ago, so your foundation is weaker than mine. Even if you crawl up to my level, I'll just beat you down once more. This time, I won't give you any extra chances. A terrifying aura was unleashed by Qin Yu, and he circulated the profound yang art. He was like a blazing sun on the stage. Lin Yun's face changed slightly. He felt guilty for the 3 origins left to him by Guardian Plum. He initially didn't want to use them because refining them was the same as refining Guardian Plum's lifespan. He swept his glance and saw Xianxia on the guest seat with her reddened eyes. He also saw Li Wuyo wearing a smile with tears flowing down his cheeks. Even Luo Feng couldn't stop himself from tearing up. Then he saw Lil Red, that goof, chuckling at the center of the plaza. Lin Yun also believed that Xianju was looking at him from the heavens right now. Not only that, but he could also sense everyone's attention on him from various parts of the capital. He knew that he wasn't alone, so his heart blazed with fighting spirit. He wasn't just fighting for himself. He wasn't alone in this fight. Torrential sword intent burst out from his body along with his aura that clashed with the aura coming from Qin Yu. With a bark, the flower burial sword flew into his hand. When Lin Yun and Qin Yu's auras reached their pinnacle, they both disappeared from everyone's view. In the next second, they both clashed in the deep crater at the center of the stage. Holding onto the flower burial sword, Lin Yun threw out the luminous moon at full strength, severing Qin Yu's attack into 2. Die! Barked Qin Yu, and his palm turned into a sharp blade that flew towards Lin Yun. In the blink of an eye, he threw out a total of 9 palms that turned into 9 blades. Lin Yun's face changed slightly, but he merely waved his sword to defend himself against the 9 palms. Profound Yang burst, roared Qin Yu. The 9 palms formed 9 cauldrons that fused into a blazing cauldron in the sky. The cauldron looked so powerful that it felt as if it could devour everything in the world. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes and he started waving the flower burial sword. The afterimages of his sword formed an iris flower that blocked the flames coming from the cauldron. Rising dawn! Qin Yu's eyes flashed with cold light and he threw another palm out. His palm was like the first glimpse of dawn as it swiftly flew towards Lin Yun. The palm was fast, so fast that it couldn't be seen by the naked eye. But Lin Yun's sword was faster. He stabbed out, executing myriad frost to freeze everything in the air. Lin Yun's sword trembled lightly as the sword aura coming from it froze the incoming palm. Blazing sun! Qin Yu gnashed his teeth and threw another palm out. Moon reflection! Lin Yun's sword was like a mirror. When the palm landed on the mirror cracked and Qin Yu's attack vanished. The terrifying fluctuation swept out, forcing both Lin Yun and Qin Yu to retreat. They ended up landing at opposite edges of the stage. My turn, smiled Lin Yun. So what? You think I'm afraid of you? Barked Qin Yu. I'm just afraid that you might be startled, smiled Lin Yun as the flower burial sword began to buzz with excitement. Without any signs, a sword buzz rang out that sounded like zither music. Before anyone could even react, a sword ray flew out, slicing through everything within its path. The attack was fast, so before Qin Yu could even react, he was already struck by it. As he threw up a mouthful of blood, the entire stage was severed into 2. Your Highness, why don't you guess how much of my strength was used? Lin Yun wore a smile. His smile was devilish and his sword was immortal. Xianxia's sword intent. Qin Yu looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. Xianxia's sword intent. Is that really the Xianxia's sword intent? Who knows? But this sword intent is terrifying. I've never seen such terrifying sword intent in my life. Indeed, but isn't it a little too much if it's really the Xianxia's sword intent? Not only the great Qin Empire, but I bet there's no one who managed to grasp the Xianxia's sword intent before reaching the Violet Palace realm. Those words made the entire plaza sink into silence. The stage was severed into 2. Lin Yun stood on the stage with his hair fluttering in the wind. Right at this moment, he had completely stolen all of Qin Yu's limelight. Unbelievable. Is Lin Yun going to complete Hell Mode? This scene was a miracle that everyone was able to see. No one had been optimistic for Lin Yun, but he had come so far and was only one step away from winning the challenge. Since the beginning of the Dragon Gate competition, Lin Yun had accomplished things that no one had ever accomplished. Right at this moment, the Sword Firmament Pavilion's party finally calmed down, especially Xianxia. A bright smile bloomed on her face that made her look like a bewitching rose. Even Luo Feng had tears rolling down his cheeks from excitement. Even if it wasn't the Xiantian sword intent, there was no way that Qin Yu could block Lin Yun when judging the current situation. But the shock of the crowd was pale in comparison to Qin Yu's shock. Sensing the terrifying sword aura coming from Lin Yun, he spoke with a stiffened face. How can you possibly comprehend the Xiantian sword intent? Xiantian sword intent? You're wrong. That wasn't the Xiantian sword intent. But this is. Lin Yun's eyes began to light up like stars as a boundless sword intent emitted from him. The sword intent soared into the sky and resonated with all the swords present. Damn it! I can't control my sword. This sword intent is too powerful. Many swordsmen were losing control of their swords under Lin Yun's Xiantian sword intent, and their swords began to fly out. This sword is on behalf of Big Brother Xianju, said Lin Yun with a cold-killing aura brimming in his eyes. If Xianju was here, he would also swing out an attack at Qin Yu with Xiantian sword intent. As a boundless sword ray bloomed in Lin Yun's hand, his sword seemed like a blazing sun that could devour everything in the world. Never! I won't lose! Qin Yu's eyes flashed with madness as he bit his tongue and pushed the profound yang art to the limit. When he did, fiery runes began to appear on his face. A terrifying origin energy fluctuated within his body and emitted an even more terrifying aura. Now that he had grasped the Xiantian sword intent, Lin Yun knew that he had to bring out everything or there was no way he could obtain the championship. Raising his head, a fiery palm collided with the sword ray. In the split second when the two attacks clashed, the stage instantly crumbled. But in everyone's eyes, it felt as though a mountain was crumbling as fragments of the stage constantly fell down. At the center of the storm, everyone could see a figure penetrating the palm. Shortly after, Qin Yu's body flew out with blood splattering everywhere. There was no way Qin Yu could take an attack containing the Xiantian sword intent even if he pushed the profound yang art to the limit. His chest was stabbed and the wound was terrifying as blood flowed out. He lost. Many people sighed inwardly when they saw this scene. They knew that the championship would go to Lin Yun if nothing went wrong. After all, the differences between them were too great. They were feeling emotional because they might have the opportunity to witness the birth of a legend. When they thought about this, they felt honored. Trash! Snorted Lin Yun. His statement shocked everyone. Lin Yun actually called Qin Yu a piece of trash? Who was Qin Yu? Regardless of his status or strength, he stood at the pinnacle of the empire. He had always been the one humiliating others, and no one dared to offend him. But Lin Yun actually called Qin Yu a piece of trash publicly in the competition? Just how humiliating was this? This made Qin Yu's face pale, as though he couldn't believe what he just heard. He roared, "What did you just say? Didn't you call me a sword slave? Didn't you say that I wasn't worthy to compete with you for the championship? But it seems like you just lost to a mere sword slave. So what are you if you're not a piece of trash?" said Lin Yun indifferently as the flower burial sword in his hand buzzed. No one would believe that someone dared to call the crown prince a piece of trash. In fact, they would be ridiculed for doing so. However, Lin Yun was definitely qualified to do so. Wielding the flower burial sword, Lin Yun stepped forward. He executed the 7 profound steps and arrived before Qin Yu. Without any hesitation, he swung out his sword, executing the heavenly cloud shatter. In that split second, a terrifying storm formed into a roaring tornado, which shocked Qin Yu. When Lin Yun's attack slowly got closer to him, the despair in his heart grew. Damn it! How did this happen? Qin Yu was filled with unwillingness. Even if he knew that he couldn't block this sword, he still charged forward, pushing the profound yang art to the limit. When he threw out his palm at the tornado, not only did it not weaken the tornado, but he even ended up vomiting blood. That's too terrifying. Is His Highness insane? After several strikes, Qin Yu's face became as pale as a sheet of paper. This was shocking for the crowd to witness. In their eyes, Qin Yu was courting death. But after 10-odd palms, he finally destroyed the tornado. Kill! But before Qin Yu could reveal a smile, Lin Yun raised the flower burial sword and poured his origin energy into it. Alarm started ringing in Qin Yu's heart as he vomited blood and quickly retreated. He might be the crown prince, but he looked nothing like one in this pathetic state. Back then, he had acted so grand when marrying Xianxia. But he was greatly humiliated by Lin Yun, so he declared that he would claim Lin Yun's life in the Dragon Gate competition. But right now, he looked pathetic. He wasn't able to avoid Lin Yun's attack, and instead was blown out by it. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun charged forward. But the moment he moved, a horrifying cry came from a dazzling golden radiance that burst out from the pile of rocks that had buried Qin Yu. Everyone could tell that Qin Yu had brought out his martial soul, but no one had expected that Qin Yu would summon his martial soul, despite knowing he would lose. Wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to step into the Violet Palace realm if his martial soul was damaged? But in the next second, everyone's faces changed. Qin Yu soared into the sky with a fiery bird behind him that flickered with 3 profound rays. This meant that he had a 3rd-grade profound martial soul. Not only was it a profound martial soul, but it had also reached the 3rd grade. When the bird unfolded its wings, it unleashed a terrifying blazing aura that pushed back Lin Yun's Xianxia's sword intent. Sword slave, you didn't expect this scene, right? My martial soul is a 3rd-grade profound martial soul, the Infernal Sparrow. It possesses the Azure Phoenix bloodline. Qin Yu's face was twisted as though he was under great pressure by using his martial soul. He continued, I have to endure the burning pain every time I summon it, but you forced me to bring it out. Now, be incinerated to ashes. The Infernal Sparrow flew down, incinerating everything within its path. This isn't good. Everyone's faces were drained of color because they never imagined that Qin Yu had such a trump card. The black-clothed elder, who was always standing behind Qin Yu, sneered as he looked at Lin Yun. After all, how could Qin Yu attract the attention of the profound Yang Palace if he didn't have the Infernal Sparrow? Not to mention that they even made an exception to give him the profound Yang art. But his smile soon froze in the next second because the primordial chaotic soul, the Aurora Dragon, had appeared. After devouring a demonic soul, the Aurora Dragon had also reached the profound grade. But if that was the only change, the black-clothed elder wouldn't be so shocked. Behind Lin Yun, another primordial chaotic soul was actually slowly taking form. It was Xianxia. When the 2 primordial chaotic souls appeared, they unleashed their torrential ferocity and pounced at the Infernal Sparrow to tear it apart. No! Qin Yu threw up a mouthful of blood as he fell onto the ground with his knees. Once the 2 primordial chaotic souls appeared, Lin Yun had established his presence in the competition. No one but him was qualified to stand out among all the elites in the Great Qin Empire. Lin Yun stood domineeringly with the Aurora Dragon and Xianxia standing behind him. Lying on the ground, Qin Yu's face was pale with disbelief in his eyes. He knew that he was finished. His trump card was nothing before the 2 primordial chaotic beasts, and he had nothing else to fight against Lin Yun with. This competition should be my stage, so why? Why did this sword slave get to laugh in the end? Final match, Lin Yun wins, announced the judge. This instantly caused an uproar in the plaza because no one was optimistic for Lin Yun since the beginning, but he had created a legend. There was no previous success in Hell mode, but he did it. Champion! Luo Feng sighed out in relief. It hadn't been easy on Lin Yun. No one felt that he was weak or he wasn't talented enough. Previously, Luo Feng had only felt that Lin Yun was too young. In fact, he felt that the competition 3 years from now would be Lin Yun's stage, but he actually became the champion today. Speaking of which, it was Luo Feng who registered Lin Yun back then. Just thinking about it placed a smile on his face. Ha ha ha! Champion! Li Wuyo clenched his fists together. Xianxia didn't utter a word, but her eyes were watery. She was the one who recruited Lin Yun back then, and she watched how he grew, step by step. She even saw how he was targeted in the test to how he gave his promise to her big brother. It hadn't been an easy journey for Lin Yun, and he was bearing too much on his shoulders. Despite all that, he still managed to come this far. "I'm rich," said a youth wearing a hat in the crowd. He knew that he was going to be rich based on his bet on Lin Yun. Since there were those who rejoiced, there were naturally those who became worried. When Yanba's face was stiffened the moment Lin Yun brought out his Xiantian sword intent. The Sword Cloud Pavilion was also filled with hatred for Lin Yun and had hoped for Lin Yun to be killed by Qin Yu. As for the heavenly profound sect, their faces were dark as they kept their silence. On the guest seat, Emperor Qin remained in his seat without uttering a word as he closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking right now. On the contrary, the princess smiled, but no one could see her smile since the veil covered her face. With that, the final ranking in the Dragon Gate competition had been determined with Lin Yun becoming the champion. Nothing else mattered at this moment because Lin Yun was the center of the spotlight at this moment. Champion? No, I'm the champion. Qin Yu struggled back up on his feet with madness on his face. Prince Qin, the outcome has already been decided. Get lost. The judge wanted to stop Qin Yu, but he was terrified when he saw the madness and hatred in Qin Yu's eyes. He knew that Qin Yu would attack him if he didn't do as Qin Yu commanded. This instantly made him fall into a dilemma because he had no idea if he should let Qin Yu pass. Based on Qin Yu's current state, any attack from Lin Yun would be lethal. But in the end, the judge still stepped aside. Qin Yu raised his palm at Lin Yun, who had sheathed his sword and unsummoned his martial souls. As he was pushing the profound yang art to the limit, fiery runes appeared on his face. This made Lin Yun frown his eyebrows because Qin Yu was showing signs of running amok. All he did was slightly step to the side to avoid Qin Yu's attack. Haha, you're afraid now. A sword slave like you dares to compete with me for the championship. Qin Yu launched a barrage of palms, and his attack caused a terrifying shockwave that spread out to the surroundings. The spectators were all shocked by this scene. Did the crown prince really go insane? The outcome was already determined, so did Qin Yu really think that he could change the outcome by going insane? They all thought that Qin Yu was a little too naive. Watching Qin Yu's attacks become more and more ruthless, Lin Yun was ultimately forced to attack. He knew that he would be injured if Qin Yu's attacks reached him, but he wasn't stupid enough to allow Qin Yu to hit him. "Stop!" barked the black-clothed elder. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he held back his attack. But the moment he did, Qin Yu's palm landed on his chest. When Qin Yu's origin energy infiltrated into his body, it caused a burning pain to Lin Yun's internal organs and blood dripped out from his mouth. Hee, the battle hasn't come to an end. The championship belongs to me. Seeing that Lin Yun was pushed back by him, Qin Yu became even more fanatical and threw another palm at Lin Yun. Qin Yu was pushing it. Did he really think that Lin Yun was afraid of him? A cold light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes and he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra. "You're courting death." When the two palms came into contact, Qin Yu threw up a mouthful of blood and he was sent flying. When Qin Yu landed on the ground, a figure landed on the stage and looked at Lin Yun coldly. "Didn't you hear what I said?" That person was naturally the black-clothed elder who had always been beside Qin Yu. "I did, but I was forced to retaliate due to a certain rabies-infected dog. Or are you asking me to stand here and get killed by this piece of trash?" "Sorry, but no can do," replied Lin Yun indifferently. "Who are you to interfere in the competition?" questioned the judge with his brows frowned. "I'm a deacon of the profound Yang Palace, Ji Yun. Qin Yu is the disciple of my martial uncle and I'm worried about his safety. Why can't I come on the stage?" The black-clothed elder stared at the judge. His words instantly caused an uproar because the profound Yang Palace was an overlord even in the ancient southern domain. No one in the empire dared to offend any of their disciples. The profound Yang Palace. No wonder His Highness dares to act so wantonly. So he has the profound Yang Palace backing him up. Yeah, he doesn't have to hold any responsibility even if he kills Lin Yun here. Lin Yun stole the championship from Qin Yu, so he has probably offended the profound Yang Palace deeply. I heard that His Highness had someone backing him. It must be real now that someone from the profound Yang Palace stood out. Everyone's face changed when the black-clothed elder revealed his identity. At the same time, Luo Feng also came down from the guest seats to stand in front of Lin Yun. He looked at Ji Yun coldly. The other disciples and elders also came up and surrounded Lin Yun. Even if you're a deacon from the profound Yang Palace, isn't it a little too rude to reprimand a disciple of my sword firmament pavilion? Asked Luo Feng with a grave voice. Our royal father, it feels terrible. Qin Yu, who was on the ground, suddenly revealed a painful expression, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. Blood was seeping out of the fiery runes on Qin Yu's face. No! Emperor Qin's face finally changed and he rushed over to Qin Yu. But before he could even get close, Qin Yu began to blaze with fire. Everyone could only hear a miserable shirek coming from Qin Yu. It was too late for Emperor Qin or the profound Yang Palace's deacon to do anything. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu was incinerated to ashes, which left everyone shocked. Qin Yu died? They couldn't believe that he had been incinerated to ashes in front of their eyes. Many people thought of something, but no one dared to say it out aloud. He had run amok. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that Qin Yu had ran amok. This was the outcome of him pushing the Earth-grade cultivation technique recklessly in his fight with Lin Yun. Many people noticed it when fiery runes appeared on Qin Yu's face. This was clearly a sign that he couldn't fully control the profound Yang art. He had reached his limit of being able to control it when he was defeated, not to mention that Qin Yu continued to fight even further, which pushed him closer to death. Qin Yu's death was his fault and no one else could be blamed. But then again, not everyone shared the same thought. Lin Yun, how dare you? The competition has already come to an end, yet you still dared to kill my son. Are you disregarding my presence? Emperor Qin raged with killing aura boiling from his body. This was the rage coming from a heavenly soul realm cultivator. Emperor Qin's rage instantly caused panic. Originally, everyone thought that the competition would end with Lin Yun becoming the champion. But no one had expected that it would come to this. Qin Yu died from running amok, but Emperor Qin blamed it on Lin Yun. First, there was the profound Yang Palace's deacon, and now the heavenly soul realm's Emperor Qin had joined in as well. This instantly placed a great pressure on the sword firmament pavilion, especially Lin Yun. Emperor Qin's killing aura was entirely focused on him, as if he would be killed in the next second. You're really ruthless. You already became the champion, but you still killed your opponent. Ji Yun's face turned dark when he saw Qin Yu turning into ashes. He was sent here to ensure Qin Yu's safety, but his mission was ruined. Your Majesty, His Highness' death has nothing to do with Lin Yun. No one is an idiot here and anyone can tell that Qin Yu died because he ran amok. How can you blame it on Lin Yun? Said Luo Feng with a grave expression. Are you trying to say that I'm muddle-headed? Said Emperor Qin with a sneer. I dare not, but you have to be reasonable. Beads of sweat dripped down Luo Feng's forehead because he could sense the dense killing intent from Emperor Qin. He felt so helpless because Emperor Qin had clearly lost his rationale from Qin Yu's death. But even so, there was no way Luo Feng could take a step back. He killed a disciple of the profound Yang Palace. There's no exception for him even if he's the champion. If you hinder the profound Yang Palace's deacon from performing his duty, the Sword Firmament Pavilion is going to be held responsible, replied Emperor Qin with a cold look. Well said, when Yanba stood out from the crowd. If the profound Yang Palace pursues this matter, this won't be just between the Sword Firmament Pavilion and the profound Yang Palace, but the entire empire. Emperor Qin is right. No matter what, Lin Yun has to be handed to the profound Yang Palace. Otherwise, your Sword Firmament Pavilion will be standing against the entire empire, said the Sword Cloud Pavilion's elder. Shortly after, a few other sects spoke up, supporting Emperor Qin. For a split second, everyone's attention was on Lin Yun. Lin Yun should be enjoying the limelight because of his victory, but this scene caught everyone by surprise. Ji Yun and Emperor Qin's strong stance had isolated Lin Yun. Now everyone wanted to kill him. Perhaps in their view, since the beginning, Lin Yun didn't have the qualification to be the champion. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's party wore a grave expression because they never expected that the profound Yang Palace and Emperor Qin would be so overbearing. So what should they do now? Cripple Lin Yun or hand him over? There was without question that the profound Yang Palace and Emperor Qin had the strength to do that, so how should they respond? Hand over Lin Yun. Ji Yun took a step forward, releasing his aura in the pinnacle Violet Palace realm. It was actually not much weaker than Emperor Qin. What a powerful aura! Is the profound Yang Palace's deacon going to punish Lin Yun now? They're too overbearing. Ji Yun grew even more arrogant with Emperor Qin's support. He questioned the Sword Firmament Pavilion when he saw them protecting Lin Yun. Is the Sword Firmament Pavilion going to stand against the profound Yang Palace? The profound Yang Palace was one of the overlords of the ancient southern domain. Even if the empire combined with the 4 major sects, they couldn't be compared to even 1/100th of what the profound Yang Palace was. Even if Ji Yun was alone by himself, no one dared to utter a word about how overbearing he was. Get lost! Ji Yun finally lost his patience and pushed his palm out. He was also using the profound Yang palm that Qin Yu had, but his was much more powerful. The palm caught Luo Feng by surprise and he was sent flying away, instantly tearing a hole in the Sword Firmament Pavilion's formation. Anyone who hinders the profound Yang Palace from performing our duties will be killed. Ji Yun sneered and his gaze finally landed on Lin Yun. Shortly after, his figure flew out to grab Lin Yun. It didn't matter if Lin Yun was the champion because there was no way the profound Yang Palace could let Lin Yun go after Qin Yu's death. When his terrifying aura was released, the sky instantly turned dark. When the crowd sensed the aura, cold sweat dripped down from their foreheads. The profound Yang Palace was too overbearing and they were completely unreasonable. Qin Yu's death had nothing to do with Lin Yun, but they wanted to kill Lin Yun just because Qin Yu was the profound Yang Palace's disciple? No one could believe this, but there was no right and wrong in the world. Whoever had the tougher fist had the right to determine fate. So even if they sympathized with Lin Yun, they could only watch as Ji Yun knocked away the Sword Firmament Pavilion's elders and headed towards Lin Yun. The profound Yang Palace. How awe-inspiring. A cold snort sounded out and rang in everyone's ears. In the next second, a figure descended and landed on the stage. The man had white hair, ragged clothes, and a wrinkled face. He looked like a fisherman, but no one dared to underestimate him because his gaze felt as though he could see through everyone's heart. There are rules around here, so you'll have to ask me if you want to harm Lin Yun today. The sudden appearance of the old man caused everyone's hearts to tremble. They pondered on the old man's identity since he could disregard the royal family and profound Yang Palace to protect Lin Yun. Countless gazes fell onto the old man and someone instantly cried out, "Jian Shi-san!" Many old men recognized the old man on the stage and their faces changed. After all, Jian Shi-san was a legend in the empire, but no one actually thought he was still in the empire. Jian Shi-san, that monstrous genius who rose to fame in the empire 50 years ago? Didn't everyone say that he had already left the empire? What a surprise that Jian Shi-san is still alive and in the empire. Many old men were shocked because Jian Shi-san was a legendary figure of their era. But he disappeared when he lost the fight with Jian Xuanhe to compete for the pavilion master's position. 50 years ago, he was a monstrous genius who ruled the empire's younger generation with Jian Xuanhe. He was the source of many people's nightmares since many of the old men present had suffered by his hands. Everyone was truly shocked by his appearance. But even if Jian Shi-san was a legend, it was a little too much for him to stand against the profound Yang Palace. After all, the profound Yang Palace was an overlord in the ancient southern domain. Even if Ji Yun was a deacon, his strength was completely capable of making a heavenly soul realm cultivator feel afraid, not to mention that Emperor Qin was around. So could Jian Shi-san block Ji Yun? Get lost. Ji Yun had never heard of Jian Shi-san's name, but he knew that Jian Shi-san must be courting death to stand against his profound Yang Palace. Instantly, Ji Yun threw a palm at Jian Shi-san. This palm seemed as if it could grab the clouds. However, Jian Shi-san merely raised his sword to split the palm into two. Ji Yun was shocked. He couldn't believe that his attack was so easily resolved. Just who was this old man standing before him? When he looked at Jian Shi-san, his gaze couldn't help becoming stiff. It has been a long time since someone dared to speak in such a matter to me. You're only a profound Yang Palace's deacon, and you're not even in the heavenly soul realm. Yet you dare to speak such words to me? Kneel! Xianxia barked, and his voice rang out along with his sword intent. It was domineering, and it made Ji-Yun feel like a huge mountain was crashing down on him. It was futile no matter how he struggled. In the end, he ultimately went down on his knees. Xianxia. The hearts of everyone in the crowd were filled with shock because Xianxia's strength had toppled everyone's imagination. Senior, who are you? Please forgive me if I've offended you in any way, but I'm still a profound Yang Palace's deacon, so don't push it, Ji-Yun said with his teeth gnashed. He no longer had the arrogance he had before. You deserve a slap. Xianxia waved his hand through the air, and Ji-Yun was smacked to the point that he threw up a mouthful of blood. Then, he turned to Emperor Qin. The envoy hasn't even shown up, so what qualification do you have to try and hand Lin Yun a punishment? The Dragon Gate competition is the Dragon Gate competition. But this is an affair of my great Qin Empire, and the envoy can't interfere. Since the envoy hasn't shown up, this means that he's handing this matter to me. Qin, you died, so Lin Yun has to die, snorted Emperor Qin. You can try, barked Xianxia. The atmosphere suddenly became dense, becoming more terrifying than before. After all, two heavenly soul realm experts were about to fight. The dead cannot be revived. If Royal Father insists on causing a massacre and disregarding the Empire's commoners, then there's no need for you to stay on the throne anymore, said a gentle voice just when the atmosphere grew intense. Compared to Lord 13's overbearing voice, this voice was more gentle. But it struck everyone's heart because this voice was too familiar. They had heard it numerous times in the competition because it was naturally the princess. Her words left everyone shocked because no one expected that the princess would suddenly stand against her father. What did you say? Emperor Qin turned to look at the Bloom Phoenix princess. Without any fear, the princess replied, Am I wrong? The divine guards won't dare to go against your order. But did you ask yourself if those people want to take revenge for Qinyu? Is it worth it if they die? What would everyone here think then? Her voice instantly caused a silence, and many Divine Guard soldiers had an odd light flickering in their eyes. There was no doubt that they would follow orders even if they died, since they were loyal to the royal family. But if you were to ask them if they were willing, no one here was stupid, and everyone could tell that Qinyu deserved it. The competition had ended, yet he still tried to be unreasonable. As for his death, it was because he ran amok. Even a kid could tell what had happened. None of them felt that it was worth it for them to give their lives up for Emperor Qin's revenge. As for the audience, there was no way Emperor Qin could shut their mouths. It was a miracle that Lin Yun came this far. He had gained a favorable impression in everyone's eyes. So if Emperor Qin insisted on continuing, it would only ruin his name. When Emperor Qin sensed the surrounding gazes, his eyes sank down because the princess was suppressing him with the crowd. What an interesting show. A rumbling voice echoed and two figures arrived. The one on the left was a middle-aged man donned in a purple robe. The one on the right was a young man in the Violet Palace realm. Martial Uncle, Ji-Yun called out with joy. This instantly made the Sword Firmament Pavilion's faces change. Didn't this mean that this person was Qin Yu's master, Hua Yunshu? He was a great figure from the profound Yang Palace, unlike Ji-Yun. Greetings, Elder Hua, bowed Emperor Qin. Hua Yunshu nodded his head and turned to Lord 13. Xianxia, it has been a long time since we've met. You're still the same as before with your arrogance, forcing a deacon of our profound Yang Palace to kneel as you please. Without any signs, he pushed out his palm at Lord 13 and the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Lord 13 issued a snort, and his sword intent began to grow. With a stab, his sword ray radiated in the horizon and clashed with the flaming palm. Right at this moment, the shock everyone was feeling went beyond their description. Aside from Emperor Qin, no one had expected that there would be another two Heavenly Soul Realm experts that would show up. First Xianxia and now Hua Yunshu. Normally, Heavenly Soul Realm experts were legends, so you wouldn't even see them once in a decade. Hua Yunshu, are you insisting on poking your nose in the matter between juniors? Questioned Xianxia coldly. About that, I'm more qualified than you are. After all, Qin Yu was ranked within the top 5 out of all my disciples. I initially came to congratulate him for becoming the champion, but I never expected such a great show. Hua Yunqiu sneered. First there was you, and then there's the fight between father and daughter. No wonder the envoy still hasn't shown himself. If I was in his position, I also wouldn't want such a great show to end so quickly. He waved his hand and pulled Ji Yun over. With a cold gaze, he looked at the latter. Tell me, how did my beloved disciple die? This instantly made Ji Yun's face turn pale while the sword firmament pavilion wore a grave expression. They could tell that Hua Yunqiu wasn't weak and that Lord 13 might not be able to block him, not to mention that the Emperor Qin was still hanging around. If he insisted on capturing Lin Yun, there was no way the sword firmament pavilion could stop him. Hua Yunqiu suddenly turned to look at Lin Yun, which made Lin Yun feel uncomfortable. Dual martial souls? That's rare. No wonder you could defeat Qin Yu. Let me take a look. Hua Yunqiu smiled and disappeared. This made Lord 13 frown his brows and he quickly stabbed his sword out. Each of his attacks were dazzling, but Hua Yunqiu appeared before Lin Yun like a wisp of smoke. Brat, come here. Hua Yunqiu laughed and grabbed at Lin Yun. Lin Yun was overwhelmed by the huge pressure that enveloped him and he couldn't escape. But just when Lin Yun felt that he was about to be captured, a figure appeared before Hua Yunqiu. The two raised their palms together and collided, instantly causing a huge shockwave. Jian Xuanhe, frowned Hua Yunqiu. But before he could think more about it, a sword ray flashed as Lord 13's sword stabbed out. In the end, Hua Yunqiu could only retreat. Hua Yunqiu, you can't take him away, said the plump old man coldly. He was naturally the sword firmament pavilion's pavilion master. This left everyone shocked because another heavenly soul realm expert had appeared before them. So be it. I want to see how far he can go in the draconic banquet. But my beloved disciple still died because of him, so I have to teach him a lesson, said Hua Yunqiu. But just when he was about to move, he suddenly sensed a cold killing aura fall on him. It didn't come from Jian Shisan or Jian Xuanhe, but someone else. Hua Yunqiu turned his head and saw the princess staring at him with stars revolving in her pupils. This instantly caught him by surprise. Not only were there 2 heavenly soul realm cultivators in the sword firmament pavilion, but there was also a mysterious lady whom he couldn't see through. Furthermore, the seals in her eyes seemed to be related to that ancient sacred ground. In the end, Hua Yunqiu spoke out in a grave voice, "Let's go." Before anyone could react, Hua Yunqiu had already left. He left so easily? Jian Shisan and Jian Xuanhe were both surprised. They knew that Hua Yunqiu was extremely protective of his disciples. Even if he didn't cripple Lin Yun, he would ensure that Lin Yun would lay in bed for at least half a year. But he actually left? No need to bother with him. It's time for this mess to come to an end. A wisp of rage flashed in Jian Xuanhe's eyes and he looked around. It's time for this show to come to an end. So why aren't you showing up? How long do you want this mess to continue for? What do you mean? I have always been around. A voice echoed in the plaza. This was naturally from the envoy who hadn't shown himself. Flower Burial Lin Yun, you can make a request since you're the champion. I can fulfill it for you as long as it's within reason. But remember that you only have one chance for a request. The voice sounded out again. This time, everyone looked at Lin Yun with admiration. Everyone knew that the competition had finally come to an end because Lin Yun was about to make his request as the champion. Brat, stop dozing off. Hurry up with your request, smiled Lord 13 as he stroked his beard. Lin Yun swept out his gaze. When he saw Xianxia, he revealed a smile and he spoke out. Lord Envoy, I only have one request. I hope that the senior sister can regain her surname and that the Yi clan can regain their freedom. He only had one simple request, so simple that no one had expected it. After all, his intentions had never changed since the beginning. Letting Xianxia regain her surname and allowing the Yi clan to regain their freedom. This might sound like 2 requests, but it wasn't because Xianxia was a member of the Yi clan. But when Lin Yun said his request, the entire plaza instantly fell silent. No one had expected that Lin Yun's request would be so simple. After all, most people would make a request for themselves, such as gaining power or resources. Many people might even use this opportunity to take revenge. This request is a little too simple. Are you sure about it? Asked the envoy. Yes, replied Lin Yun. Okay. Emperor Qin, do you know what to do now? The envoy's words made everyone's attention fall on Emperor Qin. After all, it was Emperor Qin who felt that Xianxia's father had too many achievements, which was the reason why he branded them as rebels. Although Xianju and Xianyan were protected by the Sword Firmament Pavilion and weren't reduced to slaves, the other members of the Yi clan had become slaves, and they were living a bitter life. Xianju wanted to participate in the Dragon Gate competition because he wanted the Yi clan to regain their freedom. But now that task fell onto Lin Yun's shoulders. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't shrink from it. But making Emperor Qin take back his words from 10 years ago was the same as slapping his face, which was simply an embarrassment to an emperor. Emperor Qin's face was dark and his face slightly trembled. He was struggling in his heart to make a decision. A long time later, he closed up his eyes and seemed to have aged in that split second. From today onwards, the Yi clan will regain their freedom. They're no longer slaves. Lord Envoy, you can be rest assured that I won't go back on my word. His words made Xianyan's eyes red as she looked at the youth on the stage and smiled. Lin Yun had really done it. He defeated everyone and became the champion, ultimately saving the entire Yi clan. Don't go against your words. Otherwise, you know the consequences of breaking my trust. As for everyone's rewards in the competition, it will be delivered to all 7 of you 3 days later. Flying Feather died, but his slot won't be filled, said the envoy, which made Emperor Qin's face turn ugly. Everyone else also found it a pity because they initially thought that there was a slot now that Qin Yu died. At the same time, this meant that there were only 7 titled figures in the empire for the next 3 years. Emperor Qin's face was dark. Clearly, he couldn't accept the results. He initially wanted to see Qin Yu become the champion, but he watched Qin Yu die before him instead. The rage he was feeling couldn't be described. Furthermore, he couldn't vent his anger because of the envoy. After all, he had to go back against his own words and deem those rebels as innocent. When he walked past Bloom Phoenix Princess, the princess looked forward without casting a glance at him. You're just like your mother. You're still not willing to forgive me, smiled Emperor Qin bitterly. But this smile made his face look even more aged. When everyone looked at Emperor Qin's departing figure, they all felt that he seemed desolate. Everyone began to leave the moment Emperor Qin left. But when the other sects left, they all looked at Lin Yun deeply with a complicated gaze. They didn't expect that Lin Yun would really become the champion. However, for those who had a good relationship with Lin Yun, they went up to congratulate him. The last battle and the great reversal made many people cry. Looking at the surrounding people coming up to congratulate him, Lin Yun stayed calm. The strength of the few heavenly soul realm cultivators had shocked him greatly. Qin Yu was only ranked within the top 5 among Hua Yunshu's disciples, but Lin Yun's talent was at least stronger than Qin Yu's. He was only 18 and he had accomplished something that many people had only dreamt of. Congratulations, Sir Flower Burial. Let's get together when we have time, said Situ Yi as he came up with the demonic Moon Villa's party. He might have lost, but he didn't hold a grudge against Lin Yun. Your martial soul is fine, right? Asked Lin Yun. It will be fine after a few days. A phenomenon martial soul is stronger than you can imagine. Else, I wouldn't have used it, smiled Situ Yi. It's really admirable how you stopped Qin Yu's wedding by yourself and your sword, said Aquaselenic as she looked at Xianyan. Her gaze instantly made Xianyan blushed. On the other hand, everyone from the Sword Firmament Pavilion all revealed a knowing smile. Even Lin Yun revealed an embarrassed smile, but he didn't follow up the topic. His gaze was on the princess. He seemed somewhat disappointed. After all, the princess didn't come up to congratulate him now that the competition had come to an end. After everyone left, Xianyan spoke up. Lin Yun, I want to go to the Sword Burial Woods to see my big brother. Okay, let's go together. Lord 13, you can come along with us. You two can go ahead, I'll be there shortly, smiled Lord 13 as he stroked his beard. Lin Yun nodded his head. He bade his farewell to Lord 13 and Jian Xuanhe before leaving for the Sword Burial Woods with Xianxian on the dragon-blooded horse. The Idle Cloud Pavilion was bustling with people now that the competition had come to an end. People naturally came to collect their winnings. Naturally, Li Wuyo was among the crowd. But it was a pity that he didn't win much. Everyone else had also miscalculated the ultimate underdog, Lin Yun. The only one who had been correct was Drifting Goblet. He was like a prophet because he bet on Lin Yun becoming the champion with a third-grade spiritual jade. The rate was 110, so he was paid his winnings. Everyone was sighing that they should have placed their bet the same way Drifting Goblet had. After all, betting 10,000 spiritual jades meant that they would receive 100,000 spiritual jades. Just thinking about it was insane. Then again, there was no if in the world. Only Drifting Goblet bet on Lin Yun becoming the champion. Drifting Goblet was drinking alone by himself on the 3rd level since he had booked the entire level. He was drinking by himself as he stared out of the window, as if he was waiting for someone. You won quite a bit. I heard you bet a 3rd-grade spiritual jade on Lin Yun becoming the champion, said the princess. If anyone was here, they would definitely be shocked. With a faint smile, Drifting Goblet placed his cup down. Shouldn't you be the one who is happy? After all, how would he come this far if you didn't get me to hand the entire Dragon Tiger Fist to him? It was without a doubt that the Dragon Tiger Fist was a great factor in Lin Yun becoming the champion. Without it, Lin Yun wouldn't have risen so quickly in the sect. But this was also because Lin Yun was talented and hardworking. If he wasn't talented enough, it was futile even if he had the Dragon Tiger Fist. Perhaps. The princess didn't admit it or deny it, which made Drifting Goblet even more doubtful. I'll ascend the throne half a month from now. I need you there to stop him if he comes, said the princess. At this moment, she gave off an ethereal feeling. She was here, but she felt distant. Lin Yun too. Yes, said the princess. Lin Yun and Xianxian made their way to the Sword Burial Woods. A corpse laid on a nearby rock that emitted a chilling air. However, the corpse didn't really look like a corpse, and it simply looked like the person was asleep. Big brother. Xianxian couldn't control her tears anymore when she saw Xianju's corpse. This was the first time she had seen Xianju's body since he died. She had been trying to avoid it in her heart, and she only dared to face her brother now that Lin Yun had become the champion. She wanted to tell her brother the news, even if he could no longer hear anything. Looking at Xianju's corpse, Lin Yun's face turned grave as he recalled how Xianju died to save him. A memory played in Lin Yun's mind. You have to be more careful in the future. Xianju smiled and stretched his hand out. However, Lin Yun didn't understand why Xianju was saying that. Looks like someone doesn't want me to appear in the Dragon Gate competition. But no matter what, junior brother, you'll attend the Dragon Gate competition, right? Xianju gave Lin Yun a casual smile. Of course, I will surely attend the Dragon Gate competition, replied Lin Yun. Big brother, there's something on your forehead, smiled Xianxian as she looked at Xianju. Help me clean it, smiled Xianju. You're already so old. Can't you take care of yourself? Aren't you ashamed? All right, just this once. Don't move. Xianxian teased him and she stepped forward to clean it. But her smile soon froze. Junior brother, I'd like to have some time with big brother, smiled Xianxian as she turned around. Lin Yun immediately woke up from his thoughts and he walked to the side. He looked at the lake with a wisp of sorrow plaguing his mind. He then closed his eyes. So what if he became the champion? Becoming the champion was nothing when he couldn't even protect those close to him. His life was saved by Xianju, so this honor also belonged to Xianju. He only helped Xianju take back what belonged to the Yi clan. When he opened his eyes flashed with an unyielding resolution. I swear that I won't let anyone near me get hurt ever again. This was a promise he made to himself, one that would follow him for the rest of his life. His sword wasn't just for destruction, but also for protection. He had to become stronger because this was the law of nature. The strong would prey on the weak. Hua Yunshu's appearance had left a deep impression on him. If Lord 13 and Xianxia weren't around, he would have died. It was a terrifying experience for him because he had been so helpless. The youth beside Hua Yunshu also gave him huge pressure because that young man was in the Violet Palace realm at such a young age. Such talent was simply unimaginable in the great Qin Empire. But the truth was before his eyes. Right at this moment, two figures slowly walked out of the fog. It was Lord 13 and Xianxia. "Brat, what are you thinking about? You just became the champion. Why don't you look happy?" smiled Lord 13. "Probably because Hua Yunshu's appearance pressured him," smiled Xianxia. "Greetings, seniors." Lin Yun cupped his hands together. "Brat, come here." Lord 13 waved his hand as he spoke with a solemn expression. "Don't think too much about it. Do you know what Hua Yunshu was initially thinking of?" "What was he thinking of?" wondered Lin Yun. "Haha. Can't you tell that he was interested in you? He wanted to forcibly take you as his disciple," smiled Lord 13. "What?" asked Lin Yun. "Brat, you have to know one thing. The entire empire is nothing in his eyes. Compared to Qin Yu, you're even more important in his eyes. This means that you're extremely talented, that even the profound Yang Palace is interested in you," said Lord 13. He continued. "But this fatty won't let him get away with it. This is why the only option Hua Yunshu had was to leave." Xianxia glared at Lord 13 before he continued. "It's weird though. He doesn't seem like someone who would leave so easily." "Is he strong?" asked Lin Yun. "Very. We're not afraid of him, but there's nothing we can do to stop him if he's after you," said Xianxia. "Since that's the case, why did he leave so easily?" asked Lin Yun. The two seniors exchanged a glance because they too were baffled. However, Lord 13 soon looked at Lin Yun with a deep glance and voiced his speculation. "Because the lass on the throne seat glanced at him." "That lass isn't simple." "You're acquainted with her?" asked Xianxia. She had stood up to help Lin Yun during Qin Yu's wedding. And now, she stood up to help Lin Yun when he was in danger. The first time might have been a coincidence, but a second time? It really couldn't be a coincidence. Lin Yun smiled bitterly because he didn't know that she was so dangerous back then. So it turns out that Hua Yunshu didn't leave because of the mysterious envoy, but because the princess looked at him. "I don't," replied Lin Yun after a long time. "Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore." "Lin Yun, what do you have in mind after this?" asked Lord 13. "I plan to leave the great Qin Empire for some time and travel around the ancient southern domain," replied Lin Yun. "That's great. This is what people have done in the past. You won't know how strong true geniuses are without going out. Only then can you bring out the full potential of your talent." Xianxia paused briefly before he continued. "But your foundation is still a little too weak. Stabilize it well before leaving. Before you go, I also have a gift for you." "A gift?" Lin Yun was curious. "There's no need to think about it. You'll know when the time comes. Fatty is definitely better than that damned envoy who only knows how to give out cosmic artifacts," smiled Lord 13. Clearly, they were still unhappy about the unreliable envoy who enjoyed the show rather than taking a stand. This also resulted in the Sword Firmament Pavilion being put in a dangerous situation. "Stay here in the Sword Firmament Pavilion for the next few days. Remember that your name will one day spread throughout the great Qin Empire since you grasped the Xiantian sword intent before reaching the Violet Palace realm," smiled Lord 13 with a gratified expression. "Where's Xianxia?" asked Xianxia. "She went to see Big Brother," replied Lin Yun. "Let's go over as well. She has really suffered a lot, but at least things turned out better in the end." The two old men smiled as they headed towards Xianxia. Looking at the two elders, Lin Yun finally made his decision and said, "Please wait. I have something to say." "Oh!" Xianxia and Lord 13 both turned around. Mustering his courage, Lin Yun spoke up. "I won't forget the grace that the two of you have shown me. If you need me in the future, just let me know. I won't frown even before death." Lin Yun had to muster his courage to say those words to two heavenly soul realm experts. If an outsider were present, they would definitely laugh out loud that someone in the quasi-Violet Palace realm said those words. Not only do you need courage, but you also needed self-confidence to say it. Ha ha ha. Xianxia and Lord 13 were stunned for a moment before they laughed. All right, I'll keep it in mind, replied Xianxia. Me too, responded Lord 13. Listening to the two seniors' laughter, Lin Yun revealed a smile and sighed out of relief. He needed courage to say those words before two heavenly soul realm experts, but he meant what he said. If the two elders needed his help one day, he would definitely not bat an eye. Pavilion Master is right. I'm not in a rush to leave and my cultivation still hasn't stabilized. I need to calm down for a brief moment, muttered Lin Yun as he retrieved the mat he got from the Demon Lotus realm to meditate. As he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, spiritual energy began to pour into his body from all directions. As the iris flower bloomed in his dantian, his profound veins began to glow with purple origin energy. The origin energy felt like an explosive volcano and Lin Yun could sense the power filling his body. He only needed a single thought to unleash power that far exceeded the Violet Palace realm. If he was to face a Violet Palace realm elder right now, he had at least 60% confidence of winning. This was all due to the 3 origins left behind by Guardian Plum. It was also thanks to the Iris Sword Sutra. After all, it was an ancient cultivation technique. But the cultivation technique had been stuck in the 9th stage for a long time now, unlike how it easily leveled up in the past. Even if it was an ancient cultivation technique, it still had a strict requirement. Otherwise, he would end up just like Qin Yu, who ran amok when cultivating an Earth-grade cultivation technique. But it wouldn't be easy for him to reach the Violet Palace realm. The so-called Violet Palace realm meant opening a Violet Palace in your dantian and allowing your origin energy to condense into liquid. It wasn't easy to do this, and every failure would bring upon the origin energy backlash. In serious cases, the cultivator would fall from their current cultivation. So breaking through wasn't advised unless one was confident. But making a breakthrough usually required heaven-defying aptitude like by Li Xuan, a miraculous encounter, or a senior from an overlord force to guide you. Otherwise, you would spend years before making a breakthrough. The Violet Palace realm was an important threshold. Usually, if you weren't able to reach the Violet Palace realm within 3 years after reaching Quasi-Violet Palace realm, you would practically lose your chance of reaching the Heavenly Soul realm. So Lin Yun wanted to find a chance and get guidance from Xianxia. When he looked into his dantian, he saw 2 ferocious martial souls standing side by side. They were the Xianxia and Aurora Dragon. Xianxia's birth surprised Lin Yun because the broken sword martial soul was released by an inch when he grasped the Xiantian sword intent. The chain breaking was the catalyst for the Xianxia to appear. Everyone thought that his martial souls were 2 primordial chaotic souls. But Lin Yun knew that the mysterious broken sword was his genuine martial soul. The Xianxia and Aurora Dragon were just extras. But it was a pity that he was still a long way from releasing his true martial soul. Just reaching the Violet Palace realm alone was a headache to him. Time gradually passed and Lin Yun had been focused on cultivating. After the Iris Sword Sutra reached the 9th stage, he could tell that it was completely different from the 8th stage. It wasn't easy trying to open up a channel in his meridians. There were many mysterious acupoints converging together. What Lin Yun had to do right now was to complete a complete cycle to refine his origin energy. By taking another step in refining his origin energy would be comparable to his sword aura. But it wasn't easy trying to make a complete cycle with the Iris Sword Sutra. Beads of sweat soon covered his forehead because this was the first time he tried cultivating ever since he reached the 9th stage. After all, he didn't have the luxury of time to do so in the Dragon Gate competition. As time slowly passed, a white strand appeared in his violet origin energy. The white strand of energy was shining brightly like the sun. Lin Yun opened his eyes and let out a long breath as exhaustion was written all over his face. The 9th stage of the Iris Sword Sutra is comparable to ordinary Earth-grade cultivation techniques. But the difficulty in cultivating it cannot be underestimated. Just making one complete cycle took 3 days. The 9th stage of the Iris Sword Sutra was an important threshold. He could rotate the iris flower reversely to gain a huge boost in his origin energy. When he reached the pinnacle 9th stage, he would be able to form the Iris Sword Array. According to the records, he could summon a violet ice sparrow in the 10th stage. At the 13th stage, he could condense the iris sacred flame that could incinerate everything. At the 16th stage, upon complete mastery, he would be able to refine the sword box. After another 3 days, Lin Yun and Xianxia returned to the sect. Lin Yun spent most of his time cultivating the Iris Sword Sutra at night to refine his origin energy. During the day, he would practice the Aquaselenic sword. Right now, using the Aquaselenic sword was as easy as flexing his muscles. It had nothing to do with his cultivation, but the fact that he grasped the complete Xiantian sword intent. Now, the Aquaselenic sword was insufficient for him. 5 days later, at the Locket Mountain, Lin Yun was still practicing the Aquaselenic sword. A bright radiance suddenly bloomed from the flower burial sword that lit up the horizon. Luminous moon, myriad frost. Lin Yun swept his glance out and pointed his sword forward. The flower burial sword began to buzz with boundless chill sweeping out, freezing everything. Then, Lin Yun divided into 9 afterimages. When the afterimages all combined together, Lin Yun swung out his sword. He was unleashing moon reflection. Under his sword, the 100-meter cliff was separated into 2. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, fragments of large rocks were falling down. Lin Yun, a gray-clothed deacon, was dumbfounded when he saw the scene that even his voice trembled. Was Lin Yun really in the quasi-violet palace realm? Just looking at Lin Yun made him feel like he was under great pressure. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and landed on the ground. Only then did the deacon let out a breath of relief. "What's the matter?" asked Lin Yun. The deacon was briefly stunned before he replied, "Guardian Plum told me to come. He's waiting for you at the main hall." "Thank you." Lin Yun then fell into deep thought. Guardian Plum is looking for me? Then he remembered that Xianxia had a huge gift for him. Guardian Plum should be summoning him to give the gift. Lin Yun's figure flashed and he disappeared in the next second. "Senior Brother Lin." "Greetings, Senior Brother Lin." "Hello, Senior Brother Lin." Every disciple he passed by would greet him to express their respect. After all, who didn't know that Lin Yun rose to fame during the competition and brought honor to the sect? Senior Brother Lin is a living legend in the Empire, especially since he grasped the Xiantian sword intent before reaching the Violet Palace realm. No one in the competition can comparito him. I wonder how far he will reach in the future. Yeah, Senior Brother overshadowed the other titled figures. He's still a hot topic even after so many days. You can't blame him. After all, which of the previous champions have comparable accomplishments? Many disciples looked at Lin Yun with respect, and the deacon walking next to Lin Yun was also cautious. The deacon suddenly smiled. "Lin Yun, you must be unaware of this piece of news since you've spent the past few days cultivating." "What is it?" asked Lin Yun curiously. 5 days from now, Bloom Phoenix Princess will ascend the throne and become the first empress in the empire. Lin Yun suddenly stopped walking as he was taken aback by the news. He looked at the strand of hair coiled around his pinky and fell into deep thought. "Princess, just who the hell are you?" "Lin Yun, what's the matter?" asked the deacon. "It's nothing," replied Lin Yun with a smile. But as he continued the journey, he kept wondering about the princess' true identity. A brief moment later, they both arrived in front of the main hall, and the deacon cupped his hands together. "Go ahead. Guardian Plum has been waiting." Nodding his head, Lin Yun entered the hall. There was only one person standing in the majestic hall. Guardian Plum stood in front of the Ancestor's tablet, and then he turned to Lin Yun with a smile. "Brat, I heard that you're preparing to leave?" "Yes," replied Lin Yun. Guardian Plum walked over with a smile. "You no longer have an opponent among the younger generations. I called you here for 2 things. Guardian Plum purposely paused his speech to build suspense. "Aren't you a little anxious?" "Fine, listen well. The first item to discuss are the rewards from the envoy. It arrived over a few days ago, but no one bothered you since you were cultivating," said Guardian Plum as he handed a brocade box over. Lin Yun took the box and his face changed. He could sense the incredible weight of the box and he opened it without any hesitation. When he opened it up, He narrowed his eyes into slits from the dazzling light. There were a total of 10 third-grade spiritual jades. This, Lin Yun's voice was trembling. This doesn't seem to be the reward. Lin Yun remembered that he was supposed to receive second-grade spiritual jades. After all, third-grade spiritual jades were incredibly precious. In the profound martial realm, a third-grade spiritual jade could form a profound vein. This is a special reward for you. After all, you made it through hell mode, said Guardian Plum proudly. I'm only going to keep half of it. You can have the rest, replied Lin Yun. Ha ha ha, you owe me more than 5 third-grade spiritual jades. But don't worry about it. Keep it. Guardian Plum waved his hand and a golden chainmail appeared in his hand. This is a low-rank cosmic artifact. It might be low rank, but defensive cosmic artifacts are rare to begin with. Its value isn't any lower than your Scarlet Flame war flag. Then, he took out a token and continued. This is the Hidden Dragon token. You'll need it for the Draconic Banquet a year from now, so don't lose it. In addition to the token, Lin Yun also received 10,000 second-grade spiritual jades. All right, next. The smile slowly disappeared from Guardian Plum's face. Lin Yun, do you remember what I promised you before? I'll be giving you the full copy of the Overlord Sword now. Lin Yun's heart clenched the moment Guardian Plum said that. The Overlord Sword only had one move, but its power had far exceeded Lin Yun's imagination. One must know that he could reach a lesser mastery in an ordinary sword technique in half a month. I do. You once said that you'll give me the full copy when my cultivation reaches your requirement, replied Lin Yun. The Overlord Sword is an Earth-grade sword technique. It's a rare sword technique, not only in the Great Qin Empire, but in the entire ancient southern domain, explained Guardian Plum. Maybe in the Great Qin Empire, but I doubt that in the ancient southern domain. Lin Yun muttered inwardly to himself. I know what you're thinking. The ancestor Jian Wuming's name was famous throughout the ancient southern domain and not just the Great Qin Empire. He's one of the heirs of the Sword Sect, and the Overlord Sword was one of the 9 lineages from the Sword Sect, smiled Guardian Plum. Sword Sect. Lin Yun was puzzled. This was the first time he had ever heard of it. The Sword Sect was the most ancient sect in the ancient southern domain. It was destroyed and only exists as the Horizon Sword Gate. However, the Horizon Sword Gate is barely 1/10 of the status of the Sword Sect. Even then, it's still an overlord in the ancient southern domain. Do you get it now? The Horizon Sword Gate was just 1/10 of the Sword Sect's power, but it was still one of the 9 overlords in the ancient southern domain. Just how powerful was the Sword Sect? Lin Yun was shocked, and he now knew why Guardian Plum said that the Overlord Sword was so powerful. Not only is the Overlord Sword powerful, but it also has a high threshold. Many people ran amok just trying to learn it, and there weren't many who could use it, sighed Guardian Plum. He was sad that there weren't many people who could practice this sword technique. Even he had tried it. You've learned the first form well, but be careful when you cultivate it. All our ancestors feel that there's something lacking in this sword technique, which makes cultivating it more difficult, said Guardian Plum with a grave expression as he handed a jade slip to Lin Yun. Something lacking? To Lin Yun, this made sense because he could sense the same thing. The Overlord Sword has a total of 9 moves, explained Guardian Plum. These moves can be used individually or they can be combined together. But don't try to push it. If you run amok when practicing it, the backlash will be great. I understand, responded Lin Yun. All right then. I'll be waiting for you 1 year from now. Guardian Plum revealed a warm smile. I'm looking forward to seeing your performance in the Draconic Banquet. I won't embarrass the sect in the Draconic Banquet, replied Lin Yun. He was looking forward to the unknown journey. The fact that the sect would hand such a precious sword technique to him didn't just mean that they trusted him. It signified that Lin Yun was their hope. Lin Yun didn't know that 2 figures appeared in the hall after he left. The figures were Lord 13 and Jian Xuanhe, both of whom wore a grave expression. His talent is sufficient to practice the Overlord Sword, since he grasped the Xiantian sword intent before reaching the Violet Palace realm. But we both failed badly in the Draconic Banquet back then. I wonder how far he can go. No one knows how brutal the competition is. When Lin Yun returned to the Locket Mountain, he wasn't in a hurry to practice the Overlord sword. He took out a third-grade spiritual jade and began to circulate the Iris Sword Sutra to refine it. What he needed to do right now was to convert all of his origin energy into sword aura. The Sword Sutra wasn't like other cultivation techniques. After all, the density of his origin energy was a lot stronger than other people's origin energy. Additionally, Lin Yun's heart was ambitious. He wanted to refine all his origin energy into sword aura before reaching the Violet Palace realm. It wasn't an easy journey, but it would be unimaginable if he succeeded. 3 days later, Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes after completing a cycle. Beads of sweat fell from his forehead. He looked exhausted, but his pupils were sharp. Not bad. This third-grade spiritual jade managed to convert 1/10 of my origin energy. What a surprise. Lin Yun smiled as the third-grade spiritual jade in his hand was reduced to ashes. But this was only the beginning. His speed wouldn't be so fast the more he progressed. Well, it's time to leave, muttered Lin Yun. He wasn't willing to leave the Great Qin Empire, but he knew that he needed to leave to make more progress in his cultivation. Lin Yun sighed as he left a letter on the table. He was filled with complicated emotions, so he hoped that everyone could forgive him for his sudden departure. See you guys again in a year. Lin Yun left after placing the letter on the table. When he departed from the Locket Mountain, he rode on the dragon-blooded horse and sped away. But suddenly, a white horse appeared before him. It was as though the white horse had been waiting for a long time, which baffled Lin Yun. There was a woman on the horse wearing a hood to cover her head. The woman was naturally Xianxia. Senior sister, said Lin Yun. Junior brother, did you tell any of us that you were leaving? Smiled Xianxia. Senior brother Lin Yun, let us send you off. Suddenly, countless horses came out of nowhere from both sides of the streets. Lin Yun felt warmth when he saw how many people were sending him off. Everyone had called him junior brother when he first joined, and they protected him like a chick before the Gentleman Union. But now, the Gentleman Union had dispersed, and the junior brother that they once protected had now become the Dragon Gate competition's champion. At the same time, he also turned into their senior brother. Are you courting death? Xianxia glared at Lin Yun. Lin Yun knew that he was at fault, so he smiled. Senior sister, you're so pretty today. Tisk. When am I not pretty? Xianxia winked at him and then smiled. What's this? Do you fancy me now? If you flatter me again, I'll consider it. How about it? Consider what? Lin Yun feigned ignorance. Take this. Xianxia laughed and she swung her horse whip at Lin Yun. Lin Yun grabbed onto the whip and smiled. Senior sister, can you even bear to hit me? When he pulled the whip, Xianxia was suddenly pulled over. This surprised Lin Yun and he caught Xianxia in his embrace. Now on the dragon-blooded horse, Xianxia's arms were around Lin Yun's neck and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. This scene caught everyone by surprise when they saw the bashfulness on Xianxia's face. Holy shit! Li Wuyo yelled out when he saw this scene. Kiss! 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 Everyone copied Li Wuyo and yelled out excitedly. They knew that Xianxia and Lin Yun's relationship was like siblings. They had a special relationship that was somewhat ambiguous but at the same time not, because no one took the next step. So they suddenly got excited when they saw this scene. After all, it was acceptable to them if Lin Yun and Xianxia got together. You should let me go now, junior brother. Or are you really going to kiss me? Xianxia blushed even more, like a bright rose as she glared at Lin Yun. Senior sister, how can I let you go if you keep hugging me? Smiled Lin Yun bitterly. You and your flippant mouth. Xianxia pinched Lin Yun's neck and moved behind Lin Yun. Pulling the reins, Xianxia said, Let's go. The dragon-blooded horse turned into an afterimage and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Damn it, that bastard stole senior sister away. My heart hurts, murmured Li Wuyo. Weren't you yelling the loudest earlier? Emo-chun glanced at Li Wuyo in disdain. But my heart still hurts, pouted Li Wuyo. Haha, let's go. Back to the mountain, laughed Emo-chun. He stopped bothering himself with Li Wuyo and returned to the Sword Firmament Pavilion with everyone else. When night came, the dragon-blooded horse slowed down. Lin Yun and Yi Xinyan had been chatting the whole way. "Senior sister, you're not going back?" Lin Yun tried to find a topic. He started panicking when he felt Yi Xinyan's soft body. "I'm going to travel the world with you," winked Yi Xinyan. But when she saw no response from Lin Yun, she laughed. "All right, I was just teasing you. I don't intend to return. The Yi clan has regained their freedom, so I no longer have anything to worry about in the empire. I intend to go out and see the world. Then we can stay together for some time," replied Lin Yun. "There are so many bad guys out there and I'm so pretty. So you have to protect me," said Yi Xinyan. "My sword won't allow you to be hurt," said Lin Yun confidently. "You and your flippant mouth again," smiled Yi Xinyan. Her beauty couldn't be concealed by the darkness. The sky gradually turned dark as Lin Yun and Yi Xinyan continued to talk. They talked about the times they spent in Locket Mountain and their past. Yi Xinyan never stopped laughing along the way. But when dawn came, Lin Yun felt that something was amiss. He raised his head to look at the sky. It seemed like something was bothering him. Yi Xinyan tried asking him about it, but Lin Yun merely smiled and kept silent. However, while Lin Yun listened to Yi Xinyan, he would occasionally stare into the sky. When night passed, Yi Xinyan woke up to see Lin Yun washing his face by the river. When Yi Xinyan went over, she saw Lin Yun staring at his own reflection. "Junior brother, do you know what today's occasion is?" she asked. Lin Yun was startled. He quickly finished washing his face and smiled. "What's the occasion? Today is the Bloom Phoenix Princess Ascension to the throne." "Oh, wait a minute. Starting today, you have to call her Bloom Phoenix Empress. Do you want to go and take a look?" Yi Xinyan looked at Lin Yun's face. The moment she mentioned that the princess was ascending to the throne, the smile disappeared from Lin Yun's face. "Junior brother, do you intend to lie to yourself even more?" smiled Yi Xinyan. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before his eyes flashed with resolution. "Senior sister, get on." Yi Xinyan disappeared and then reappeared on the dragon-blooded horse. Together with Lin Yun, the dragon-blooded horse sped towards the capital like a bolt of crimson lightning. In barely 2 hours, the capital was visible to them. There was a long queue before the entrance because the princess was ascending the throne today. "Don't bother queuing. Sneak in. I'll wait for you here." "Okay." Lin Yun nodded and he disappeared through the city wall. With his current strength, it was naturally a piece of cake for him to jump over the city wall. But he didn't see that Yi Xinyan was biting down on her lips on the dragon-blooded horse. When Lin Yun made it over the wall, he turned into an azure blur as he traveled on the rooftops. He wore a grave expression. He didn't forget that today was the Bloom Phoenix Princess's ascension, but he couldn't see through her. He didn't know why she didn't say anything when he became the champion, and he wanted to know the Bloom Phoenix Princess' true identity. It didn't take long for the palace to appear before him. Today, the palace looked dignified and an ancient ceremonial music was coming from it. The guards were also a lot stricter today. Lin Yun stood on a high building as he looked at the palace. He could see a slim figure wearing a gorgeous robe. She was slowly walking on a flight of stairs, with a throne at the end of it that represented authority. Lin Yun hesitated if he should go in. It wasn't because he didn't have the courage, but he couldn't be certain about the princess' identity. If she wasn't who he thought she was, then it would be too embarrassing. But what if she was? Lin Yun ultimately decided to go. He didn't want to give up even if there was a slim chance. Tapping on the roof, he charged towards the palace. "Intruder! Intruder!" The guards didn't discover him, but the Divine Guard's elites noticed him when he approached the first gate. They immediately charged at him. "Stop!" A bark rang out just when the Divine Guard's elites were about to charge forward. A familiar figure slowly appeared before Lin Yun. It was Yu Qing, who had also received a title in the competition. He instructed the elites, "Go back down. I'll handle him. You guys are not his opponent." "Roger." The Divine Guards were strict when it came to orders. So the moment that Yu Qing issued an order, they swiftly dispersed. "You're not my opponent. Get lost." said Lin Yun as he looked at Yuqing without any expression. The princess has orders that no one is to get close today. So I can't back down. Yuqing waved his hand and he retrieved a long spear. In that split second, he emitted a powerful killing intent along with an aura in the quasi-violet palace realm. But before he could even do anything, a figure appeared before him. He was caught by surprise and was sent flying from just a palm. When he fell onto the ground, he immediately turned around and saw the azure figure had already passed him. Wiping the blood off his lips, Yuqing smiled bitterly. I can't even take a hit? Hold it! Another person stepped out to stop Lin Yun. This time it was Egret, the Egret who lost to Qin Yu. Without a doubt, he was much stronger than Yuqing. They didn't spare any nonsense and immediately clashed. But Egret soon lost after 3 moves. When he fell onto the ground, he wore a bitter face. The princess has orders. Anyone who intrudes is to be killed. A cold voice rang out when Lin Yun reached the 3rd gateway. This time it was a drifting goblet. His gaze was cold as he looked at Lin Yun, releasing an aura that belonged to the Violet Palace realm. Lin Yun wasn't shocked by it because he knew that drifting goblet had reached the Violet Palace realm. The Violet Palace realm was divided into 3 stages, the Yin, Yang, and Yin Yang stage. Drifting goblet should be in the lesser Yin stage. But even so, the aura coming from him far surpassed Urgit and Yuqing. Leave. I don't wish to kill you, said Drifting Goblet. Lin Yun didn't say a word and he gently patted his interspatial pouch. He then tossed out a jar of monkey wine. Damn it! Who do you think I am? Drifting Goblet threw a punch out. But just when his fist was about to come into contact with the jar of wine, he suddenly cursed. Damn it! He suddenly retracted his attack and explained, Don't think that you can bribe me with a jar of wine. The princess has orders. Before he could even finish, he saw jar after jar flying towards him. This instantly made him exclaim because he didn't want to see them shatter. In the blink of an eye, 10 jars had piled up on his chest. When he turned around, he saw that Lin Yun had already passed him. Forget it, forget it. A helpless smile appeared on Drifting Goblet's face. At the grand ceremony, the princess was slowly ascending the throne. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, a terrifying sword intent was released from him. In that split second, the music was disrupted and countless gazes were directed at him. But Lin Yun was staring at the figure walking towards the throne. Seeing that she was 1 step away from the throne, Lin Yun barked, Su Ziao, stop right there. His bark echoed, and the slim figure suddenly jolted when Lin Yun yelled out, Su Ziao. Seeing this reaction, Lin Yun rejoiced because it was really her. He immediately sped over. So it turns out that the princess really was Su Ziao. So why did she hide it from him? Did she know that Lin Yun has been feeling guilty towards her? She was Su Ziao, the woman who helped him so much despite his pitiful position in the Azure Sky sect. She gave him the 7 exquisite pellet to make up for his aptitude, and she even tied a strand of her hair around his pinky. So why didn't she want to turn around? Scenes began to appear in his mind. Back then, he confidently wanted to repay Su Ziao for her grace, but he didn't expect that she would throw up a mouthful of blood instead. I only wanted to say that I have remembered all the things you gave me, and I'm here today to repay you. I paid 40,000 low-grade spiritual stones for this heavenly origin pellet, so please accept it. With that, I have repaid you for the kindness you showed me in the past. We're even. All of a sudden, the temperature within the mechanism hall dropped and a chill swept out. The chill drilled deep into the bones of everyone present, making them tremble from the cold. Even. Su Ziao revealed a faint smile and a pale complexion, but it was a smile that seemed so heartbreaking, without the slightest bit of warmth. With her outstanding beauty, the smile on her pale face seemed so heartbreaking. As she took the heavenly origin pellet, the smile on her face disappeared and was replaced with a frightening chill. At the same time, her aloof temperament returned to her face. Her emotions seemed unstable and her face was frighteningly pale as she looked at Lin Yun. I don't usually give things out to others, but no one has ever dared to return anything I've given out. No one. But you, Lin Yun. You're the first. Crack. In the next moment, the heavenly origin pellet, the dream of many people in the Aquasky nation that cost 40,000 low-grade spiritual stones, was reduced to ashes in Su Xiao's hand. The ear-prickling sound of the bottle shattering when coupled with her aloof expression was terrifying. At that moment, Lin Yun thought he had misunderstood Su Xiao and that he must have forgotten something. But there was no chance for him to regret what he did in this world. On that night, Su Xiao showed him the flowing wind sword before she disappeared. That is until she reappeared Bloom Phoenix Princess. Returning back to reality, Lin Yun sped up the stairs and he stared at the gorgeous figure. If she wasn't Su Xiao, she wouldn't have stopped her steps. Although he didn't know why she appeared in the Azure Sky sect, Lin Yun believed that she was Su Xiao. Stop him! Seeing that Lin Yun was disrupting the ceremony, many people yelled out furiously. Soon, the guards began to charge at Lin Yun. Get lost! Lin Yun barked and unleashed the Xiantian sword intent. His sword intent was boundless and all the guards were swept away before they could even get close to him. Xiantian sword intent. Damn it! This sword intent is too powerful. Many guards' faces changed as they soon lost control of their weapons. Their weapons were deeply plunged into the stairs as Lin Yun ran up the stairs. Lin Yun was focused and he was only looking at that figure before the throne. He wasn't far from her now, and under the 7 profound steps, the flight of stairs was nothing to him. But just when he was about to reach the top, a dangerous aura swept over. Before he could even react, a figure had appeared before him. It was the old man who had been protecting Su Xiao. The old man didn't utter a single word and merely pushed his palm over. Before Lin Yun could get a clear look at his opponent, he threw up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. When he fell onto the ground, he was back where he started. He looked at the figure with one knee on the ground. Please ascend the throne, Your Majesty, barked the old man with a firm tone. Never! The iris flower bloomed in Lin Yun's dantian. Like a sharp sword, Lin Yun soared into the sky. Puny tricks! Relying on his powerful cultivation, the old man suppressed Lin Yun's Xiantian sword intent. Just when Lin Yun was about to pass him, he pushed his palm out. Under that palm, Lin Yun threw up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying once again. When the old man's palm landed on him, cracks could be heard. Lin Yun fell onto the ground, causing it to tremble violently. The shockwave made the guards' faces change. Please ascend the throne, Your Majesty. The old man's voice echoed once more. But Lin Yun got back up on his feet, this time with a pale face. Without any hesitation, he charged back up once more. What is he trying to do? Does he think that he can compete with the old man? The old man is the princess' personal guard, right? Their strength isn't even on the same level. Is he courting death? After their initial shock, everyone began to feel suspicious. Anyone could tell that Lin Yun was acting on a belief, but no one knew what kind of belief was propelling him forward. But no matter how strong his belief was, it was futile before absolute strength. The moment he got close, he was sent flying by the old man. Please ascend the throne, Your Majesty. The old man had no changes to his face. He was like a mountain the way he stood before Lin Yun. As long as he was here, he wouldn't let anyone get past him. Suddenly, his face changed because he sensed that Su Xiao had moved. She didn't walk towards the throne, but she suddenly turned around and grabbed onto Lin Yun. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and a smile appeared on Lin Yun's lips. The Bloom Phoenix Princess wasn't wearing a veil at this moment, revealing her identity as Su Xiao. Looking at her being so close to him, Lin Yun felt a head-splitting headache. A long time ago, he was also so close to her, but his memories were sealed up, so he couldn't recall them. But looking at her right now, his memories began to come back. Back in the Azure Sky sect, the initial owner of this body barged in and saw Su Xiao naked in the icy pool. Her face was pale without any blood and her lips were purple. Back then, the initial owner was terrified, so he ran over to grab Su Xiao out, giving her warmth with his body. But he never noticed that as time passed, the initial owner's lips were also becoming purple. The cold poison was transferred to him without him noticing. When Su Xiao escaped death and opened her eyes, she saw that he was already dying. At that time, Su Xiao looked at the initial owner for a long time before she revealed a smile and made a decision. The scenes then began to blur as the naked bodies became entangled. The poison was slowly being dissolved by their combination. At the same time, the poison could no longer pose any danger to Su Xiao, so it was only a matter of time before it disappeared. Coming back to reality, Lin Yun had joy on his face as he coughed. He would throw up a mouthful of blood with every cough, but the joy on his face couldn't be concealed. At this moment, he had finally recalled everything. No wonder Su Xiao threw up blood when he said those words to her back then. So it turns out that Su Xiao remembered what happened even though he had forgotten. Her memories had always been hidden in the depths of her heart, and her aloof appearance was just a facade. "Xiao," I recalled, Lin Yun said with his face blushed. "And you're feeling proud about that?" asked Su Xiao without any expression on her face. "Well, yeah," Lin Yun smiled. He wasn't feeling smug that he possessed Su Xiao, but she smiled at him in his memory. "Then you can go down," said Su Xiao as she threw Lin Yun out. "Wait!" exclaimed Lin Yun. He nearly died after taking 3 palms from the old man, so he would probably be dead if he fell like this. But a brief moment later, Su Xiao caught him once more. "Then you're not allowed to feel proud." Lin Yun smiled bitterly, but he felt warmth. At the same time, the old man's face had turned entirely dark. "You should leave," said Su Xiao. "Leave? I didn't agree to that." The old man came and looked at Lin Yun coldly as a strong killing aura brewed from him. "You can try," said Su Xiao as she glanced at the old man. She then continued to go up the flight of stairs. The old man was facing a dilemma. He ultimately glared at Lin Yun before he turned around. "This isn't a bad ending," said Drifting Goblet as he came over with a jar of wine. "You want some?" Lin Yun nodded, and he gulped down the wine. When the wine went down his throat, he could feel his injuries being alleviated. Wiping his mouth, Lin Yun looked at Su Xiao marching further away from him. Su Xiao was right in front of him, but at the same time, she was beyond his reach. "Su Xiao, even if you stand in the 9 heavens, I'll find you one day. I promise," yelled Lin Yun. Su Xiao paused briefly and then turned around. She glanced at Lin Yun before she continued walking up the stairs. Drifting Goblet looked at Lin Yun with admiration and said, "She's the saintress of the profound monarch palace, the descendant of the true empress. The great Qin Empire's throne is just an opportunity to let her refine the imperial aura, to cultivate the Empress Heart Sutra. She'll stay for as long as 1 year and as little as 6 months. It really depends on when her Empress Heart Sutra reaches initial mastery. So what? I slept with her, so I'll find her no matter where she goes," said Lin Yun with a smile on his face. His words made Drifting Goblet stumble as he thought that he had heard it incorrectly. At the same time, the 4 words, "I slept with her," kept echoing within his mind. Lin Yun left with a smile as Su Xiao arrived at the throne. Was he feeling proud? He definitely was. After all, Su Xiao ultimately turned around for him when the throne was within her grasp. But he still kept his emotions because he didn't want to be killed by her. He knew that he had to work hard. Otherwise, when Su Xiao stood at the peak of the mountain, he would still be an ordinary person in the crowd. Half an hour later, Lin Yun saw Xianxia standing outside the capital. He greeted, "Senior sister." Xianxia faced Lin Yun with her back as she sat on the dragon-blooded horse. It was as though she hadn't heard him. "What are you thinking about?" smiled Lin Yun as he walked up to her. Looking at Lin Yun coming in her direction, Xianxia was startled awake. Her face changed a little when she saw him. "You're injured. Let me take a look." "It's nothing. I'll heal in a few days." The old man could kill him easily, but the old man had clearly held back. "I can't seem to get a break from worrying about you. Did you see the princess?" asked Xianxia. "Yeah. She's the person that I'm looking for," smiled Lin Yun, without noticing Xianxia's expression. Indeed, a bitter smile appeared on Xianxia's face. "I knew that you two must have quite a story. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped you. You nearly stripped her of her clothes and she still didn't kill you." Senior sister, what's wrong? Lin Yun asked as he sensed the abnormal emotions in Yi Xinyan. Go away. Yi Xinyan shook Lin Yun's hands away as her face turned pale. I know that you already have someone in your heart, but I still dream about wandering the world with you. I knew that I was never in your heart. Senior sister. Lin Yun's face changed as he walked up, but Yi Xinyan kept backing off as she replied, Don't call me senior sister. We'll go our separate ways after today. I don't need your pity. Before Lin Yun could even reply, Yi Xinyan had already run off. When she turned her back on Lin Yun, tears began to roll down on her cheeks. This instantly blew Lin Yun's mind because he had no idea what was wrong with Yi Xinyan. Was it because of me? But by the time he recovered from his shock, Yi Xinyan was already gone. Damn it! Lin Yun cursed as he chased after Yi Xinyan on the dragon-blooded horse. He only felt relieved when he saw Yi Xinyan beneath an ancient tree. What are you doing here? I don't need you to take pity on me, grumbled Yi Xinyan when she sensed Lin Yun approaching. Her eyes were still red. Here, for you, smiled Lin Yun as he gave her a bundle of flowers. Turning around, Yi Xinyan looked at the flowers and grumbled. You picked this along the way? But isn't it beautiful like you? Smiled Lin Yun. Yi Xinyan's face blushed. She took the flowers and whispered in a soft voice, I'm sorry, junior brother. She was never angry, but her emotions were just too suppressed. This was why she flared up when she saw Lin Yun coming back injured. After all, pure relationships between the opposite sex were a big fat lie. Which girl could hold their heart back if they saw someone fighting the entire world just for her? As a sensitive woman, Yi Xinyan had already noticed that there was someone else in Lin Yun's heart. Another woman who could make Lin Yun bear the loneliness. But last night was too beautiful and Yi Xinyan didn't want to wake up from her dream. She just wanted to wander the entire world with him. But she ultimately had to wake up from the dream because Lin Yun already had someone in his heart. So much so that he went straight to the palace the moment she purposely mentioned the ceremony. Don't apologize, replied Lin Yun. Senior sister, you should know that I won't take pity on you, nor will I blame you. I will only feel heartache for you, just like how you felt heartache for me when I was being bullied. You will always be someone I had close to my heart. How close? Yi Xinyan returned to her usual playful self. So close that I can give my life for you, replied Lin Yun seriously. Fool. Sit beside me. Yi Xinyan patted the ground beside her with a blushed face. A long time later, she leaned against Lin Yun's chest and whispered, Junior brother, can you hug me? Lin Yun didn't utter another word and took her in his embrace. Just like that, the two of them slowly fell asleep. When Lin Yun woke up the next morning, he noticed that Yi Xinyan was already gone. He rubbed his eyes and found a letter lying beside him. Junior brother, by the time you see this letter, I'll be long gone. I must have fallen in love with you, but I don't know when that happened. Perhaps it was when I was helpless and you saved me from Qin Yu, or maybe it was when I first saw you. Who knows? I really thought of wandering the world with you, regardless if you fell for me or not. I've thought of sticking by your side as your senior sister even if you chased me away. However, I know that I can't be so selfish. I can't force you to make a decision and I don't want to put you in a difficult position. So I'm leaving. I don't think I will return to the Sword Firmament Pavilion, but I have a feeling that we'll meet again. Lin Yun looked at the letter with a smile on his lips. Putting the letter away, Lin Yun rode on the dragon-blooded horse and wore his hood. Time go get moving. The capital was still immersed in the joy of their new empress, so Lin Yun's departure didn't cause any splashes. So much so that only the Locket Mountain's disciples knew that he was gone. After all, his title, Flower Burial, was destined to become a legend in the empire. He couldn't help it since he was labeled as a monstrous genius from long ago. Nighttime in the Extermination Barrens was lonely. It was a restricted zone that went for miles. The only thing that was present were the endless amounts of demonic beasts. After Lin Yun left the Great Qin Empire, crossing the Extermination Barrens was naturally the best idea for him. He would officially leave the borders of the wasteland and pass through the territories of demonic beasts. The sky was dark and the only source of light was a bonfire. Lin Yun was using tree branches to roast meat on the bonfire. With great proficiency, he sprinkled seasoning on the meat. "Let's eat," said Lin Yun to the dragon-blooded horse. Then he tore a piece of meat and threw it at the drooling dragon-blooded horse. The extermination baron had plenty of demonic beasts to the point that there would occasionally be beast waves that threatened the safety of the capital. Lin Yun wasn't unfamiliar with this place since he previously came here for the Demon Lotus Realm. After eating the demonic beast's meat, Lin Yun sat down to cultivate. He could already refine sword energy within his body, and 40% of his origin energy had been converted to it. Gradually, the pale white aura had slowly turned into a silvery white. I can only make full use of the origins left to me by Guardian Plum when all my origin energy is converted into sword energy. At that time, the quality of my origin energy will reach a whole new level. I won't even need to fear Violet Palace Realm cultivators. Roars could gradually be heard in the barrens as they were drawn over by the bonfire. There were even bold demonic beasts who sneaked away and stared at Lin Yun. Among the demonic beasts, there was a crimson leopard looking at Lin Yun with cold killing intent. It was a demonic beast that had just reached the Violet Palace realm. The leopard gradually and carefully approached before it suddenly pounced at Lin Yun. Just when it was about to knock Lin Yun down and devour him, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes and flicked his finger. A wisp of a purple-silver ray flew towards the leopard, sending it flying 1,000 meters away. Shortly after, a crimson bolt charged at the leopard. "I'll leave it to you. It's time for you to reach the Violet Palace realm or you'll end up letting down your bloodline," murmured Lin Yun. It was so much easier for the dragon-blooded horse to reach the Violet Palace realm than it was for Lin Yun. Lin Yun pondered briefly before he retrieved the jade slip that contained the Overlord sword. He had been traveling during the day and refining his origin energy at night, so he never took the time to look at the Overlord sword given to him by Guardian Plum. Placing the jade slip on his forehead, boundless information began to rush into his head. This was an overbearing sword technique that had 9 moves in total. There was the Thunderbolt Slash, Solar Slash, Big Bang, Breaking Dawn, Blood Suppression, Taie Slash, Limitless Radiance, Myriad Ages, and Overlord. The difficulty of learning would increase with each move. The amount of information was massive, which gave Lin Yun a headache. He realized that, with his comprehension, he was actually only able to barely understand the first move. Although he could barely understand it, it was impossible for him to reach greater mastery in it without comprehending the intent in the sword. Lin Yun opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. He now knew why Guardian Plum said so confidently that there weren't many sword techniques that could compare with the Overlord sword. It was hard for Lin Yun to cultivate it even though he grasped the Xianxia sword intent. For others, it must be even harder. But doesn't this prove that it's a powerful sword technique? Lin Yun licked his lips as he held onto the jade slip. Only the challenges were interesting to him. Clearing his thoughts, Lin Yun put away the jade slip and stood up from the bonfire. His black pupils glowed like 2 stars in the darkness, and he casually picked up a tree branch. Thunderbolt Slash. What does that really mean? Am I going to comprehend it as a whole or break it down? Wait, that doesn't seem right. Based on the mantra, the Thunderbolt Slash doesn't have any breaks or pauses. I'll only injure myself if I break it up. Then what does it really mean? Lin Yun had been practicing the entire night, so he was exhausted when dawn arrived. However, his eyes were energetic. With a faint smile on his face, he murmured, "It has been a long time since I've had a challenge." Martial techniques were differentiated into 4 stages: initial, lesser, greater, and complete mastery. Only a few talented ones could reach the manifestation realm. Most people would spend a lot of time just getting a martial technique to greater mastery. It was at that level that one could bring out 80 to 90% of the martial technique. It was too harsh trying to get to complete mastery just for the last 10%. As for the manifestation realm, most people couldn't even feel that stage in the first place. With Lin Yun's comprehension, he would usually spend half a day to get to initial mastery. As for greater mastery, it would take as long as half a month and as little as 1 week. For complete mastery, it would only take him 1 month tops. But he failed when it came to the Overlord sword's first move. He couldn't even reach initial mastery after one night. At least I had some harvest or else I would feel some despair, smiled Lin Yun as he got up to stretch. Right at this moment, the dragon-blooded horse appeared before Lin Yun. Lil Red's aura was a lot stronger than before. Its fur looked like crimson jade, and Lin Yun could sense the power contained in Lil Red's body. Not bad. I'm looking forward to what kind of changes you will go through when you reach the Violet Palace realm, muttered Lin Yun as they proceeded to travel through the extermination barrens. He didn't have a specific goal and only wanted to train himself beyond the Great Qin Empire. He wanted to understand the entire ancient southern domain first before determining his next goal. Lin Yun changed his schedule a little by comprehending the thunderbolt slash during the day and refining his sword energy at night. His days were dry, but it was a fulfilling process. Thunderbolt refers to momentum, to be explosive like a thunderbolt and to unleash an attack that streaks across the horizon. It looks like this move emphasizes how to achieve momentum. The stronger the momentum, the stronger this move. This should be the right direction. Lin Yun finally figured out a direction to go after 3 days. But just when he was about to try practicing it, the sky began to rumble and thunderclouds started gathering. Lin Yun was briefly stunned, but his eyes soon lit up. Is it going to rain? The sky turned terrifyingly dark, but there was no rain. Thunder began to rumble in the sky, which brought along a huge pressure. Just as Lin Yun fell into deep thought, time seemed to have frozen as a bolt of lightning streaked across the horizon. In the next second, rain began pouring down. I see. A smile appeared on Lin Yun's face as he got wet from the rain. He casually found a place to avoid the rain and focused on comprehending the Overlord sword. As time passed, the rain stopped and Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes. The sky suddenly became dark once more with rumbling lightning caused by his sword intent. A boundless sword momentum began to gush out from Lin Yun before he drew his sword. In the next second, a bolt of lightning flashed and exploded. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, a huge ravine was created in front of Lin Yun that stretched for a few thousand meters. The power of this sword left Lin Yun dumbfounded. But he soon became emotional because it was only in initial mastery. How powerful would it be when it reached greater mastery? He simply couldn't imagine how powerful it would be. Then again, the reason why this sword was so powerful was also related to Lin Yun. Lin Yun had been converting his origin energy with third-grade spiritual jades over the past few days. He now had 60% of his origin energy converted into sword energy. So, the Thunderbolt Slash wouldn't be as powerful if someone else was using it. This was because they didn't have Lin Yun's powerful origin energy, nor did they have a sword sutra for their cultivation technique. Then again, the Overlord sword was powerful and Guardian Plum didn't lie to him. With this sword technique, Lin Yun believed that he could forge a name for himself in the ancient southern domain. But the exhaustion is also terrifying. Lin Yun discovered that the Thunderbolt Slash took 1/4 of his origin energy, and the exhaustion would increase if he used it again. The origin energy exhaustion was nothing compared to the spiritual energy exhaustion, which was immense. Right at this moment, thunder rumbled once more in the sky, which made Lin Yun frown his brows. I already called off my sword momentum, so why is the lightning still rumbling? Could it be that someone else is practicing their sword here? When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw the thunderclouds gathering once more. Wait, this isn't created by sword intent. Lin Yun soon analyzed that this must be the cause of nature. After all, he couldn't imagine how powerful a person would need to be in order to create such a huge commotion. Over the next few days, the thunderclouds would gather and disperse continuously for 8 cycles. Just when he was about to leave the extermination barrens, he saw the thunderclouds gathering again for the 9th time. But this time, the commotion was even greater. It's coming again? It felt as though the apocalypse had arrived and fear loomed in his heart. Even Lil Red began to feel uneasy. What's going on? Even if Lin Yun was an idiot, he could guess that something unusual was going on. There was something bizarre about this situation. Lin Yun had finally guessed something. When demonic beasts reached the Violet Palace realm, they would be denied by heaven and earth by going through a lightning tribulation. The more powerful their bloodline, the more powerful the tribulation. The terrifying phenomenon meant that there was a violet palace realm making a breakthrough into the heavenly soul realm, and it had succeeded 8 times. This thought made Lin Yun's face change. He couldn't imagine how powerful that demonic beast was to undergo the tribulation 9 times. At the very least, it must be an overlord demonic beast. Could also be a monarch demonic beast. At the same level, demonic beasts were separated into 4 categories. Because of this, he couldn't imagine how powerful an overlord demonic beast would be if it succeeded in its tribulation. After all, reaching the heavenly soul realm was harder for demonic beasts than it was for human cultivators. Lin Yun, who initially wanted to leave the extermination barrens, suddenly hesitated because he needed a heavenly soul realm demonic beast's beast core for the Dracophant battle physique to reach the pinnacle 6th stage. He had no idea how long he would have to wait if he missed this opportunity. But even if the demonic beast was heavily injured from the tribulation, it still had the strength to kill him. Lin Yun knew that he would be dead if a demonic beast of that level wanted to kill him. "Let's go and take a look." Lin Yun comforted Lil Red as they headed towards the lightning tribulation. He still couldn't calm his boiling blood. After all, danger and crisis were always linked to strength. Half an hour later, Lin Yun arrived in a place riddled with craters and cracks on the ground. He could imagine how terrifying the tribulation was judging from the destruction on the ground. The thunderclouds dyed the sky dark and the pressure was suffocating. At the center of the ruins was a 1,000-meter-tall mountain, and the top of the mountain had a violet demonic wolf with flames on its forehead. It had a pair of emerald pupils and was covered with ancient purple runes that gave off a domineering aura. It turned out to be an overlord demonic beast, the violet flame demon wolf. It also had a massive body with surging ferocity that surged in the air. An azure figure quietly snuck into the ruins. That figure was naturally Lin Yun. He left Lil Red outside to keep watch for him while he snuck into the tribulation. "It looks like there are many eyes on this violet flame demon wolf." Lin Yun could vaguely sense the powerful aura in the surroundings. They belonged to demonic beasts that were waiting for the violet flame demon wolf to finish its tribulation. The competition between demonic beasts was brutal, so there was no way other overlord demonic beasts would allow the violet flame demon wolf to make it through the tribulation successfully. Lin Yun could sense that there were at least 3 violet palace realm demonic beasts. On the top of the mountain, the violet flame demon wolf could also sense that there were many demonic beasts in the surroundings. But it didn't have a choice. It had undergone 8 tribulations, so it could only carry on. It continued waiting for the 9th tribulation because the heavenly soul realm was too tempting. The tribulations alone are terrifying, not to mention that it needs to guard against fellow demonic beasts. "It's too hard for demonic beasts to reach the heavenly soul realm," sighed Lin Yun. Suddenly, lightning began to rumble and the ground started shaking. A terrifying aura was spreading out that released a trembling pressure. "It's starting." Lin Yun narrowed his eyes into slits because the 9th tribulation was starting. Without any warning, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky like a ferocious beast. The violet flame demon wolf could only condense its origin aura to defend against this tribulation. But this was only the appetizer. The moment the first bolt of lightning descended, countless other bolts of lightning began to rain down as well. Lin Yun was totally dumbfounded by this scene. The constantly descending bolts of lightning had formed a pillar of lightning that was 100 meters thick. Under the pillar of lightning, the violet flame demon wolf let out a berserk roar. Lin Yun couldn't describe this scene aside from the fact that it was grand. Facing heaven's rage, the violet flame demon wolf was standing firm. The aftermath of the lightning left terrifying craters on the ground. Lin Yun was lucky that he was far away. He couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if any of the lightning landed on him. The first wave of lightning soon ended and the second wave began to brew. The lightning had coiled into a whip as it flew out of the clouds. It was as if someone was above the clouds and controlling the lightning. When the second wave of lightning descended, the violet flame demon wolf began to howl out once more. The pain was terrible, but it ultimately made it through the tribulation. But by coming this far, the violet flame demon wolf was covered in wounds. A total of 9 tribulations and 9 waves in each tribulation. This means that the violet flame demon wolf had to go through 81 waves of lightning, commented Lin Yun. The violet flame demon wolf probably had an ancient bloodline. This is only the 3rd wave, but it will probably fail. If it failed, then it wouldn't be worth it for Lin Yun to take any risks. Unlike Lin Yun, the demonic beasts hiding in the surroundings would surely not let the violet flame demon wolf go, even if it failed the tribulation. After all, the strong preying on the weak had always been the rule among demonic beasts. This was the outcome for demonic beasts who failed their tribulations. Compared to the beginning, the violet flame demon wolf's aura had dwindled down after 5 waves. In the end, it had underestimated the terror of the tribulation. Just when the violet flame demon wolf got back on its feet, it was slammed back into the ground by the lightning. But the violet flame demon wolf merely struggled for a moment before it got back up on its feet. What's that fellow doing? Lin Yun locked his brows together because the violet flame demon wolf had clearly failed. Was it going to persist through the tribulation? If it gave up now, it might survive the onslaught from the surrounding demonic beasts. Suddenly, a bizarre scene appeared. Lightning continued to slam into the violet flame demon wolf, but it would get up each time. It didn't take long for the violet flame demon wolf to be reduced to a skeleton with a pile of meat. Aside from the purple flame on its forehead, it was no different than a corpse. It's finally down? This time, the violet flame demon wolf no longer got back up on its feet, and at the same time, the thunderclouds began to dissipate. The pressuring aura finally disappeared. It still failed. It was just as Lin Yun had guessed. The violet flame demon wolf failed its tribulation. Lin Yun found it a pity because it might have survived if it left after the 6th wave. But the violet flame demon wolf was too stubborn and refused to give up. Roars rang out from the surroundings as the demonic beasts in the surroundings looked at the top of the mountain with greed in their eyes. The violet flame demon wolf was down on its last breath. It was ironic the violet flame demon wolf wouldn't be killed by the tribulation, but by its own kind instead. Lin Yun shook his head and was prepared to leave. But right at this moment, a crimson bolt flashed past him. Lil Red bolted over just when the 5 Violet Palace Realm demonic beasts were about to reach the peak of the mountain. This surprised Lin Yun because he had no idea what Lil Red was trying to do. It was too greedy. Although Lin Yun knew that it was trying to make a breakthrough into the Violet Palace Realm recently, this was still too dangerous. But Lin Yun soon noticed that something was wrong because Lil Red didn't pounce on the violet flame demon wolf's body after reaching the peak of the mountain. Instead, it turned around and let out a roar at the 5 incoming demonic beasts. It was actually trying to protect the violet flame demon wolf. The 5 demonic beasts looked at Lil Red with disdain. In their eyes, a demonic beast that wasn't in the Violet Palace realm must be courting death to fight with them. The first demonic beast, a rock-horned beast, was heavily struck down before it could even react. Lil Red was releasing a terrifying aura and crimson flames blazed from its body like a volcano. The rock-horned beast unleashed a ferocious roar as it suffered a wound from Lil Red's horn. But the 4 other demonic beasts still charged to the top of the mountain. After all, there was a feast waiting for them at the top of the mountain. The mountain began to tremble, and it didn't take long before Lil Red gradually fell into a disadvantage. It was soon covered in injuries. After all, it was fighting against 5 Violet Palace Realm demonic beasts on its own. Lin Yun sighed as he roughly guessed why Lil Red wanted to protect the Violet Flame Demon Wolf. It must have been infected by the Violet Flame Demon Wolf's willpower. Without a doubt, Lin Yun had also been touched by the will of the Violet Flame Demon Wolf. If he was Lil Red, he wondered if he would charge right up without any hesitation. He had been with Lil Red for a long time, so he knew its intelligence wasn't any weaker than humans. Dumbass? Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. No matter how dumb Lil Red was, it was still his companion, so he would not sit by the side and watch it get bullied. Lin Yun spread his arms apart and soared into the sky like a golden crow. Just when a demonic iron bull was about to charge at Lil Red, Lin Yun threw a punch out. Get lost! The demonic iron bull was knocked away, but at the same time, Lin Yun felt his fist becoming numb as he had to take several steps backwards. The demonic Iron Bull's defense had shocked him. Clearly, these 5 demonic beasts must be stronger than the demonic beasts he usually encountered. They must be the elites in their cultivation level. When Lil Red saw Lin Yun get up and chase one demonic beast away, Lil Red turned to look at Lin Yun and grinned. "You're actually in the mood to smile," sighed Lin Yun bitterly. Terrifying aura began to explode from the peak of the mountain. But this aura was still nothing compared to the tribulation. Lin Yun swung out his fists like a sword, and it didn't take long for him to kill the demonic Iron Bull. However, he still took a hit to the chest. He wiped the blood off from the corner of his lips as he looked at the 4 remaining demonic beasts and locked his brows together. The other demonic beasts clearly had no intention of giving up. They might have a chance if they fought the demonic beasts individually, but at this rate they would only be exhausted to death if they stayed. Lin Yun spoke out, "Lil Red, time to get going." But Lil Red actually refused to leave. It had completely disregarded its life and death. Right at this moment, the violet flame demon wolf's corpse started to release a terrifying aura. It actually started to heal at a rapid speed as brimming vitality was being released. Shortly after, the violet flame demon wolf actually stood up and released an aura in the heavenly soul realm. In the next second, a bolt of lightning flashed and the rock-horned beast was torn into 2. Then, it turned its head to another demonic beast and breathed out, incinerating that demonic beast into ashes. This, Lin Yun was dumbfounded. The violet flame demon wolf was actually releasing a heavenly soul realm aura. Did the violet flame demon wolf actually succeed in its tribulation? This scene startled the 2 other demonic beasts as they began to run. Lin Yun looked at this scene and he smacked his lips together. He was shocked by the violet flame demon wolf's power. The violet flame demon wolf returned to the top of the mountain and nodded its head at Lil Red. Then it turned to look at Lin Yun. This instantly made Lin Yun feel a looming fear. However, Lil Red stood in front of Lin Yun to cover him. "Human, you were hiding because you were after me, right?" The violet flame demon wolf actually spoke in the human language, which startled Lin Yun. It continued, "Is it weird? It's not impossible for ordinary demonic beasts to speak the human language, not to mention that I've touched the heavenly soul realm. But you don't have to worry because I won't kill you." "You failed your tribulation?" asked Lin Yun. "Yes, I failed." The violet flame demon wolf looked at Lin Yun coldly, and the flame on its forehead began to dim. Clearly, it only released an outburst like a dying star. It wouldn't be long before the violet flame demon wolf died. "You're here for this, right?" The violet flame demon wolf spat out a crimson beast core that emitted a terrifying aura. The beast core contained the violet flame demon wolf's essence, and there were demonic runes engraved on the core. "This?" The beast core landed in Lin Yun's hand before he could even react. "Leave quickly. You're not the only one attracted by my tribulation," said the violet flame demon wolf. "Leave." An aged voice sounded out as a black-clothed old man appeared out of nowhere. The violet flame demon wolf's eyes flashed coldly, and he bolted forward. It clearly wanted to kill the black-clothed old man before its death. But it no longer possessed the heavenly soul realm's strength, so it was easily killed by the old man. "No!" Lin Yun's face changed drastically. Lil Red was also looking at the black-clothed old man furiously, but it didn't dare to do anything because of the old man's terrifying aura. "I originally thought that it had failed its tribulation and that there was nothing good left behind. It's good that I came back," smiled the old man as he looked at Lin Yun. "Young lad, hand the beast core over. It's not something that you should have." His tone was strong and he left no room for rejection. Lin Yun's face was grave, but he couldn't accept the sudden changes. First, the violet flame demon wolf came back to life and gave its beast core to him. However, all of a sudden, another person came. Lin Yun began to think of a solution. This old man must be in the greater Yin stage of the Violet Palace realm. There was no way he could compete with the old man. The Violet Palace realm was separated into 3 stages: Yin, Yang, and Yin Yang. Each stage was further separated into the initial, lesser, greater, and complete phase. He might have a chance against the lesser Een stage of the Violet Palace realm, but not against the greater phase. Furthermore, if this black-clothed old man cultivated an earth-grade cultivation technique, Lin Yun's odds of winning were even worse. "What's the matter? You're not willing to hand it over?" The black-clothed old man was rather surprised. "I dare now," whispered Lin Yun. "I'll hand it over immediately. Give it." Even if a heavenly soul realm's beast core is valuable, it's not as valuable as your life, said the old man as he stroked his beard. Lin Yun approached the old man. The old man's gaze fell onto the beast core as his eyes blazed with heat. Interesting, this demonic beast actually possessed an ancient bloodline. No wonder its tribulation was so terrifying. But now it's mine. The old man grabbed the beast core, but he actually missed. He then raised his head and looked at Lin Yun coldly. "Sorry, but I don't have a habit of giving what's mine." Lin Yun instantly formed the 4 seals over and unleashed the 4 combined seals. This attack made the old man throw up a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. He looked at Lin Yun in disbelief because he clearly never expected that someone in the quasi-violet palace realm would actually attack him. "You're courting death." The black-clothed old man threw a palm at Lin Yun's chest, but he unleashed that attack too quickly, so he couldn't build up any power. "Let's go." Lin Yun jumped on Lil Red and pushed it to run as fast as possible. In the blink of an eye, they were already a few thousand meters away. "You think you can run?" The black-clothed old man wiped the blood off his lips and a grim look filled his eyes. The old man's face was grim. He felt greatly humiliated that he was fooled by a quasi-violet palace realm brat. He never imagined that Lin Yun dared to fool him. He turned into a streak of light and chased after Lin Yun like a bolt of lightning. On horseback, Lin Yun's face was pale as blood dripped down from his lips. His chest was caved in and his ribcage was practically deformed. Just moving a little felt painful to him. The casual attack from the old man was already so powerful. Lin Yun couldn't imagine how powerful it would be if the old man attacked him at full force. Suddenly, Lin Yun's face changed. Lil Red also stopped. A sonic boom rang out and a comet descended down before them. An old man emitting a violent aura slowly walked out from the cloud of dust to look at Lin Yun coldly. "Why aren't you running anymore? No one can run from me after snatching the treasure of me." "Tan Feng," snorted the old man coldly. "Make your move," replied Lin Yun. Since they couldn't escape, they could only fight to the death. The old man was slightly surprised by Lin Yun's words. Clearly, Lin Yun's decisiveness made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Yun was in a sure-death scenario. Not only did Lin Yun not beg for mercy, but he even provoked him. Interesting. It has been a long time since I met such an arrogant junior. "Now die." The old man attacked. He dashed forward and appeared before Lin Yun in the next second. Raising his right fist, he started gathering his origin energy into his fist that lit up in the sky like a fireball. Lin Yun didn't dare to be careless and he unsheathed the flower burial sword. He executed Luminous Moon, lighting the entire sky white and severing the fireball into 2. When the fireball exploded, it separated into numerous fireballs that left deep craters in the ground. Lin Yun didn't dare to relax and executed the 7 profound steps, leaving behind afterimages while stabbing his sword forward. Each of his afterimages carried a powerful attack. Break! The old man was slightly surprised by Lin Yun's sword technique. However, he snorted and used his origin energy to destroy all of Lin Yun's attacks. "Brat, you have no idea how powerful the Violet Palace realm is." Tan Feng roared and threw out a punch. His punch echoed in the air and each echo sent out a shockwave. The pressure from his fist was immense and Lin Yun didn't have any time to hesitate. Myriad Frost. The flower burial sword began to buzz with sword intent coming from it. In the next second, a blinding flash exploded with boundless chill that quickly spread out. This attack made the old man's face change slightly as he retreated. Everything in the path of this attack was frozen solid. Interesting. But this is nothing before absolute strength. The old man roared and he charged forward with a punch. It felt as if his punch could even destroy a star. Taking the hit head-on, Lin Yun threw up a mouthful of blood and he flew out. The old man was unreasonably strong and Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the old man. I never imagined that you could come this far. You must be the disciple of a quasi-overlord sect, said the old man as he looked at Lin Yun with greed. Lin Yun's performance wasn't any inferior to a genius from a quasi-overlord sect. This meant that Lin Yun's background wasn't simple and that he was a fat lamb. A blazing meteor suddenly appeared and started expanding. It didn't take long for the entire surrounding area to be covered with a sea of flames. The old man's aura grew unbelievably strong in the sea of flames. Lin Yun's eyebrow twitched because the old man actually summoned his martial soul. This meteorite is my martial soul. I'm letting you have a taste of it as a show of my respect for a quasi-overlord sect's disciple, laughed the old man. In reality, the old man just didn't want to give Lin Yun any chance of escaping after determining that Lin Yun had a huge background. Die! Tan Feng roared and his figure appeared before Lin Yun. When he threw his punch forward, it carried the boundless power from the sea of flames. It was like an apocalyptic scene as the meteorite fell down from the sky with endless flames that made one feel despair. Gnashing his teeth, Lin Yun tried his best to restrain himself from using the Xianxia sword intent. It was his biggest trump card and he couldn't afford to reveal it so easily. In the name of my sword, bloom! The iris flower in his dantian bloomed and an iris flower appeared in the sky. With the Iris Sword Sutra at the 9th stage being pushed to the limit, Lin Yun's aura was extremely close to the Violet Palace realm. Moon reflection. Lin Yun's body swayed and he separated into 9 afterimages. His images looked like reflections and once they overlapped, Lin Yun unleashed a powerful aura that clashed with Tan Feng. The clash created a huge explosion that sent shockwaves into the surroundings. The aftermath produced a terrifyingly huge crater in the ground. When the flames dissipated, Lin Yun's figure appeared on the ground. His face was white and he was throwing up blood with one knee on the ground. The Dracophant battle physique was trying to repair his injuries, but even so, the terrifying impact still dealt heavy injuries to him. You're still not dead? The old man coughed as he walked out from the cloud of dust. He wasn't exactly in a good state either. When he saw Lin Yun kneeling on one knee, he was shocked. After all, he had used his martial soul in that attack, so he should be able to incinerate his enemies into ashes, even when facing someone who had just stepped into the Violet Palace realm. Interesting. I'm looking forward to my harvest after killing you. Are you the head disciple of a quasi-overlord sword? Smiled the old man sinisterly. The stronger Lin Yun was, the more tempting he was to a wandering cultivator. Come again! Roared Tan Feng with his face distorted. Kill! Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a cold gleam and he charged over while gritting his teeth. The two figures began to clash in the sky, leaving the extermination barons behind them. Raging Dragon! Tan Feng unleashed a powerful move. His fist roared and the flames behind him formed a gigantic flaming dragon. The roar from the dragon caused the ground to tremble. Lin Yun was exhausted, but he was still waiting for the right opportunity. Heavenly Cloud Shatter. Lin Yun swung out the flower burial sword at the flaming dragon. His sword aura formed into a roaring tornado that clashed with the flaming dragon. The shockwave from the clash made the ground tremble once more, and the two attacks passed by each other before heading towards their target. The old man threw up a mouthful of blood as he took several steps back. When he raised his head, he saw Lin Yun was knocked away by the flaming dragon and fell into a lake a few thousand meters away, creating a huge crater. Humph, you're courting death. Tan Feng coughed and threw up another mouthful of blood before he walked towards Lin Yun with a grim expression. Lin Yun's strength had far exceeded his imagination, but it had finally come to an end. He didn't believe that Lin Yun could survive this attack. Even if Lin Yun wasn't dead, he wouldn't be far from dying. The old man approached the crater with excitement in his eyes because he could taste the harvest he would get from this fight. Just thinking about the heavenly soul realm beast core and the entire fortune of a head disciple made him feel excited. It didn't take long before he was standing in front of the crater. Just when he was losing himself in his imagination, a powerful sword intent suddenly exploded out from that crater that resonated out with the surroundings. Xianxia's sword intent. Tanfeng's face changed because he knew that he was tricked. He quickly retreated without any hesitation. You think you can escape? Old fart. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Lin Yun soared into the sky. The surroundings began to change under his sword intent, and the sky turned dark with rumbling lightning formed by the sword intent echoing in the surroundings. His sword intent had manifested into thunderclouds and rumbling lightning. Standing in the sky, Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword and swung the sword down. He had unleashed the Overlord sword's thunderbolt slash. The beautiful sword empowered by Xianxia's sword intent charged down, showcasing its absolute destruction. Lin Yun had just grasped this attack and he hadn't used it against anyone yet. The old man was the first person, but he definitely wouldn't be the last. No! The old man's face changed drastically when he sensed Lin Yun's Xianxia's sword intent. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Before he could even react, the earth-shaking attack devoured him whole. The attack pierced through his chest and took his life instantly. But before the old man died, he managed to throw out a palm at full power. A meteorite descended from the sky that was empowered by the old man's marital soul. Lin Yun's face changed drastically. All he could do was try to block this attack, but he had exhausted all his power by executing the thunderbolt slash. With a huge explosion, Lin Yun was knocked away. He slowly lost his consciousness as he fell into the lake. Before he closed his eyes, he could see Lil Red neighing anxiously by the lake. The undercurrent in the lake was rapid and the impact made him wish he was dead. He was already injured and his consciousness was blurred. Even if he could open his eyes, all he would see is darkness. He couldn't even move his fingers, not to mention circulate his origin energy. He had suffered unprecedented injuries and he was no longer in control of his life. Am I dead? Lin Yun gradually regained his consciousness, but had no idea how long he had been out. Although he wasn't sure how much time had passed, he was relieved because he felt pain. Pain only meant one thing: he was still alive. However, he still couldn't move his body, so his body was carried by the current. Occasionally, there were waves that would sink him into the water. Throughout the ride, Lin Yun struggled to stay alive by sheer willpower alone. He never expected that a greater stage of the Violet Palace realm would be so powerful. Although his consciousness was hazy, he could still sense that he was saved by someone. He could also vaguely hear their voices. Interesting, he's actually still alive after such injuries. I wonder where he came from. Even if he isn't dead, he's probably crippled. It's impossible for him to be a cultivator anymore in the future. Let's leave him. No, he'll die if we leave him. Lin Yun finally had a moment to relax after suffering from the current for such a long time. A few days later, Lin Yun struggled to open his eyelid. He found himself in a room filled with junk. The room also had a moldy smell. A junk room? Lin Yun could tell that the place he was lying in had clearly been cleaned up by someone. He let out a breath and tried to touch his forehead, but he was powerless. His throat was dry and he was in an extremely weakened state. When he looked within his body, he was greatly shocked because 7 out of his 10 profound veins were in a barely visible state. The remaining 3 were a mess and they even had traces of being burned. Holy! Lin Yun's face sank. Back then, he couldn't be bothered about his inner injuries in the fight with the old man. But he didn't expect to be so heavily injured. If someone else was in his position, they would be crippled after suffering such heavy injuries. But this was still within the acceptable range for the Dracophant battle physique. He could heal from his injuries as long as he had enough time. However, this battle had also given Lin Yun a lesson not to be so careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. I should be on a boat right now, muttered Lin Yun as he looked around. He still didn't know who had saved him, but he wasn't exactly happy about his current state. After all, anyone could kill him in this state. So what he had to do right now was to heal up from his injuries. But when he reached out to the interspatial pouch on his waist, his face changed. His interspatial pouch was gone. But that wasn't all. Even the sword box he had always been carrying was gone. Did he lose them in the lake or did someone take them away from him? Lin Yun's gaze became dark because it wasn't funny if it was the latter. His interspatial pouch had a heavenly soul realm beast core and the rose painting that contained boundless secrets, not to mention the Scarlet Flame war flag and other treasures. As for the sword box, it contained his personal sword. Just when Lin Yun was in deep thought, the door suddenly opened. A beautiful woman that looked to be 15 or 16 walked in. "Oh, you're awake." The girl rejoiced when she saw that Lin Yun was awake. But when she thought of something, she bashfully took several steps back. After all, they were opposite sex, so it wasn't appropriate for her to pounce over. Looking at her, Lin Yun couldn't help but to smile. "My name is Lin Yun. Are you the one who saved me?" "So your name is Lin Yun. I'm Bai Yi. I saw you floating on the water 3 days ago and got my senior brothers to fish you up," said the gentle girl. "Thank you for your care. May I know where am I right now? How far is this place from the Sword Firmament Pavilion?" Lin Yun wanted to ascertain his current position. The Sword Firmament Pavilion? I've never heard of it. Bai Yi locked her brows together. "What about the Great Qin Empire?" asked Lin Yun. "Oh, that's an intermediate force in the Nether Prefecture. This is the Raging Dragon River. It's far from the Great Qin Empire. Even a Heavenly Soul Realm expert would have to travel for half a month to reach the Great Qin Empire." Bai Yi's eyes lit up the moment the Great Qin Empire was mentioned. "Nether Prefecture?" questioned Lin Yun. "You don't know about the Nether Prefecture? That's weird." Bai Yi continued. "The ancient southern domain was separated into 9 prefectures in ancient times. The Nether Prefecture was located in the west, and the Great Qin Empire is located at the borders of the Nether Prefecture." Lin Yun finally understood her words. He did hear Guardian Plum saying something about that before. If he was right, the Nether Prefecture's overlord was the profound Yang Palace. Every prefecture had a prefectural city that was larger than one of the Great Qin Empire's counties. Since he was out, then he naturally had to look around. "Right, Miss Bai, have you seen my interspatial pouch and sword box?" asked Lin Yun. He had nearly forgotten about his things. "This?" Bai Yi revealed a difficult expression and said, "They're in the hands of my second senior sister. She said that your origin is unknown, so she's keeping it for the time being. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm sorry." Lin Yun was a little enraged when he first heard it, but his rage gradually calmed down. He could tell that Bai Yi was a gentle and weak lady and that she would be a target of bullying if she was in the sect. "It doesn't matter. Bring me to your senior sister. I'll talk to her personally." "You don't have to apologize to me," said Lin Yun as he struggled to get on his feet. "Don't move, you're still injured. My eldest senior sister." Bai Yi suddenly thought of something and hesitated. "My eldest senior sister instructed that you shouldn't move around." Lin Yun wanted to laugh because he was sure that wasn't what Bai Yi's eldest senior sister said. She must have said that he would be a cripple in the future. Bai Yi practically revealed all her emotions on her face when talking to him. "It doesn't matter. Bring me over," smiled Lin Yun. He cultivated the Dracophant battle physique, so his recovery far exceeded normal people. What he wanted to do right now was to get his interspatial pouch back. After all, he staked his life for the Heavenly Soul Realm Beast Core, so he would start killing if someone took it. "All right, I'll help you. Be careful." Bai Yi helped Lin Yun up as they headed to find Bai Yi's second senior sister. There were people along the way that would look at Lin Yun weirdly with disdain. But there was no change to Lin Yun's expression because he could tell that they all had an extraordinary temperament. They wore the same clothes, which meant that they must be from the same sect. Any one of them could compare with the 7 titles in the Great Qin Empire. Aside from Situ Yi and Bai Lishuan, none of the other titles could win against these disciples. Just where did these people come from? Lin Yun couldn't hide his shock when he realized that even the ordinary disciples could compare to the 7 titles. At the same time, he felt that things were becoming more complicated and he could foresee that it wouldn't be easy to get his things back. "Bai Yi, you usually act like a pure lady, but you're actually holding a man right now, not to mention a sword slave with uncertain origin. Don't tell me that you've fallen for this piece of trash." A voice of mockery sounded out and a girl donned in blue stood at the front. She had tons of boys following behind her. Each of those boys were strong. Some were in the 10th stage of the profound martial realm, while the rest were in the quasi-violet palace realm. Lin Yun could sense that each of them were powerful and they could suppress the great Qin Empire's cultivators in the same cultivation. But Lin Yun wasn't focused on that. His gaze was on the girl's right hand because the girl was holding onto the flower burial sword. Lin Yun instantly narrowed his eyes into slits because this was the first time he saw an outsider holding onto his sword openly in public. "Be big sister Xin. How can you say that to me?" Bai Yi's face turned red and her voice trembled. She didn't know how to fight back with her gentle and weak personality. "Shut it. That brat's identity is still uncertain. He might be an escaped slave. We still don't know if we're in trouble for saving him. Not only that, but you even brought him out instead of notifying me that he's awake. Can you take responsibility if anything happens?" Lu Xin reprimanded Bai Yi with strong disapproval. She was unreasonable and shrewd, not giving Bai Yi any chance to fight back. "Lu Xin, you're not allowed to talk like that. Big brother Lin is surely not a bad person," said Bai Yi as her face turned red while biting her lips. "Haha. Bai Yi, didn't you see the mark on his forehead? It's common not only in the Nether Providence, but the entire ancient southern domain." "That's the mark of a slave," said a youth standing beside Lu Xin. He continued with a sneer. "Brat, am I right?" Lin Yun fell into deep thought. He now knew why these people were looking at him with disdain earlier. So they saw the mark on his forehead and treated him as a sword slave. "Senior brother Lung Feng, how can you say that? Even if he's a sword slave, does it mean that there's no good people among sword slaves?" argued Bai Yi. "What do you know? Would he be so injured if he was a good person? You can tell with a glance that someone did it on purpose and tried to cripple him. Sword slave, aren't I right?" Lu Xin raised her brow. "I don't wish to argue with you about right and wrong. What I want to say is that the sword you're holding belongs to me," said Lin Yun. "What a joke. A sword slave like you can have such a treasured sword? Even if it's yours, do you think you still have the qualification to possess it? Don't you know that you're already a crippled?" sneered Lu Xin. Even those around her laughed along. "This sword slave really doesn't know what's good for him. We saved his life, but he didn't even thank us. I would offer the sword to senior sister Lu if I was in his position. This sword is extremely valuable. He must have stolen it. Of course it's stolen. Senior sister Lu is just borrowing it now until she can return it to its true owner in the future," said the other disciples as they framed Lin Yun for stealing the sword. How can you guys be like this?" Bai Yi's face turned red. She never expected that her senior sister would be so shameless. "Senior sister Lu, I'm afraid this sword slave still doesn't know his current situation. Why don't we lock him up first and make a decision later on after we investigate him?" The disciple named Lung Feng glared at Lin Yun with killing aura flickering in his eyes. "Sounds good. He's just a sword slave. He must be courting death to act with such presumptuousness before me," snorted Lu Xin. "Don't you dare." Bai Yi stood before Lin Yun anxiously. "Sorry about this, junior sister Bai." Lung Feng had no intention of sparing his hand. How could he possibly give up this opportunity to get on Lu Xin's good side? Has the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples fallen so far to act against a heavily injured person? A lady donned in long purple clothes walked over. Her appearance was more exquisite than Lu Xin's, and she had rage flashing across her brows. The moment she made her appearance, all the other disciples calmed down, including Lu Xin. "Big brother Lin, you're going to be all right. This is our senior sister Lu Yunyen. She's the one who treated your injuries." Bai Yi smiled the moment she saw the purple-clothed lady. Lin Yun fell into deep thought. He could tell that this woman was formidable and that she had already reached the Violet Palace realm. She should be in the initial Yin stage. At the same time, she also revealed that they were disciples of the Heavenly Province Academy. "Senior sister," cried Bai Yi. Seeing Bai Yi running over, the aloof lady revealed a gentle expression. After listening to her words, she turned to look at Lin Yun. There wasn't any loathing in her eyes, but at the same time, there wasn't any friendliness. Nodding her head, she looked at Lu Xin. "Xin, is what Lily said true? The sword that you're holding belongs to him. This sword was indeed taken out of the sword box. But that doesn't mean that it belongs to him. Furthermore, senior sister, you already know that he's crippled. So there's no way he can use this sword anymore, said Lu Xing as she lowered her position. You like it? Asked Lu Yunyan as she fell into deep thoughts. Yes, Xing likes this sword. I hope that senior sister can indulge me, said Lu Xing. She knew that Lu Yunyan would take sides with disciples of the same sect as long as they didn't take it too far. Not to mention that Lin Yun was already a cripple. You're Lin Yun, right? Lu Yunyan looked at Lin Yun. I am. Lin Yun fell into deep thought. He could tell that they had no intention of handing the sword back. I'll buy your sword, said Lu Yunyan. I hope that you can agree. What if I don't? Lin Yun said with a playful smile. Lu Yunyan was surprised. She never expected that Lin Yun dared to speak with her in this manner. But she was someone who wouldn't get angry so easily. She said calmly, You might be a sword slave, but you're talented with your cultivation. But it's a pity, perhaps you don't know, but your injuries are more serious than you imagined. Not only are 3 of your profound veins crippled, but your 7 remaining profound veins are also damaged. You'll be thrown into pain the moment you circulate your origin energy. It's impossible for you to treat yourself, so you're already crippled. Lu Yunyan had no choice but to tell Lin Yun the truth. She was the one who treated Lin Yun's injuries, and there was nothing she could do about his profound veins. Even the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples would be crippled if they suffered such heavy injuries. The Heavenly Province Academy might pay a great price to treat Lin Yun if he was their disciple. But Lin Yun was just a sword slave with no background, so he was destined to be crippled. You think that I'm already a crippled and that the flower burial sword no longer has any use for me, so you want to do a favor to your junior sister, right? Lin Yun instantly knew what Lu Yunyan was trying to do. He never imagined that his 7 profound veins would be half crippled in Lu Yunyan's eyes, which made things interesting. With the Dracophant battle physique, it was just a matter of time before he recovered. What if I say that I can recover my cultivation? Asked Lin Yun. Is that so? You really know how to tell a joke. I won't force you if you can recover your cultivation, but let's talk after your cultivation recovers. The sword will be given to Xing for now for safekeeping. As compensation, I can give you a place to stay for the time being in the academy. Lu Yunyan was slightly enraged because she felt that Lin Yun was boasting a little too much. Lin Yun smiled bitterly inwardly. He had just regained his consciousness and he still had to wait for his injuries to recover in order to make a move. But he didn't stay on that topic for long and replied, My interspatial pouch is also with her. Do you think that she should provide safekeeping for that as well? Lu Yunyan frowned her brows and looked at Lu Xing. What he says is true. It's true it is with me, but I didn't touch any of his stuff. I'm not interested in the interspatial pouch of a sword slave. I'm just keeping it for the time being, said Lu Xing as she handed the interspatial pouch over. Thereafter, her eyes lit up and she smiled. Senior sister, why don't we check his interspatial pouch? After all, he might have stolen his owner's stuff. Cut it out, reprimanded Lu Yunyan. Oh, Lu Xing immediately lowered her head. She knew that she had taken it a little too far and had forgotten about her senior sister's temper. Here, you can have it back. I'm not interested in the stuff of a sword slave anyways, said Lu Xing as she threw the interspatial pouch over. Lin Yun took it and glanced at Lu Xing deeply. I hope that you remember what you said. Lin Yun then turned around and left. This fellow, he's actually holding a grudge. Senior sister Lu, you're being too good to him, said Ling Feng. Do I need you to teach me what to do? Lu Yunyan looked at Ling Feng coldly. Then, she turned to Lu Xing. Let me take a look at the sword. Here. Lu Xing handed the sword over. Lu Yunyan pulled the sword out to look at it. The sword was heavy and it had naturally formed spiritual runes. This surprised Lu Yunyan as she looked at the direction Lin Yun left in. Flower burial? Lu Yunyan now knew why Lu Xing took a liking to the sword. The sword was indeed a treasure. Sheathing it, Lu Yunyan said, Return it to him if he recovers his cultivation. You must be joking, senior sister. He's just a piece of trash. Plus, I don't believe that he can recover, sneered Lucine. How could she possibly give back something that she already took? I'm sorry, Big Brother Lin, whispered Bai Yi with her face blushed. Why are you apologizing? Asked Lin Yun. Because it's my fault. I couldn't stop Senior Sister Xin from taking your items previously. She even managed to keep them by claiming that she was holding on to it for safekeeping. I thought that Senior Sister Lu could do something about it. She didn't hate Lu Xin. She only blamed Lu Yunyan for taking Lu Xin's side. Lin Yun laughed inwardly at Bai Yi's innocence. How could Lu Yunyan not help her junior sister instead of an outsider? Not to mention that he was already a crippled in Lu Yunyan's eyes. Since Lu Xin liked it, he didn't mind letting her hold it for now. Big Brother Lin, why aren't you feeling anxious? Asked Bai Yi. Why would I be anxious? No one can take my sword away, so I don't mind leaving it with her for now. Smiled Lin Yun with a cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. He already told Lu Xin to remember her words. Even a greater stage cultivator couldn't take something from him, not to mention the flower burial sword that came such a long way with him. Big Brother Lin, rest well for now. I'll send something over for you to eat tomorrow. Smiled Bai Yi. Speaking of which, why do you think that I'm a good person? Asked Lin Yun. Because how can someone so handsome be a bad person? Bai Yi peeked at Lin Yun before she ran out of the room, bashful and embarrassed. Her words made Lin Yun smile bitterly in his heart. It looks like Lu Xin wasn't exactly wrong. Bai Yi was a little too innocent. But even so, Lu Xin was in no position to bully her. She saved his life, so he wouldn't let anyone bully her as long as he was around. After all, he couldn't possibly let a woman stand in front of him. Closing the door, Lin Yun turned to look at his interspatial pouch and let out a breath of relief. It was good that no one took a look in the interspatial pouch, or Lu Xin would have been motivated by greed. But when he opened up his interspatial pouch, his face changed drastically. His interspatial pouch only had second-grade spiritual jades and other miscellaneous items. His hidden sword gourd, scarlet flame war flag, and heavenly soul realm beast core were all gone. Bitch! Lin Yun's face turned dark with a killing aura flashing in the depths of his eyes. You want to mess with me? Lin Yun instantly figured out why Lu Xin pretended not to have touched his interspatial pouch. This was probably because she didn't want him to check his interspatial pouch in front of Lu Yunyan. Even if he stood up later, she could have said that he framed her. Lin Yun kept the interspatial pouch and began to laugh in rage. You want to play? Let's play then. Lin Yun soon calmed down because he knew everything would be alright once he recovered his cultivation. A bright moon hung high in the night sky and the lake roared like a ferocious beast. This river was truly fitting of its name, the Raging Dragon River. But the massive boat journeyed steadily in the river, despite the ferocious nature of the river. Clearly, the Heavenly Province Academy had a huge backing and this boat wasn't simple. Lin Yun sat in the storage room as the Dracophant energy flowed on his body, dyeing the surface of his body with a purple glow that brimmed with vitality. The healing capability in the Dracophant battle physique after reaching the 5th stage was terrifying. As his origin energy mixed with the Dracophant energy flowing within his body, crackling sounds were occasionally heard. It was like a silkworm breaking through the cocoon. The injuries that were impossible to recover from in the eyes of others were gradually recovering at a visible speed. He had suffered even more serious injuries than this when his Dracophant battle physique wasn't in the 5th stage, so these injuries were nothing to him. He just hoped that Lu Xin wouldn't regret her actions in the future. Sensing his internal injuries slowly recovering, Lin Yun began to relax. His recovery speed was faster than he'd imagined. Suddenly, his profound veins began to wriggle and his body emitted a silvery glow. Lin Yun was shocked by this sudden phenomenon. He realized that 70% of his origin energy had been converted into sword energy. Already 70%? Lin Yun then figured out that the Iris Sword Sutra must have been triggered in the fight with the black-clothed old man, converting 70% of his origin energy into sword energy. All without the help of any 3rd-grade spiritual jades. Then again, he wasn't surprised by it. Many people made a breakthrough in life and death situations as they would trigger the potential within the body. The only issue was that you might be killed if you were careless. Could be considered a fortune within misfortune. At the same time, within an elegant room, a boy and girl sat in front of a pile of treasures. If Lin Yun was here, he would recognize the items on the table: the Scarlet Flame War Flag, the Rose Painting, the Heavenly Soul Realm Beast Core, and the Hidden Sword Gourd. As for the two people, they were naturally Lu Xin and Leng Feng. TSK, incredible. A sword slave actually has so many treasures, said Leng Feng as he looked at the treasures on the table with greed. This war flag isn't simple. It can be repaired into a high-grade cosmic artifact back in the sect, and this hidden sword gourd is a rare treasure. As for this painting, there's something weird about it. We actually can't see through it even with our attainments in spiritual runes. Leng Feng paused briefly before he looked at the Heavenly Soul Realm Beast Core. The Beast Core was red and engraved with bizarre demonic runes. Judging from its aura, it was clearly the Heavenly Soul Realm Beast Core that belonged to an overlord demonic beast. Its value was incredibly high, and Leng Feng couldn't conceal the greed in his eyes. I wonder where that sword slave got these treasures from. No wonder he was crippled. The owner of these items must have a huge backing. But it's all mine now, smiled Lu Xin. Senior Sister Lu, what if that sword slave discovers that these are missing and goes to look for Senior Sister Lu? Said Leng Feng as he gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He's just a sword slave. He won't do that if he's tactful, said Lu Xin with a cold light flashing through his eyes. Furthermore, he needs proof if he wants to make a complaint. Why do you think I bothered acting in front of Lu Yunyan? This proved that I didn't look into his interspatial pouch. He can only blame himself for being a fool. If he does complain, I can bite back at him for framing me. You're smart, Senior Sister. Why don't I make a move and kill him once and for all? He's just a cripple, so no one will pay any attention to him, said Leng Feng coldly with killing aura flashing in his eyes. Are you a fool? If that sword slave is dead, Lu Yunyan will definitely suspect me. Don't forget about her means. We'll both be in trouble at that time, barked Lu Xin as she glared at Leng Feng. Oh yeah. Leng Feng shivered when he thought of Lu Yunyan. We'll both be in trouble if she finds out about this. I'm even surprised that she took your side with the sword today. We're disciples of the Heavenly Province Academy, so she won't take the side of an outsider no matter what. Furthermore, that sword slave is already crippled in her eyes. Plus, she needs our help. Lu Xin began to feel exhausted and she waved her hand. How about this? Pick one out of the four. Senior Sister, why, you know how I feel for you. I can even give my life for you, not to mention these treasures, said Leng Feng. Lu Xin's eyes flashed with loathing as she sneered. Cut the crap. Pick one. Leng Feng knew that Lu Xin was trying to bribe him. After a brief hesitation, he pointed at the painting. I'll take this then. Lu Xiyun was surprised. She looked at Leng Feng and said, and here I thought you'd pick the Beast Core. But this painting is weird. It might not be any inferior to the Beast Core if you're able to comprehend something from it. Leng Feng sneered inwardly. That was under the prerequisite that he could comprehend. He knew that Lu Xin wouldn't agree with him picking the Beast Core. Take it and get lost, said Lu Xin. Taking the painting, Leng Feng looked at Lu Xin's voluptuous figure before he left unwillingly. After Leng Feng left, Lu Xin put the treasures on the table and sneered. A crippled sword slave dares to fight with me? He better behave himself. But compared to the three treasures, she was more fond of the flower burial sword. She drew the sword and started looking at it. After playing with it briefly, she smiled. This is indeed a good sword. Lin Yun opened his eyes the next morning and let out a long breath. When he did that, his pale face became more rosy. In just one night, he had recovered from almost 50% of his injuries. But he soon calmed down because if anyone was here, they would be shocked by the light in his eyes. After all, it was impossible for someone who wasn't even in the Violet Palace realm to possess such a pair of sharp gaze. Not long after Lin Yun opened his eyes, the door was pushed open. Bai Yi's head popped into the room, and she spoke with her face blushed. Big Brother Lin, you're awake. She was carrying a basket that she handed over to Lin Yun. Big Brother Lin, It must have been days since you last ate. I brought you breakfast. Cultivators might be able to live off the energy in the atmosphere, but eating was still beneficial to them, not to mention that Lin Yun had been wandering at the bottom of the river for half a month. In his case, food was a great source of replenishment for his body. Lin Yun stared at Bai Yi and revealed a rare gentle smile, all because of Bai Yi's kind heart. Big brother Lin, can you tell me how you got injured? Who is it that injured you so heavily? Asked Bai Yi. Drinking a mouthful of kanji, Lin Yun replied honestly. I fought with a greater stage wandering cultivator. Although I managed to kill him, I also got injured in the process. You're boasting, said Bai Yi with her lips pouted. She clearly didn't believe his words. Even senior sister Lu is only in the lesser stage. How can you possibly kill a greater stage expert? Senior sister Lu is considered a rare genius in the academy, and she's only ranked below core disciples. Only ranked below core disciples? This made Lin Yun even more interested. Lu Yunyan wasn't even a core disciple despite her cultivation. If she was in the Great Qin Empire, she would be ranked above the 8 titles. This meant that the Heavenly Province Academy had a huge origin. The two chatted in the room briefly. Perhaps it was because Bai Yi wasn't an extroverted person, but her voice was soft when she spoke. At the same time, Lin Yun had a whole new understanding of the ancient southern domain through her. She might be young, but her scope was bigger than his. The ancient southern domain was divided into 9 prefectures: the Nether, Azure, Wing, Cloud, Artifact, Wind, Lightning, Demonic, and Central. Each prefecture had an ancient city that occupied the ancient southern domain's dragon vein. Powerful forces would set their base in the prefectural cities, using the dragon vein's fortune to benefit their sect. The Great Qin Empire was located in the Nether Prefecture, but the empire could only be considered an intermediate force. It was insignificant in the eyes of genuine experts. If the Nether Prefecture's overlord was the profound Yang Palace, the ancient southern domain had 8 other similar overlord forces. In addition to the profound Yang Palace, the Nether Prefecture also had 5 quasi-overlord forces. They were the Heavenly Province Academy, Gold Origin Commerce, Threezealot Manor, Blood-Winged Pavilion, and Shattered Sword Pavilion. The 5 forces might not be as powerful as the profound Yang Palace, but they all ruled a section of the Nether Prefecture. This was why they were deemed quasi-overlord forces. Then again, there were also many forces in the prefecture with deep foundations that couldn't be underestimated. But Lin Yun was surprised when Bai Yi introduced the Heavenly Province Academy. So it turns out that the Heavenly Province Academy emphasized cultivation in spiritual runes. This meant that they had the strongest spiritualists in the entire prefecture. All of their disciples cultivated the art of spiritual runes. So the entry requirement for the academy was talent in spiritual runes. Senior sister Lu is a 2nd-grade spiritualist. Isn't she great? She can already control 2nd-grade spiritual runes freely before the age of 25. 2nd-grade spiritualist? That was indeed impressive. All of the 2nd-grade spiritualists in the Sword Firmament Pavilion were old geezers. Lin Yun was also rather proficient in the art of spiritual runes. The Age Sutra also had guidance on 2nd-grade spiritual runes, and his talent in spiritual runes wasn't bad. However, he didn't have any time to cultivate them. When Bai Yi mentioned Lu Yunyan, her eyes were glowing with stars filled with admiration. Lin Yun could tell that Lu Yunyan must be Bai Yi's idol, so Lin Yun's impression of her wasn't bad. At the very least, Lu Yunyan had helped him with his injuries. The only unhappiness he had with Lu Yunyan was that she gave Lu Xin his sword for safekeeping. Then again, there was nothing he could do about it since they weren't from the same sect. But senior sister Lu is under great pressure for this mission, said Bai Yi with concern in her eyes. What mission? Asked Lin Yun. The academy received news that indigo flame gold lotuses appeared in the Bloodbone mountain range, and we've been tasked to bring back at least 3. If everything goes smoothly, senior sister Lu will be promoted to a core disciple when we get back, explained Bai Yi. Indigo flame gold lotuses? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts before he asked, Are you talking about the indigo flame gold lotuses that can aid in the breakthrough of the Violet Palace realm? There were 3 treasures that could be found in nature that could aid in the breakthrough of the Violet Palace realm. They were the Blood Flame Fruit, Earth Origin Fruit, and Indigo Flame Gold Lotus. Back then, when Lin Yun chanced upon a Blood Flame Fruit, he even inquired about it. But it was a pity that he had already refined the Blood Flame Fruit. Otherwise, it would have been easier for him to make a breakthrough into the Violet Palace realm. But among the 3 treasures, the Blood Flame Fruit was the weakest and the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus was the greatest. That's right. Bai Yi nodded. The Indigo Flame Gold Lotus is beneficial to quasi-Violet Palace realm cultivators. As long as you're not out of luck with a poor aptitude, it's practically certain that you can form your Violet Palace by refining it. Legend has it that forming the Violet Palace with the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus can remove impurities with the Indigo Flame of the Lotus. Lin Yun had also heard about it and was tempted by it. If he could refine an Indigo Flame Gold Lotus after he recovered from his injuries and converted all his origin energy, he would be able to reach the Violet Palace realm. Lin Yun had a deep impression of how strong the Violet Palace realm was after his fight with the old man. In fact, Lin Yun had nearly died even with the Xianxia sword intent. His aptitude wasn't bad, so it would take him roughly a year to make a breakthrough into the Violet Palace realm if he didn't run into any opportunities. But it was a whole new situation if he had the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus. The 3 treasures were hard to find. They couldn't be found just anywhere. But we're not the only ones who received the news. Many forces also know about it, so it's not optimistic for us to obtain 3 of them given the many other forces. Bai Yi expressed her concern. Yeah. Lin Yun gradually calmed down. Since Lu Yunyan wasn't confident in obtaining it, Lin Yun also wasn't confident about it. Right now, he just had to focus on recovering from his injuries. After he recovered from his injuries, he would take back his treasures. So he was in no position to worry about the Heavenly Province Academy. If Bai Yi wanted it, he didn't mind taking the risk to get one for her. Bai Yi left reluctantly after Lin Yun finished breakfast. 2 days later, the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples began to descend from the boat. They had to travel to the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus by foot, which is where things would get dangerous. On the deck, Bai Yi begged a senior brother of hers to bring Lin Yun along. She was worried that Lin Yun might be bullied, since he still hadn't recovered from his injuries. There wasn't anyone that could take care of him. She wanted to bring him along so that she could take care of him at all times. Lin Yun wasn't too bothered by it because he had recovered from 70% of his injuries. At least now he could follow behind them sneakily without anyone noticing. But when he saw how Bai Yi begged her senior brother to bring him along, he felt some warmth in his heart. Do you think we're out to play? Who is going to take care of him if we run into danger? He'll just tie us down. A voice sounded out right at this moment. It was Lu Xin reprimanding Bai Yi. Bai Yi was frightened by the voice and her face turned red. You clearly stole Big Brother Lin's sword, but you're still being so harsh. Don't you have any compassion? You dare to reprimand me? Lu Xin's face turned dark with rage flashing across her eyes. She immediately lifted her hand to slap Bai Yi. Her action startled Bai Yi, but before she could slap Bai Yi, another hand came out of nowhere and grabbed onto her wrist. Lin Yun's face turned cold and he spoke out. Quite the temper you got there. Let me go. Lu Xin couldn't move her wrist from Lin Yun's grab, which made her furious. What is a sword slave like you trying to do? Release senior sister Lu. The other disciples who had a good relationship with Lu Xin's faces changed as they looked at Lin Yun coldly. In that split second, the atmosphere became tense. Lu Xin couldn't move her wrist no matter how she struggled. Her face immediately became dark and she barked. You piece of trash. Are you courting death? Sword slave. Release senior sister Lu right this moment. Lung Feng's eyes flashed with killing aura as he drew his weapon. This signaled everyone else to draw their swords as well. Seeing this scene, Lu Xin calmed down and sneered. You're pretty courageous. Who are you to interfere in me reprimanding this lass? Why don't you try and touch me once more, you trash? Lin Yun sneered inwardly. At such a close distance, he had more than 10 ways of killing Lu Xin. Even if he had only recovered 70% of his injuries, he could still leave safely after killing her. He didn't know where she got the courage to speak to him in such a tone. Big brother Lin, let senior sister Lu go. Bai Yi was startled by Lin Yun's actions and immediately calmed him down. Looking at Bai Yi, Lin Yun sighed inwardly. She was still too soft. You're courting death. But the moment he released his grip, Lu Xiying stabbed her sword scabbard at Lin Yun's chest. No! Bai Yi's face changed and she stood before Lin Yun. The scabbard struck Bai Yi's chest, which made Bai Yi groan out in pain. This scene surprised many people. Idiot! Sneered Lu Xiying. Don't! Bai Yi immediately grabbed onto Lin Yun and she squeezed out a smile. Big brother Lin, calm down. I'm fine. Lin Yun bit his lip and he swept a glance at Lu Xiying. This instantly made Lu Xiying feel a chill run down her spine as she felt the boundless killing aura focused on her, which made her tremble. What's going on? Lu Yunyan came out right at this moment. Senior sister Lu, this piece of trash wants to follow us down the boat, so I taught him a lesson. But who knew that junior sister Bai would step forward and take the attack for him? Sighed Lu Xiying. Interesting. Lin Yun's face was grim as the corner of his lips raised. He was rather impressed by Lu Xiying's ability to make bogus claims. That's not it. Big brother Lin didn't beg me. I'm just afraid that there's no one to take care of him on the boat. After all, it has only been 2 days. Bai Yi whispered as she tried to get up, but the pain made her lips twitch in pain. Lu Yunyan's eyes flashed with a light as she came up to check on Bai Yi's injuries. Shortly after, she turned to look at Lu Xiying, which made Lu Xiying start panicking. This lesson of yours is pretty heavy, said Lu Yunyan without any expression on her face. I'm sorry, said Lu Xiying with her head lowered. Lu Yunyan snorted and she turned to Lin Yun. You can come along, but you're not allowed to act on your own without my permission. Thank you, senior sister, chuckled Bai Yi as she rubbed her wound. Lin Yun, come with me, said Lu Yunyan as she turned around. Big brother Lin, said Bai Yi. Don't worry about me, said Lin Yun as he followed behind Lu Yunyan. When they came to a quiet corner, Lu Yunyan looked at Lin Yun. You're rather fixated on your sword. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he instantly understood what was going on. Lu Yunyan must have felt that he lied to Bai Yi and begged her to bring him on purpose before stealing his sword back. You can think however you like, said Lin Yun. He didn't have any interest in arguing. He could just get all his items back when he recovered his injuries before leaving. He didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. However, he just couldn't help but worry about Bai Yi, that silly lass. This is 53rd grade spiritual jades. Consider it my compensation, said Lu Yunyan calmly. This made Lin Yun surprised because Lu Yunyan was rather generous. She was truly worthy of being a disciple of a quasi-overlord force. After all, 3rd grade spiritual jades were extremely precious. If he had so many resources, he could have finished refining his sword energy by now. You're not willing to part with it? Lu Yunyan took the spiritual jades back and said, I'll get seen to return you the sword after this mission. Consider it as me owing you one. Mission? Lin Yun instantly understood what Lu Yunyan was trying to do. She must have felt that Lu Xiying would be stronger with the flower burial sword, so she would contribute more. It looks like Lu Yunyan was pretty concerned about the indigo flame gold lotus. But she must be joking to think that Lu Xiying could unleash the power of the flower burial sword. The sword had already acknowledged him as the owner, so he was the only one who could use it in this world. Even if someone else took it, there was no way he or she could bring out its power. Miss Lu, I'll be honest with you. It's not just the flower burial sword, said Lin Yun. Aside from the flower burial sword, I also lost a heavenly soul realm beast core, a high-rank cosmic artifact, an ancient secret artifact, and a painting to Lu Xiying. Lu Yunyan's face changed, and she looked at Lin Yun with disappointment. Do you think I'll believe you? You can choose to believe whatever you want, said Lin Yun as he tugged his arms together. But Lin Yun's actions had enraged Lu Yunyan. She had already lowered herself as the Heavenly Province Academy's elite to talk to Lin Yun. But Lin Yun still treated her for a fool. After all, how could a sword slave possess so many treasures? Did he take her for a fool? Lu Yunyan spoke out coldly. Then you can follow, but don't let me discover any actions from you. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily, even for Bai Yi's sake. Right at this moment, there was a commotion on the deck. When Lin Yun turned his head over, he saw a boat with a blood wing emblem on its flag. Many young cultivators emitting demonic aura stood on the deck. The Blood Wing Pavilion. Lu Yunyan's face changed as she immediately stepped forward. The Blood Wing Pavilion is actually here. They're really annoying like pests. The Heavenly Province Academy's disciples all wore a grave expression. Who are they? Lin Yun asked Bai Yi. A youth donned in crimson clothing stood on the boat with a faint smile on his lips that made him look eerie. They're from the Bloodwing Pavilion. The one leading them is Pan Yu, a high-ranking disciple in the Bloodwing Pavilion. His cultivation is in the Lesser Een stage, explained Bai Yi. Our sects have always had a bad relationship. This is troublesome now. Lin Yun merely nodded his head. He looked at Pan Yu briefly and shifted his gaze away. Behind Pan Yu stood a black-clothed man with his face covered in a mask. If it wasn't for Lin Yun's keen sense, he would have neglected that person. Lu Yunyan, you're pretty fast. I nearly lost track of you, said Pan Yu with a dense smile on his face. So what if you caught up to me? Talk after you snatch the indigo flame gold lotus, said Lu Yunyan. Let's wait and see then, laughed Pan Yu. When he turned around, his eyes were dark. The Bloodwing Pavilion's boat soon disappeared from everyone's sight, but their appearance was like dark clouds that loomed over everyone's hearts. They knew that the journey wouldn't be smooth. When everyone got off the boat, they began to cautiously travel through the forest. As they gradually went deeper into the Bloodbone Mountain range, they started to encounter more demonic beasts. But those demonic beasts were rather easy to deal with. When dusk arrived, Lu Yunyan chose to set up a camp for the night. Lin Yun was leaning against an ancient tree as he watched everyone working. Some of the disciples were even setting up spiritual runes and traps in the surroundings for defense. Everything was smoothly put into place under Lu Yunyan's instructions. She was rather capable, but Lin Yun wouldn't help because he knew that she didn't like him. My injuries are almost healed, but I converted 70% of my origin energy. If I can convert 100% of it into sword energy, I'll have a 50% chance of winning even when facing a greater Een stage expert. Lin Yun pondered inwardly. In the end, there was nothing he could do because he didn't have any resources. If he had enough third-grade spiritual jades, not only could he heal up from his injuries faster, but he could also refine more of his origin energy into sword energy. Big Brother Lin. Bai Yi's head came out of the tent. She first looked around before she looked at Lin Yun with a smile. Come in for a bit. What are you trying to do? Lin Yun rubbed his nose in confusion. The other disciples were busy with their affairs, so no one noticed him. Here for you, said Bai Yi as she took out a pile of third-grade spiritual jades. There were at least 70 of them. This is... Lin Yun was even more baffled. Big Brother Lin, I've seen you secretly cultivating the past few days. You must be trying to recover your strength, right? Senior Sister said that your injuries are serious, so it should be hard for you to recover. I can't help you with it, but you can have these spiritual jades, said Bai Yi. Lin Yun felt his nose becoming sour and he smiled bitterly. Your senior sister already said that I'm a cripple. Why are you giving me so many spiritual jades? Won't they go to waste? How can it be? Even if you can't recover your strength with them, you can still nourish your body, said Bai Yi. She forcibly handed the spiritual jades to Lin Yun and smiled while shaking her interspatial pouch. Furthermore, I still have some more. I saved many of the spiritual jades given to me by the Academy. Thank you. Lin Yun ultimately accepted them because he urgently needed them. No need to thank me. I'm also happy that you can recover your strength, said Bai Yi with her face blushed as she waved her hand. After coming out of the tent, Lin Yun looked at the interspatial pouch with many emotions. That lass has no idea how great of a help she was. I need to focus on refining them tonight. Lin Yun looked for a remote corner and started to refine the third-grade spiritual jades. When he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, he could sense pure spiritual energy flowing into his body that was absorbed by the iris flower. Shortly after, a satisfying feeling spread over his body. His profound veins were repairing at a visible speed. His Dracophant battle physique had strong healing speed, not to mention that he had many third-grade spiritual jades now. But his ambition didn't just end with recovering his injuries. He wanted to refine all the spiritual jades and convert all his origin energy into sword energy. Half an hour later, Lin Yun opened his eyes. He had refined all the spiritual jades and his eyes glowed brightly in the dark. All of the 73rd grade spiritual jades had been reduced to ashes. Just a little more. Lin Yun had only refined 90% of his origin energy after exhausting all the spiritual jades. But he was confident that he wouldn't be in a terrible spot if he faced a greater stage expert. As for lesser stage experts, he could crush them easily. Then again, he was even more happy that he had recovered from his injuries fully. Not only did he recover his strength, but his strength reached a whole new level. When he clenched his fists together, he could sense the power coursing through his body. Suddenly, Lin Yun's eyes flickered and he turned in a specific direction. A violent aura was coming from that direction, which disrupted the silence of the night. This made all the disciples' faces change as they opened their eyes. Someone yelled out, "Demonic beasts! The demonic beasts are going berserk!" The startling cries instantly woke everyone up. "What is to come will eventually come," muttered Lin Yun as he looked at Bai Yi's tent. He didn't care about these people's death. But no one could harm Bai Yi with him around. Terrifying roars broke the silent night. The entire mountain range was covered in an ominous aura and countless crimson eyes glowed in the darkness. Shortly after, the ground began to tremble as the demonic beasts began their assault. Alert! Alert! This commotion naturally alarmed the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples. They were startled awake and their faces were covered in shock. Shortly after, several disciples died horribly under the demonic beast's claws. The commotion caused every disciple to bolt out of their tent and their faces became ugly when they saw this scene. Damn it! It's the draconian rock rats. Lu Yunyan's face was cold when she looked at the 3-meter-tall rat standing on 2 feet. The draconian rock rats were only in the 8th stage of the profound martial realm, but they had sharp claws and shockingly strong defenses. They were tough to deal with because they worked in packs. What's going on? Why did the draconian rock rats attack us for no reason? Damn it, there are too many of them. The scene plunged into chaos as many disciples began to panic. But right at this moment, a powerful pressure was unleashed from mid-air. The pressure was coming from Lu Yunyan. She was in the lesser stage and her aura made the draconian rock rats pause their assault for a brief moment. Die! A cold light flickered in her eyes and she drew her sword. It merely took a swing for her to sever several draconian rock rats into 2. Don't panic. The demonic beasts are nothing to worry about with senior sister Lu here. Lu Yunyan's decisive action had calmed everyone's emotions. When the disciples calmed down, they began to launch their attacks at the demonic beasts. The battle broke out instantly and Lin Yun watched this scene calmly. The entire battle was a mess, but the situation had slightly calmed down once Lu Yunyan made her move. But this battle wouldn't be easy. After all, there were 3 times as many draconian rock rats as there were disciples. Furthermore, there was something abnormal about them because they weren't afraid of death. Was it that person? Lin Yun recalled the raccoon-masked man he saw during the day. He then swept his glance out trying to find Lu Xin and found her fighting several demonic beasts with his flower burial sword. Her cultivation was in the quasi-violet palace realm, so she naturally wasn't afraid of the draconian rock rats. But there were simply too many of them. Lin Yun also discovered that Lu Xin would occasionally look at the flower burial sword in confusion. This sword that should be comparable to a cosmic artifact turned out to be no different than an ordinary weapon in her hand. Not only could it not enhance her power, but it weakened her instead. Looking at her lips, Lin Yun could guess that she must be cursing out. Clearly, she was feeling vexed that the sword was a huge letdown. You won't be feeling vexed soon, smiled Lin Yun. What's going on? Bai Yi came out of her tent at this moment and her face turned pale when she saw this scene. It was causing her to tremble. When she saw that Lu Yunyan was fighting the demonic beasts, She circulated her origin energy and charged forward without any hesitation. But the moment she moved, a draconian rock rat pounced at her. The draconian rock rat descended from the sky as it brandished its claws at her head. But all of a sudden, a silvery beam flew and penetrated the draconian rock rat's head. As blood splattered, the demonic beast fell onto the ground. The troublesome draconian rock rat actually died in one attack from Lin Yun. This was because Lin Yun's sword intent was the bane of demonic beasts proficient in defense. The sudden death of the draconian rock rat left Bai Yi briefly stunned. But the danger wasn't gone just because of that. As the chaos in the camp reached its pinnacle, the demonic beasts got even more violent as their crimson eyes glowed fiercely like two flames. At the same time, vague seals could be seen in their crimson pupils as if they were under control. The entire camp was bloody, and the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples were having a tough time fending them off. Lu Yunyan's face was also ugly. She had no idea what was going on, that the demonic beasts weren't being deterred by her aura. All of a sudden, she recalled Pan Yu's eerie smile when they met earlier in the day. Bloodwing Pavilion. Lu Yunyan was certain that this must have been caused by the Bloodwing Pavilion because they were trying to stop them from competing for the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus. But even if she guessed the reason, there was nothing she could do about this situation. She didn't even know where her enemies were. At the same time, 10 odd draconian rock rats pounced at Bai Yi. Bai Yi was stubborn and still charged towards Lu Yunyan's direction, ignoring the danger. Every few steps she would encounter a new danger. What a troublesome lass, smiled Lin Yun bitterly as he dashed forward with the 7 profound steps. When he saw the 10 odd draconian rock rats, his eyes flashed coldly and he used his fingers as his sword. When he pointed with his fingers, his sword intent pierced through the draconian rock rats' foreheads, claiming their lives instantly. Big Brother Lin, rejoiced Bai Yi. She quickly ran over and held onto the corner of Lin Yun's clothes. You're finally afraid now? Smiled Lin Yun bitterly. Bai Yi revealed a bashful expression. However, she soon thought of something and rejoiced. Big Brother Lin, why, you recovered your strength? I guess, smiled Lin Yun. He did recover his strength, but he wasn't at full strength without his flower burial sword. Wow! Bai Yi's eyes lit up with stars. She didn't even see how the draconian rock rats died. This strength was already comparable to Lu Yunyan. One must know that Lu Yunyan was Bai Yi's idol. Can you help us? Begged Bai Yi. The Heavenly Province Academy was in danger, and she couldn't imagine the consequences if this continued. She wanted Lin Yun to help after seeing how strong he was, not considering what Lin Yun went through because of the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples. The disciples looked at him with disdain and called him a sword slave. Lu Xin had stolen his flower burial sword along with his treasures. Even Lu Yunyan looked at him in disdain. So why should Lin Yun help out? He was only concerned about one person here. Aside from Bai Yi, the life and death of the others was of no concern to him. Nope. Stay here and don't go anywhere else. I can guarantee that none of those demonic beasts can harm you, said Lin Yun calmly. I know that my senior brothers and sisters don't like you, and senior sister Lu even stole your sword. But senior sister Lu has treated me well, said Bai Yi as her eyes turned red. She then bit her lips. It's fine if you don't want to help, but I can't stand here and do nothing about it. Lin Yun rubbed his forehead and he caved. All right, I'll help you this once, but you have to promise me to stay here. Okay. I knew that you were a good person and you would definitely help out, smiled Bai Yi with a sly light flickering through her eyes. She nodded her head. I'll stay here obediently. She was happy. Not only was she happy that Lin Yun was willing to help, but also the fact that Lin Yun was a good person. Looking at the sly light in Bai Yi's eyes, Lin Yun smiled bitterly. Did this lass think that she won by playing some tricks? Looking at Lin Yun's gaze, Bai Yi's face turned red. She then turned her gaze away. Big Brother Lin, how are you going to help? Lin Yun closed his eyes briefly and spread out his sword intent. He could sense a bizarre fluctuation in the air. A brief moment later, he opened his eyes and he had a few ideas on resolving the situation. He turned to look at Bai Yi. Promise me to stay here obediently. If anything happens to you, I'll kill everyone here. His serious gaze caught Bai Yi by surprise, but she could only nod her head in the end. After Lin Yun left, Bai Yi suddenly thought of something and called out, I promise you, but you also have to come back safely. Lin Yun turned around and looked at her with a smile. In the next second, he disappeared into the darkness. Lin Yun traveled through the forest with a grave expression because he didn't dare to be careless. He stopped on a tree branch briefly and closed his eyes. When he closed his eyes, his sword intent fluctuated out and he started to sense the peculiar energy rippling in the air once more. It sounded like a crying ghost or a musical instrument. Is it over there? Lin Yun opened his eyes and he looked at the direction where the sound was coming from. He was confident that his sword intent was pointing him in the right direction. Without any hesitation, he executed the 7 profound steps and left behind afterimages in the forest. As he gradually approached, he could hear the music even clearer. He was right that someone was controlling the draconian rock rats. Without any signs, Lin Yun came to a stop. Several black-clothed men dashed out from the woods as they looked at him. Kill him! The black-clothed men charged at him without any hesitation. This also meant that the mastermind couldn't free himself anytime soon. But they must be dreaming to think that they could kill him with only this many people. Looking at the black-clothed men charging over, Lin Yun's eyes lit up. A dragon and tiger roar echoed out from his body, and he threw out his punch that was covered in a silvery glow. It flew at them like a bolt of lightning. His punch easily knocked the black-clothed men back as they burst into clouds of blood. It was a lethal attack that claimed their lives instantly. With 90% of his origin energy converted, he could crush all the opponents who had a lower cultivation than him. He then waved his hand and took their interspatial pouches. This feels good. If I can get my sword back, I should be able to face lesser stage cultivators. Smiled Lin Yun confidently. He tapped on the ground and shot out like an arrow. As he got closer to the mastermind, the number of black-clothed men he encountered along the way increased. But they were only in the 8th or 9th stage of the profound martial realm. Back when he was in the Great Qin Empire, he could easily crush people with that level of cultivation. Now that he was a lot stronger, it was even easier. Lin Yun landed on an ancient tree and saw a spiritual rune array up ahead. The entire array was set up with 3rd-grade spiritual jades, and it looked like at least 1,000 had been used. There was a black-clothed man seated in the center of the array with dozens of skulls around him. The array was bizarre, filled with an evil energy. How generous! Lin Yun was shocked by the spiritual jades used to set up this array. At the same time, the black-clothed man suddenly raised his head. When Lin Yun saw the black-clothed man, he knew his guess was right. The man was wearing a raccoon mask as he blew on a bone flute. As he blew the bone flute, the array circulated and the skulls around him would constantly emit black miasma. This must be the array that manipulated the Draconia rock rats. The mysterious person Lin Yun saw back on the Bloodwing Pavilion's boat really was the culprit. Damn it! The black-clothed man's eyes gushed with killing aura as the music suddenly changed. A terrifying miasma swept out from his body and blew towards Lin Yun. Weird? Lin Yun frowned his brows. But he didn't panic at the attack. A dragon and tiger roar echoed out from his body, and he threw his punch forward to clash against the black miasma. The clash made the ground tremble and the surrounding trees began to collapse. In the next second, the miasma formed a sinister-looking skull that flew towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun spread his arms apart and soared into the sky, forming the golden Vajra seal. When the skull was close, Lin Yun sent the seal flying to destroy it instantly. What powerful origin energy! The masked man was shocked and he started gathering the black miasma once more. Soul-devouring hand. The black miasma formed a crimson hand that enveloped Lin Yun. Felt like the hand could even crush his soul. Courting death. Lin Yun sneered inwardly as he started forming seals again. This time it was the demon vanquishing seal. The gigantic sword pierced through the crimson hand easily, but in the next second, a figure dashed out under the moonlight. Get lost! Lin Yun's aura soared and he unleashed the heavenly seal. His origin energy formed 18 sword rays that shot out. Under the empowerment of the heavenly seal, Lin Yun sent his attacks into the array towards the masked man. The masked man began to panic because he didn't even have any time to react. In the end, the array was disrupted and he had no choice but to retreat. Feeling helpless, the black-clothed man placed the bone flute down and began to run. But the skulls that were emitting black miasma suddenly exploded. They turned into a crimson vortex that shot towards the masked man. This made the masked man throw up a mouthful of blood because he was suffering from the backlash of the array. Lin Yun could sense that the masked man had been weakened by at least 50%. This was a great opportunity for Lin Yun to kill the masked man. He started to form seals, this time combining all four. A terrifying aura surged from Lin Yun's body when the four seals combined, and Lin Yun's aura reached a terrifying height that far exceeded what a quasi-violet palace realm cultivator could unleash. "You're courting death." The masked man was enraged as he pushed his palm out in Lin Yun's direction. A crimson hand flew out in the air towards Lin Yun. When Lin Yun's fist clashed with the crimson hand, illusions began to appear in Lin Yun's mind that briefly dazed him. He could see a sea of corpses laid before him. An illusion? Humph! Killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant if it's not for the fact that I have to control the array, sneered the masked man. His dried-up hand stretched out from his sleeve and headed for Lin Yun's heart. But just when he was about to reach Lin Yun, a boundless sword intent burst out from Lin Yun's body. "I was tricked." The masked man was shocked. Lin Yun could have broken the illusion much earlier, but he waited on purpose. "You want to run? It's too late," snorted Lin Yun as he sent the four combined seals at the masked man's chest. The masked man was blown away and he threw up a mouthful of blood. When he fell onto the ground, he disappeared in the next second and only left behind a mask. When Lin Yun raised his head, the masked man was already gone. Lin Yun picked up the raccoon mask, but he didn't chase after the masked man. There was something unusual about this man, so it wouldn't be so easy for Lin Yun to defeat him if he didn't suffer the backlash from the array. Furthermore, Lin Yun was weakened without his sword. Back in the Heavenly Province Academy's camp, the place was covered with blood. All of a sudden, the draconian rock rats suddenly fled. "What's going on?" Many disciples were shocked. Even Lu Yunyan was surprised. But she merely thought about it briefly before she spoke out. "Count the casualties. Don't let your guards down because they might come back any time." Now that everyone had finally relaxed, groans began to sound out in the camp. "Bai Yi, did you kill them yourself? Wow! Holy shit! 18 draconian rock rats." An exclamation sounded out as everyone surrounded Bai Yi. Even Lu Yunyan frowned her brows as she walked over. This made Bai Yi's face blush as she quickly waved her hand. "I didn't. It was Big Brother Lin." Furthermore, he even said that these demonic beasts were being manipulated. He must have defeated the mastermind. Otherwise, those demonic beasts wouldn't have fled. Right now, she was excited that Lin Yun really managed to do it. Lin Yun. Many people couldn't believe it. "Are you sick in your mind?" Lu Xin was enraged as she walked over. She snorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? A sword slave is capable of killing this many draconian rock rats? The demonic beasts were clearly chased away by us, but you're saying that a sword slave did it? Are you courting death?" The Heavenly Province Academy's disciples soon nodded their heads inwardly as they looked at Bai Yi weirdly. The demonic beasts suffered huge casualties under their retaliation, so it was a little too hilarious that Bai Yi said it was all thanks to Lin Yun's contribution. "I'm serious. It must be Big Brother Lin. He promised me before he left." Bai Yi mustered up her courage. "What nonsense! That sword slave must have fled. Mention that cripple once more and I'll slap you to death." Lu Xin stomped her way over with a darkened face. She was already furious that she was messed up by the flower burial sword. She initially wanted to look for Lin Yun after the battle, but Lin Yun was nowhere to be found, so she naturally vented her anger on Bai Yi instead. "It's Big Brother Lin. He promised to help us," said Bai Yi with her teeth gnashed. "You're courting death." Lu Xin's gaze turned dark as she raised her hand. But just when she raised her hand, She felt a chill run down her spine as she was locked onto by killing aura. When she turned her head over, she saw Lin Yun looking at her coldly. "LOL Lin?" Lu Xin's voice began to tremble, but she had no idea why she was afraid of this sword slave. "Is she someone you can touch?" Lin Yun bolted out and slapped Lu Xin on her face without any warning. The slap sent Lu Xin flying, and all the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples were dumbfounded. After all, it was shocking for them that Lin Yun returned, not to mention that he even gave Lu Xin a slap. "You dare to hit me?" Lu Xin's right cheek was swollen from the slap. She couldn't accept the fact that she had just been slapped by a sword slave. "So what? You're just a cheap bitch," sneered Lin Yun as his eyes flashed coldly. When he returned, the first thing he saw was Lu Xin trying to slap Bai Yi. So how could he take it lying down? "You're insulting me?" Lu Xin's eyes flared as her body began to tremble. She roared, "I'll kill you." She pounced towards Lin Yun as her hand formed a claw that was aimed at Lin Yun's head. Her face was distorted from rage. "Die, you sword slave." "Ignorant," replied Lin Yun as he gave her a slap on her left cheek this time. Lu Xin was knocked into the sky this time and spun 3 times in the air from the slap. When she fell onto the ground, both her cheeks were heavily swollen. "Senior Sister Lu." Lung Feng raged when he saw this scene and yelled, "Let's kill him!" Instantly, all the disciples who had a good relationship with Lu Xin charged forth. "What ignorance!" muttered Lin Yun as he threw his punch forward. A dragon and tiger roar echoed out and his fist glowed with a silvery light. His fist was like a sword that stabbed out, not to mention that it was further empowered by his sword energy. When it reached Lung Feng, it instantly crushed Lung Feng's aura. When the punch reached Lung Feng's chest, it crushed him like a sandbag. Then, Lin Yun turned to look at the other disciples charging to him. His gaze instantly sent a chill down all their spines as they looked at Lung Feng, who was sent flying with a punch. They held onto their weapons with trembling hands. None of them dared to step forward. "Damn it! How is this possible?" Lu Xin was completely dumbfounded by this scene. She couldn't contain the shock in her eyes because she couldn't understand why a sword slave was so powerful. Right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was Lu Yunyan. She looked at Lu Xin before turning to look at Lung Feng, who was groaning out in pain on the ground. She spoke out coldly, "It's a joyful matter that you're able to recover your strength. But aren't you a little too harsh with your attacks? I don't offend others when they don't offend me." Lu Xin should be glad that she didn't slap Bai Yi. "Otherwise, I would have severed her hand by now," said Lin Yun coldly without any emotions. The killing aura in his tone made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. All of the disciples became enraged. Lin Yun was simply too arrogant, and his actions had completely disregarded the Heavenly Province Academy. After all, Lu Xin and Bai Yi's conflict was between them, so Lin Yun was in no place to poke his nose in it. "Looks like you're not feeling regretful at all. It doesn't matter why you attacked, but you'll pay the price for harming someone from the Heavenly Province Academy," barked Lu Yunyan coldly. In the next second, 10 odd disciples pounced in Lin Yun's direction. But Lin Yun maintained his composure when he looked at those coming in his way. Right at this moment, the flower burial sword in Lu Xin's hand began to tremble as it spiraled out of her control. "Damn it! Stop moving!" Lu Xin held onto the sword with both her hands in a panic. But did she think that she could stop the sword with just that? "Sword!" barked Lin Yun. Immediately, the flower burial sword flew into his hand. "It has been tough on you?" Lin Yun muttered as he completely disregarded the disciples who were charging at him. This enraged them even further because Lin Yun was looking down on them. But in the next second, they instantly regretted it. Lin Yun swept his gaze out with a smile on his lips. The flower burial sword shared a deep connection with him, so it released a dazzling radiance in the next second. In his hand, the flower burial sword had transformed completely, and it was simply unstoppable. Lin Yun felt the sword buzzing. A fire blazed in his heart. When the iris flower bloomed, boundless origin energy poured into the sword. Raising the sword, Lin Yun slashed it down, which sent the 10 odd disciples flying out. Each of their faces became pale as they threw up a mouthful of blood. Damn it! How is this possible? All of them exclaimed with fear in their eyes. Right at this moment, a sword ray flew towards Lin Yun. It came from Lu Yunyan, and her attack swept up a gale before it even reached him. In the name of my sword, bloom! The iris flower in Lin Yun's dantian revolved, and an iris flower appeared in the sky. At the same time, Lin Yun swung the sword in his hand. When the two attacks clashed, the ground trembled violently from their collision. He blocked it. Lu Yunyan was surprised. She was in the lesser Yin stage and Lin Yun was able to block her attack? Just how did Lin Yun cultivate his origin energy? There were no changes to Lin Yun's face as he relied on his powerful physique to endure the powerful gale and pushed his sword even further. Along with an enraged roar from the flower burial sword, Lu Yunyan's face changed as she was blown back. When Lu Yunyan landed on the ground, the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples were all dumbfounded by this unbelievable scene. Lu Yunyan, who was in the lesser Yin stage, was forced back by Lin Yun. This was simply unimaginable to them. Just when Lu Yunyan was about to charge back forward, Lin Yun pointed his sword at Lu Yunyan, which made her stop her movements. Lin Yun spoke out, Lu Yunyan, I don't like you, but there's no grudge between us. So don't force me. Otherwise, no one else will remain standing aside from you after I'm done. Damn it! Lu Yunyan gnashed her teeth because she knew what Lin Yun said was the truth. A short moment later, she calmed down and replied, Leave. I don't wish to duke it out with you. Leave? I will, but I'm not finished. I still haven't taken back what's mine. Lin Yun's words made Lu Xin start panicking. Bitch, come here. Lin Yun poured his aura into his sword and grabbed Lu Xin before she could even react. He grabbed onto Lu Xin's neck and he lifted her off the ground. He asked, Where's my stuff? What stuff? The beast core, the cosmic artifact, the secret treasure, and the painting, said Lin Yun. What a joke. Do you think I'll take something that belongs to a sword slave like you? Lu Xin was panicking, but she knew that she couldn't admit it right now. If she did, then she would lose all her reputation in the academy and her life would be ruined. Lin Yun, senior sister Lu didn't take your stuff. Let her go. The Heavenly Province Academy's disciples yelled when they saw Lu Xin's pathetic state. You didn't steal them? Laughed Lin Yun. I didn't. I, Lu Xin, wouldn't lower myself to steal something that belongs to a sword slave, said Lu Xin with her teeth gnashed. You didn't steal? Lin Yun gave her a third slap without any hesitation then. He continued to rain down a barrage of slaps on her face. Before anyone could react, Lin Yun had already given her 9 slaps that took half the life out of her. Stop it! The Heavenly Province Academy's disciples' faces changed when they saw this scene. Lu Yunyan also couldn't hold back any longer because Lin Yun was too ruthless. She had decided that she would take him down even if she had to give up on the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus. SSS stop. I did steal them, cried Lu Xin. This instantly left Lu Yunyan, who was going to act just as stupefied as the other disciples. Lu Xin really stole them? A disciple of the Heavenly Province Academy was actually so despicable? Take them out, barked Lin Yun. Lu Xin sobbed as she began to take out the things she stole out of her interspatial pouch. A Heavenly Soul Realm's beast core, a cosmic artifact, a secret treasure. My heavens! She actually stole so much stuff. Every time Lu Xin took out an item, it would cause an uproar in the surroundings. When she took them all out, everyone was shocked. Even Lu Yunyan trembled with a pale face. So what Lin Yun said was true all along. After storing everything, Lin Yun's face was still dark as he questioned, Where's the painting? It's not with me. It's with him? Lu Xin was terrified by Lin Yun's glare, so she pointed at Lung Feng. When Lin Yun turned his gaze over, Lung Feng began to run without any hesitation. Damn it! Don't think of taking it back now that it's in my hands. But he only took 3 steps out before he was pierced by a sword ray. Lin Yun retrieved the interspatial pouch and found the painting. With that, he finally felt relieved. He had taken back all of his things. But when he raised his head, The Heavenly Province Academy's disciples took several steps back with fear in their eyes. He might have been a little too ruthless in their eyes, but Lin Yun wasn't too bothered with how they looked at him. He wouldn't offend others if they didn't offend him, but he would repay them tenfold if they offended him. Regardless if it was Lu Xin or Lung Feng, they both violated his bottom line. After putting the flower burial sword back into the sword box, Lin Yun carried it behind him. The weight of the box made Lin Yun feel slightly uncomfortable yet comfortable at the same time. He had been with the sword box for a long time and it had already become part of him. As a swordsman, having his sword back was when he was at his strongest. When the other disciples saw that he was about to leave, they looked at him with a complicated gaze. It was impossible for them not to feel enraged that a fellow disciple died in front of their eyes. But this was still the Academy's scandal. After all, 2 disciples colluded to steal an outsider's stuff. If news of this got out, who knows what kind of uproar it would cause in the Nether Prefecture. So even if they wanted to act, they didn't because they realized Lin Yun's strength. As long as Lu Yunyan didn't say a word, they could only watch as Lin Yun left. Is big brother Lin going to leave? Bai Yi felt disappointed when she saw Lin Yun's actions. She bit on her lips and wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Turning back to look at Bai Yi, Lin Yun gave her a smile before he turned to leave. He was still worried about Bai Yi's safety, and he wanted to stay if possible. But he killed one disciple and injured another one, so it was inappropriate for him to stay here any longer. He could only leave now that he had taken his stuff back. At most, he would just protect her from the dark. Wait! Lu Yunyan called out before Lin Yun disappeared. What is it? Asked Lin Yun without turning back. There was no ripple on his face because he had regained his full strength. It was impossible for Lu Yunyan to force him to stay here. Are you the one who resolved the demonic beast's rampage like Bai Yi said? Asked Lu Yunyan. It's nothing to me. Believe what you want. He only helped out because of Bai Yi, not because of the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples. It might be nothing to you, but it's significant to me. I can apologize to you for Lu Xin's matters if you're really the one who resolved our troubles. This time, I, Lu Yunyan, will owe you one. The Heavenly Province Academy will also remember your favor, said Lu Yunyan. She was always clear about the right and wrong. The reason why she kept the flower burial sword was because Lin Yun had already become a cripple in her eyes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given the sword to Lu Xin. She couldn't be blamed because Lin Yun hadn't recovered from his injuries. As for the treasures that Lin Yun spoke of, all of them were extremely precious and were too unbelievable in her ears. But the truth was right in front of her eyes, so Lu Yunyan naturally had to be held responsible. Furthermore, if Lin Yun was the one who resolved their troubles, then she naturally had to repay him. When Lin Yun turned around, he could tell that Lu Yunyan was serious about her words. Brother Lin, if you're the one who resolved the crisis for us, the Heavenly Province Academy will definitely remember it, said some of the other disciples. Previously when Bai Yi said it, they didn't believe it because Lin Yun was a cripple. But Lin Yun had already proven his strength now, so they couldn't help but think about the possibility. So not all the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples are bad after all. Lin Yun pondered inwardly as he explained. The mastermind is the one wearing a raccoon mask. You guys should be able to determine the mastermind if you guys recognize him. Lin Yun then took out a crimson raccoon mask and he threw it over. It's him. Lu Yunyan held onto the mask with her face changed. Upon seeing the mask, the other Heavenly Province Academy's disciples also had fear in their eyes. Then, they look at Lin Yun with amazement. It looks like you guys do recognize this person, said Lin Yun. Not only that, said Lu Yunyan as she looked at Lin Yun. This person is Nethercloud Ghost's disciple, Lang Yi. 2 years ago, the Nethercloud Ghost joined the Bloodwing Pavilion as a guest elder and his disciple also joined the Bloodwing Pavilion. Many of our disciples died in his hands. He's proficient in a sinister cultivation technique. She then looked at Lin Yun with doubt in her eyes. I do have a question, but I'm unsure if it's appropriate for me to ask. Go ahead. Even I will have a hard time with Lang Yi. How did you manage to defeat him? Asked Lu Yunyan. I didn't defeat him. He suffered from the backlash of the array back then and he was significantly weakened. said Lin Yun. If his opponent didn't suffer the backlash back then, he wouldn't have had an easy time facing that masked man without his sword. But now that he had his sword, he was confident in defeating the masked man if they met again after he refined the Heavenly Soul Realm's beast core. From Lin Yun's explanation, everyone found it to be reasonable. Then again, it still felt unbelievable that a quasi-violet palace realm swordsman was able to destroy Lang Yi's array. Senior sister, didn't I say it earlier? Big brother Lin must be the one who resolved the draconian Rockrat's crisis. After all, he promised me, said Bai Yi with a prideful expression. I misunderstood you, said Lu Yunyan in an apologetic tone. She also didn't believe Bai Yi's words back then. It's fine. Hehe. I knew that Big Brother Lin would come back and prove it for me, smiled Bai Yi. Bai Yi's innocence made Lu Yunyan smile. If possible, I hope that you guys can give up on the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus. It's dangerous, and I don't wish to see Bai Yi courting death with you guys, said Lin Yun. Since they had proven that Lang Yi belongs to the Bloodwing Pavilion, this meant that the journey would be dangerous. The Heavenly Province Academy's disciples' faces turned ugly when they heard his words. What Lin Yun said was true. The Bloodwing Pavilion was already hard to deal with, not to mention Lang Yi. Big brother Lin, why don't you help us again? The Indigo Flame Gold Lotus is very important to senior sister, begged Bai Yi. After all, how could the core disciple of the academy not be important? Lin Yun had also been in a sect, so he knew how important a core disciple was. The amount of resources were significantly different, but Bai Yi was too insensitive to try this again. Lin Yun merely smiled, but he didn't say anything else. Lu Yunyan smiled bitterly when she heard that. Bai Yi was really naive. Lin Yun clearly didn't like them and he only helped them previously because of her. So how could he possibly help again? Young Master Lin, why don't we approach this with some common rules instead? Lu Yunyan looked at Lin Yun. I'm not lacking in spiritual jades, said Lin Yun. He got 1,000 third-grade spiritual jades from defeating Lang Yi, which he had pocketed. You don't lack spiritual jades, but what about the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus? I believe that it won't be easy for you to get them by yourself, suggested Lu Yunyan. She was sure that Lin Yun was also interested in them. Then again, she had clearly underestimated Lin Yun. I can find anyone to cooperate with my strength, but I don't believe that anyone will refuse me. Let's take the Bloodwing Pavilion for example. I believe it'll be easy for me to work with them, so why should I pick you guys instead? Lin Yun looked at Lu Yunyan with a playful smile. Lu Yunyan must have underestimated him to think that she could get him on her boat without paying a price. I can recommend you as the Heavenly Province Academy's guest deacon if I become a core disciple. A guest deacon can also browse through jade slips and ancient books. If you're willing to work for the academy, you can even increase your position, said Lu Yunyan. A guest deacon's position wasn't small and Lin Yun was surprised by Lu Yunyan's decisiveness. No wonder she had such prestige among the group. Lin Yun swept a glance out at the camp before he said, But your academy has already suffered a significant loss with today's attack. Even if I was to help, the odds of winning the Bloodwing Pavilion aren't high. Furthermore, their competitors weren't just the Bloodwing Pavilion. You don't have to worry about that. Aren't you curious why the Bloodwing Pavilion resorted to such a low move despite having an advantage in numbers? This means that they're afraid of our academy. Furthermore, you've never seen the true means of our academy, said Lu Yunyan calmly with pride in her eyes. Spiritual runes. Lin Yun instantly thought of something. He noticed that the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples were proficient with spiritual runes. When he looked at Lu Yunyan again, he noticed that she was giving off an unfathomable air. He only recalled now that Lu Yunyan was also a second-grade spiritualist. All right, I'll agree to it. Lin Yun agreed without any hesitation. But a disclaimer, you'll be responsible for dealing with Lang Yi. If you're not able to deal with him, then I also can't fulfill my promise. Naturally, you don't have to defeat him, you just have to hold him up, said Lu Yunyan. This made Lin Yun interested because Lu Yunyan wasn't simple. Raising his brow, Lin Yun smiled. As you wish. I will do my best. But how do you intend to deal with that woman? Lin Yun glanced at Lu Xin in the corner. How to deal with Lu Xin. Lu Xin stood between Lin Yun and Lu Yunyan, and there was no way the two parties could work together if she wasn't dealt with. Based on Lin Yun's personality, he naturally preferred her dead. But to Lu Yunyan, it was already her bottom line for Lin Yun to kill Lung Feng. So if Lin Yun tried to kill Lu Xin, Lu Yunyan would definitely flip out. Even though they had committed a grave mistake, the Academy should be the executor of their punishment. But if she wasn't immediately dealt with, Lin Yun would definitely leave. Lying on the ground, Lu Xin could sense the abnormal atmosphere that made her feel uneasy, especially when Lu Yunyan's gaze fell onto her. Lu Yunyan's gaze made her tremble. "I'll deal with her," said Lu Yunyan as she walked to Lu Xin. "Senior sister, I've really realized my mistake. Please let me go this once." Lu Xin sobbed, and her pitiful state drew the compassion of others. Even Bai Yi couldn't bear to watch this scene. Lu Xin's hair was scattered in a mess, her face swollen like a pig, and there were bloodstains on her nose and lips. She had lost her usual aloof appearance at this moment. "Senior sister," Bai Yi spoke out. But the moment she did, Lu Yunyan turned back and glared at her, which made her shut her mouth. "Lu Xin, I'll give you two choices. 1. Go back to the academy and report what you did. 2. Get lost from my sight and never appear in the Nether Prefecture again," said Lu Yunyan coldly. "Please don't do this. Senior sister, let me off the hook. I'll even kneel to you. Can't you let me go? Is our relationship over the past 2 years worth a sword slave?" Lu Xin begged as she kneeled on the ground. If she went back to the academy and reported that she stole someone's treasures, it would be worse than being killed. Even if she wasn't expelled from the academy, she would still be branded with shame for the rest of her life. As for the second choice, it was the same as telling her to leave the academy. The academy was a quasi-overlord force in the Nether Prefecture with a deep foundation. It wasn't a place that the Sword Firmament Pavilion could compare to. She had already gotten used to the resources provided to her by the academy over the years, so becoming a wandering cultivator was worse than being killed in her eyes. Watching this scene from afar, Lin Yun realized that he had underestimated Lu Yunyan. It wasn't because Lu Yunyan was too gentle, but her decisiveness was her greatest leeway to him. "It looks like you're not going to choose. Since that's the case, then I can only leave you to Lin Yun to deal with," said Lu Yunyan. "You're ruthless." Lu Xin's eyes revealed despair as she yelled, "Lu Yunyan, I hate you. I'll remember the shame I suffered today, and I'll repay it tenfold in the future." Lu Yunyan cast a glance at Lu Xin with a cold light flickering in her eyes as she released her killing aura. As senior sister, 2 disciples stood by the side and tried to persuade Lu Yunyan. "Repay it tenfold?" Lu Yunyan laughed as her voice became cold. "I'm letting you live and you still want to repay it tenfold to me? Do I look like a pushover to you? Cripple this bitch's cultivation and throw her out. Now." "Why yes." The 2 disciples trembled as it had been a long time since they saw Lu Yunyan so furious. They no longer dared to hesitate and looked at Lu Xin with pity. They cupped their hands together saying, "Sorry about this." Without any hesitation, they dragged Lu Xin out of the camp. "Senior sister, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Lu Xin's sobbing made everyone in the camp feel a chill run down their spine. When Lin Yun came over, he looked at Lu Yunyan. He knew that he had underestimated her. "Young Master Lin, I wonder if you're satisfied with this?" she asked. "I'm impressed by your methods," replied Lin Yun. "I let her live and she didn't appreciate it, so I naturally won't leave a future disaster around. I hope that you weren't boasting with your words earlier. If you're not able to hold back Nethercloud Ghost Disciple, then our deal is off," said Lu Yunyan as she looked at Lin Yun deeply. "She's threatening me? Interesting." Lin Yun smiled as he rubbed his nose. Now that he looked at it, the most dangerous one wasn't Lang Yi, but Lu Yunyan. If they obtained the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus and she refused to admit to the deal, then his outcome might be like Lu Xin's. But if she thought that she could intimidate him with this much, then she was a little too naive. Lin Yun didn't think about it too much and found a place to cultivate near the camp. Lu Yunyan, Bai Yi, and the other disciples were gathered together for a discussion. Occasionally, they would look at Lin Yun's direction. Senior sister, is that person reliable? Yeah, Lung Yi is the disciple of the Nethercloud Ghost. Many of our disciples died in his hands, whispered a disciple. He didn't believe in Lin Yun's words because they had suffered too much from Lung Yi. But Big Brother Lin is clearly the one who resolved our crisis. Otherwise, how would the draconian rock rats leave? Argued by Yi. Junior sister, the reason why Lung Yi left is because he suffered the backlash of his array. He wasn't entirely defeated by Lin Yun. You have no idea how terrifying Lung Yi is without fighting him. He's more troublesome than Pan Yu. There's no need to fight anymore. It's not like I like him. Plus, I won't let him off if he can't hold back Lung Yi and causes me to lose the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus. Then again, I won't be stingy if he's able to hold his end of the deal, said Lu Yunyan. She then looked at Bai Yi and said, Junior sister, you've interacted with him for so many days. Did he say anything about his origin? I didn't ask about it. Bai Yi's face blushed and she tapped her finger on her forehead before she continued. Big Brother Lin seems to be from the Great Qin Empire. The Great Qin Empire? Lu Yunyan was briefly stunned when she heard that. Could he be that person? Senior sister, do you know about him? Asked Bai Yi. Don't worry about this for now. Go back and remain vigilant. The Bloodwing Pavilion might launch another attack at us, said Lu Yunyan calmly. Yes. Lass, you stay behind. There's some common sense stuff I have to teach you, continued Lu Yunyan. About 15 minutes later, Lin Yun could sense someone approaching. When he opened his eyes, he saw Bai Yi walking over. Big Brother Lin, I'm sorry, said Bai Yi with her head lowered. What's the matter? Asked Lin Yun. Senior sister told me that it's inappropriate to keep asking for your help, but I'm not really doing it on purpose. I only feel that you're a good person, said Bai Yi as her face was blushing from shame. So it turns out that she was reprimanded. Lin Yun smiled. Yeah, look at how red your face is. How can Bai Yi be that kind of person? You're being too sensitive. It was a little awkward to call her silly, so he tried his best to be careful. That's right. See, I knew Big Brother Lin would understand me, smiled Bai Yi after she was praised by Lin Yun. Lin Yun smiled bitterly and said, Turn around. What's the matter? Asked Bai Yi. Just do it, requested Lin Yun. Oh, Bai Yi turned around despite her curiosity. After she turned around, Bai Yi realized that there was a soft silk armor in her hand. She asked, What is this? It's a cosmic artifact, the gold silk soft armor. The fight for the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus will be dangerous. I promised Lu Yunyan that I will hold back Lung Yi, so I'm afraid I won't have time to protect you. Put this armor on. It can protect you at crucial times, said Lin Yun. This armor might seem ordinary, but it was valuable since Lin Yun had been wearing it. Without this armor, he would have lost his life in the fight with the Greater Yin Stage Wandering Cultivator. It's too valuable. I can't take it, replied Bai Yi as she shook her head like a tree in the wind. Lin Yun smiled. What's the matter? You're not going to listen to me anymore? I listened to you and helped out tonight. Furthermore, I have no further use for it with my current strength. Is that the truth? Asked Bai Yi. Keep it well, responded Lin Yun. Bai Yi didn't dare to go against Lin Yun's words and received the armor. When she felt the warmth lingering on the armor, her face blushed. Let's go. I'll bring you to roast some meat. Lin Yun decided to let Bai Yi have a taste of his culinary skill since she has been taking care of him the past few days. I can't. A senior sister said to be alert at night. We're not supposed to wander around or we'll be punished, said Bai Yi as she peeked back at the camp. But judging from her expression, she was clearly tempted. Let's go. Your senior sister won't care about me. Lin Yun didn't care about anything else. He held on to Bai Yi's hand and walked out. Bai Yi's heart began to jump wildly with guilt. Was it really appropriate to sneak out behind her senior sister's back? But then again, she could feel a little excitement building up in the bottom of her heart. Then, after she ate the meat Lin Yun roasted, the guilt and excitement disappeared. Big Brother Lin, this is good, Bai munched on the food with her lips covered in oil. There was no elegance in her appearance, but the way she ate was adorable. "You're even more gluttonous than foolish," teased Lin Yun. "Who's the fool?" asked Bai. "The fool is—" At that moment, Lin Yun started missing Lil Red. Although he knew that Lil Red must be fine, he still couldn't help feeling a little sorrow from their separation. He then explained to Bai about Lil Red. "Oh, I saw it before." Bai placed the meat down and spoke in an emotional tone. "I really saw it before. There was a red horse at the shore back then, and we were all curious about it. Senior Sister Lu even said that it was a rare dragon-blooded horse. She even wanted to capture it." "So? Did she capture it?" Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. "She didn't. She failed badly. After that incident, the red horse no longer appeared," said Bai in pity. Lin Yun could tell that she was rather fond of Lil Red. It would be weird if Lu Xin could capture him. Lin Yun smiled because he was relieved knowing that Lil Red was fine. Who knows when it would appear again. "I'll let you ride it when it comes back," said Lin Yun. "Deal. But Big Brother Lin, I don't want to ride it. I just want to touch it. It looks cheap when it laughs. Plus, I want to touch its buck tooth," said Bai in excitement. Her words left Lin Yun speechless. "You guys seem pretty happy. Am I welcome?" A voice sounded out, coming from Lu Yunyen. "Senior sister." Bai trembled and she quickly stood up. But she was placed in an awkward position as she held onto the roasted meat. She then quickly thought of an idea and suggested, "Senior sister, this is delicious. Do you want some? Go back to the camp. Now," glared Lu Yunyen. "Oh?" Bai winked at Lin Yun before she left. "Miss Lu, that's some impressive movement technique there. Why don't you have some since you're here?" smiled Lin Yun. Lu Yunyen merely glanced at Lin Yun before she turned around. "I heard that there's a monstrous genius in the Sword Firmament Pavilion back in the Great Qin Empire. That genius rang the Phoenix Plum, created a legend in the Demon Lotus realm, and remained as the last one standing in the Dragon Gate competition's hell mode. His name is Flower Burial." The smile gradually faded from Lin Yun's face and he looked at Lu Yunyen with a grave expression. Lu Yunyen's words shocked Lin Yun. He only told Bai that he came from the Great Qin Empire, but Lu Yunyen managed to guess his identity with that? Wasn't she a little too terrifying? After all, the Great Qin Empire was nothing to an existence like the Heavenly Province Academy. Many people hadn't even heard of the Sword Firmament Pavilion's name. Even Bai only knew about the Great Qin Empire. She knew nothing of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. "Miss Lu's insight has impressed me," replied Lin Yun after a brief pause. "Flower Burial, it's really you." Lu Yunyen turned around and she looked at Lin Yun. "You don't have to feel weird about it. The Draconic Banquet will be held a year from now, and each prefecture will have our own Dragon Gate competitions. It's not difficult for the Academy to gather the information on the various competitions. But only you, Flower Burial, left me with a deep impression. So you don't have to feel weird that I guessed your identity." Lin Yun raised his brow and smiled. "Is that so? Then I should feel honored. Rumor has it that you've already grasped the complete Xiantian sword intent. If that's the case, then I'm somewhat confident in you holding back Lang Yi." Lu Yunyen paused briefly before she continued. "But you'll die a miserable death if you think that you can hold back Lang Yi with the Xiantian sword intent alone." "You don't have to worry about that," said Lin Yun. "Furthermore, Bai is innocent. I won't let you off if you did anything to her," said Lu Yunyen as she finally got into the right topic. "What's the matter? Is Miss Lu jealous? I'm not interested in you or that lass. I already have someone in my heart," smiled Lin Yun. "Are you trying to provoke me?" Lu Yunyen's face turned cold. "I suggest you don't." Suddenly, spiritual runes began to appear around her that intertwined together to release a terrifying pressure. Third-grade spiritual runes. Lin Yun was surprised. Bai said that Lu Yunyen was a second-grade spiritualist. This meant that Lu Yunyen must have made a breakthrough. Impressive eyesight. Bai has a complicated background, so I suggest you don't touch her, said Lu Yunyen as she left. Unreasonable, muttered Lin Yun. Lin Yun spent the next few days cultivating and traveling with the Heavenly Province Academy's party. He had to be honest that he felt the pressure coming from Lu Yunyan, so he spent most of his time converting his origin energy. The last step wasn't easy, but Lin Yun had nearly 1,000 third-grade spiritual jades. With so many resources, it wouldn't be a problem for him to convert his origin energy into sword energy. After the draconian Rockrat's crisis, the journey was smooth and without tribulation. The whole journey was rather smooth, and no one said anything about Lin Yun disappearing and appearing. As they gradually went deeper into the Bloodbone Mountain range, the demonic beasts they encountered got stronger. They could also sense the other forces gathering, so they could imagine the competition that they would face for the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus. For days later, a boundless spiritual energy fluctuated from Lin Yun that covered him in a silvery glow. On the ground, a silvery iris flower bloomed as it absorbed spiritual energy from the surroundings. As for Lin Yun, who was seated in the flower, he looked like a sheathed sword. Occasionally, sword intent would buzz in the surrounding as it kept accumulating. A brief moment later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and a sharp flicker flashed in his black pupils. Lin Yun let out a long breath, and his origin energy buzzed around him like countless swords. His aura was like a torrential wave. I finally converted all my origin energy into sword energy. Lin Yun clenched his right fist and he could sense the powerful origin energy flowing in his body. Right now, he was confident in crushing any ordinary lesser-in-stage wandering cultivator. Even if he encountered someone like Lu Yunyan, he was confident that he would obtain the upper hand. No one would believe him if he told anyone about this. No one would believe that someone in the quasi-violet palace realm from a small place would be so terrifying. But Lin Yun's target wasn't just matching his opponent evenly. Time to refine the heavenly soul realm's beast core. Lin Yun flipped his hand and the beast core appeared. The Dracophant battle physique had already reached the pinnacle 5th stage, so he only had to refine this beast core to bring it to a whole new level. There was no question that he would be more powerful after refining this beast core. With a thought, the Dracophant energy spread throughout his body, refining the beast core. Suddenly, the violent energy exploded and enveloped Lin Yun. Along with the violent energy flowing into his body, he could sense his body undergoing a change. A terrifying aura began to spread out from Lin Yun's body that instantly caused an uproar in the forest. Many demonic beasts were trembling in fear, but there were also many Violet Palace Realm demonic beasts who resided deep in the forest that quietly approached with eager eyes. In their view, an overlord was going to be born and was challenging their position. The contest between demonic beasts was brutal, so they wouldn't allow an overlord to be born so easily. Suddenly, flames began to blaze on the surface of Lin Yun's body along with intense pain. The flame belonged to the Dracophant flame. The violent energy within the beast core turned into flames to refine his body, which meant that Lin Yun was undergoing a rebirth. His bones constantly cracked and repaired themselves, but Lin Yun gritted his teeth silently the whole time. This wasn't his first time refining his physique, so he knew that he had to undergo this tribulation in order to reach the end. If he couldn't bear it, then he would be turned into minced meat. But fortunately, he had already undergone this pain before, so he wasn't panicking. As the Dracophant flame blazed on his body, Lin Yun's aura gradually became more violent like an ancient beast. The ground was trembling and the surrounding trees snapped from the terrifying pressure. The flame on his body felt as though it could incinerate anything in the world. Half an hour later, everything within 1,000-meter range was burned into ashes. It feels as if this entire place had gone back to ancient times where ancient beasts reigned the earth. Suddenly, the flames began to shrink into an ancient symbol on his chest like a tattoo that was imprinted on his body. His skin was white and his entire body felt powerful. Lin Yun opened his eyes, and he let out a breath. He knew that he had succeeded as he sensed the power flowing throughout his body. At the same time, he was shocked to discover that his strength had increased by at least 50%. While changing into a new pair of clothes, a lesser-in-stage demonic beasts charged at him. This was an elite beast. This place was its territory and Lin Yun's appearance had challenged its prestige. Great timing, smiled Lin Yun as he threw a punch. This was a punch that purely contained the Dracophant energy alone. When he threw his punch out, the roar of a Dracophant rang out that made Lin Yun seem like an ancient beast. This instantly weakened the demonic aura around the demonic beast. When his punch landed on the demonic beast, it caused a huge collision and the demonic beast was sent flying. After the demonic beast was sent flying, it fell onto the ground with a painful groan as it rolled on the ground. But this was still an elite demonic beast, so it had a stronger defense than humans. Although it was heavily injured, 20 cauldrons worth of strength. Lin Yun rejoiced when he felt his strength. He never expected that the Dracophant battle physique would be so powerful upon reaching complete mastery. Looking at the symbol on his chest, Lin Yun's eyes flashed with excitement. He knew that his punch would be even more powerful if he activated the Dracophant flame. He instantly decided to give it a try. But just when he was about to launch his attack, he realized that the demonic beast was looking at him with fear before fleeing in a hurry. Even many of the demonic beasts in the surroundings also began to retreat. They're rather tactful. Let's just hope that everyone else going after the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus will be just as tactful. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes as he was filled with even more anticipation for the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus competition. In the depths of the Bloodbone Mountain range, there was a lake covered in a purple mist that made it look dreamy. The lake was called the Indigo Cloud Lake. Just as many beautiful things in the world were poisonous, coincidentally, so was this lake. The lake water was formed by lightning flame, a mixture of lightning and flame. Even a profound martial realm cultivator would die if they were dropped in it. It was perilous even for Violet Palace realm cultivators to fall into. Even staying on the surface was dangerous, so one had to be cautious. After all, no one could ignore lightning and flame. At the center of the lake, there was a beautiful indigo lotus quietly floating on the surface. This was the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus that many people dreamt of. But it didn't seem to have matured yet. Outside the lake, there was also a towering mountain that shot into the clouds. Occasionally, horrifying lightning would flash into the sky. Anyone who wanted to get to the Indigo Cloud Lake had to go through the mountain. On the way to the Indigo Cloud Lake, countless people gathered. All of them looked at the lake with excitement in their eyes. But this was considered the depths of the Bloodbone Mountain range, so there were many dangerous beasts around. It wasn't easy passing through their territory to get to the Indigo Cloud Lake. Violet Palace realm demonic beasts were highly intelligent, and they naturally knew about the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus worth. They might even interfere and launch a war against the humans. So it was still unknown who would be the last one standing. But the human cultivators weren't too bothered with the beasts. They were elites from the various forces. At the very least, they were elites from quasi-overlord forces. So they were naturally confident in themselves. If they were afraid, then they wouldn't be here. Battle was always part of cultivation. Battle with the heaven, battle with the earth, and battle with other humans. More and more people gathered in the mountain forest. There was a group of people wearing uniform clothing that entered the depth of the Bloodbone Mountain range. They were like a pebble that was dropped in a lake, creating a ripple and attracting many people's attention. It's the Heavenly Province Academy. So many of them came. That's Lu Yunyan. She's a beauty from the academy. I heard that many quasi-overlord forces elites took a liking to her. She might be pretty, but it's a pity that her beauty doesn't work here. No one will offer her the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus just because she's pretty. I'm afraid she'll fall in this competition. That's right. Strength is the ultimate way of the world, and only the capable ones are qualified to possess treasures. But it's really a pity for a beauty like her to die. Who knows, we might be able to play the hero by saving the beauty. We might even catch her attention. Haha, who knows? Who knows if someone is really capable of taking both the treasure and the beauty? Honestly speaking, Lu Yunyan was a beauty. She wasn't like Lu Xin, who only had a voluptuous figure. She had an elegant temperament that was lethal to many men, which attracted the desire of men to subdue her. So her appearance instantly caught many people's attention. The surrounding discussion naturally didn't escape Lu Yunyan, but she remained calm as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, the disciples around her were all unhappy. After all, those discussions were too much, especially the fantasies of Lu Yunyan. Senior sister, do we need to teach them a lesson? They'll behave themselves after a beating. If we don't do something about it, they might think that we're pushovers, said some disciples. Their words made some sense because intimidation would definitely make those people behave. It doesn't matter. I'm not against having a hero saving a beauty, but only on the prerequisite that they have the strength to do so, replied Lu Yunyan. Although some of the disciples were reluctant to leave the matter at this, they still didn't say anything about it. Lin Yun is still not here? Asked Lu Yunyan. Lin Yun had been appearing randomly in the recent days and he didn't travel with them. It had been an entire night and morning since they last saw Lin Yun. Lu Yunyan wouldn't ask about Lin Yun normally, but she couldn't help feeling unhappy since they were already so close to the Indigo Cloud Lake. Not yet. I don't know where he is right now, but I'm sure Big Brother Lin will catch up, smiled Bai Yi. This was the truth because Lin Yun would always keep up with them. Junior sister, you're really taking his side. Who knows if he might fool us and run away. That's right. Just look at how ruthless and ferocious he is. He's definitely not a good person. Who knows if he colluded with other forces behind our backs. Aside from Bai Yi and Lu Yunyan, the other disciples were filled with negative opinions for Lin Yun. After all, no one could be like Bai Yi, accepting that a crippled sword slave suddenly became more capable than them. Furthermore, everyone could tell Bai Yi's feelings for Lin Yun, so they couldn't help feeling even more triggered. Shut it, said Lu Yunyan as she glared at the disciples who spoke. She might be unhappy, but she wouldn't believe that Lin Yun would stab her in the back. After all, how could someone who slaughtered his way out of hell mode go against his word? Right at this moment, two figures shot out from the forest as they landed in front of the Heavenly Province Academy's group. One of them wore a fake smile and was easily recognizable. He was Pan Yu of the Bloodwing Pavilion. He had a rather high position among the Bloodwing Pavilion's younger generation. The other was naturally Lang Yi, who was wearing a crimson raccoon mask. Compared to Pan Yu, he was more fearsome as he was covered in a dense mist filled with mystery. When the two landed on the ground, more people shot out from the forest. They were disciples of the Bloodwing Pavilion. Pan Yu and Lang Yi. This is getting interesting now. The Bloodwing Pavilion seems to be here for the Heavenly Province Academy. The two forces don't exactly have a good relationship in the prefecture, to begin with. We just talked about Lu Yunyan and trouble instantly appeared. It'll be a huge joke if she was defeated before she could even see the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus. That's a high possibility. Pan Yu and Lang Yi are not someone Lu Yunyan can take on alone. Hey, now's the opportunity to save the beauty. The two parties looked at each other as the atmosphere became even more intense. The elites from various quasi-overlord forces were in the crowd and sneering at this scene. The fight for the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus hadn't even started. Yet the two forces were already at each other's throat. But they were more than happy to see this scene. At least the number of competitors would decrease. Miss Lu, I have been waiting for a long time. You're rather slow, said Pan Yu in an eerie voice. He was smiling, but everyone could tell that he wasn't exactly happy. You had better get lost. After all, you wouldn't want anyone else taking advantage of us fighting, said Lu Yunyan as the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples became nervous. Nah, I'm not here to fight. This brother of mine has something to say, replied Pan Yu with a smile as he took a step back. Have you seen this person? Lang Yi showed a painting of Lin Yun. He would never forget this person. He made a painting of Lin Yun despite only getting a few glances of Lin Yun. However, his actions made the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples' faces change. Big Brother Lin? Bai Yi exclaimed as she quickly covered her mouth. Lang Yi instantly turned to look at Bai Yi before he turned to Lu Yunyan. So you know him. This person took 1,000 third-grade spiritual jades from me and I require an explanation. 1,000 third-grade spiritual jades? Holy shit! Who's so bold to snatch Lang Yi's spiritual jades? He's Nethercloud Ghost's disciple. Is that person courting death? Hee hee. This is getting out of hand. Many people exclaimed as it was an enormous sum, even for quasi-overlord forces disciples like them. Even Lu Yunyan was briefly surprised because she figured out what was going on. No wonder Lin Yun said that he wasn't lacking in spiritual jades. Looking at Pan Yu briefly, Lu Yunyan spoke out coldly, 1,000 third-grade spiritual jades to launch a sneak attack at our Heavenly Province Academy. That's pretty generous. I don't know what you're talking about, but that brat doesn't seem to be with you guys. Please tell us his location or else the Bloodwing Pavilion won't let this matter rest today. Smiled Pan Yu as he folded his arms. I don't know, replied Lu Yunyan. Is that so? Then I'll get someone who knows how to answer. Lung Yi's eyes flashed coldly as he turned to look at Bai Yi. But just when he was about to make his move, a rumbling roar echoed out. Hold it! Everyone turned to look at the direction the roar came from. An azure figure descended to the ground and stood before the Heavenly Province Academy's party. His speed left many people shocked. The Nethercloud Ghost is famous, but his disciple is actually so low to bully a little girl? Sneered Lin Yun with disdain as he looked at Lang Yi. He was the one who provoked Lang Yi, but Lang Yi actually stooped so low as to bully a little girl. Lin Yun couldn't help but look down on him. In the next second, countless cold gazes looked at Lin Yun. Even the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples felt relieved. At the very least, they wouldn't be implicated in the mess now. Lang Yi narrowed his eyes into slits as he looked at Lin Yun with a cold light flickering through his eyes. The 1,000 third-grade spiritual jades came from him, so he used it to get Pan Yu to chase the Heavenly Province Academy away. So the fact that Lin Yun interfered in his affair couldn't help but arouse his killing intent. But when he noticed Lin Yun's cultivation, he furrowed his brows together. Quasi-Violet Palace Realm? It felt too unbelievable that someone in the Quasi-Violet Palace Realm could force Lang Yi to retreat and suffer from the backlash of his array. This guy must be courting death to offend Lang Yi when he's only in the Quasi-Violet Palace Realm. He might be something, but he's nothing before Lang Yi. Lang Yi can easily crush him with a finger. I'm afraid there's nothing more to watch. Not only Pan Yu, but even those in the surroundings couldn't help feeling disappointed. After all, Lin Yun wasn't the show they were waiting for. Not only them, but even the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples were looking at Lin Yun in doubt. They might have witnessed Lin Yun's strength, but they still couldn't believe that Lin Yun could fight with genuine Violet Palace Realm cultivators. After all, there were too many factors involved that night. But when Pan Yu looked at Lang Yi, he noticed that the cold aura around Lang Yi grew stronger, which made him doubt his previous thoughts. Haha, I let you off previously, so I never imagined that you would actually dare to show up again before me, smiled Lang Yi with killing aura filling his eyes. You let me go? I think I remember a certain someone running with his tail tucked between his legs back then. In fact, he didn't even dare to pick up his fallen mask, smiled Lin Yun with his brow raised. This fellow's guts are a little too big. The disciples beside Lu Yunyan were surprised by Lin Yun's speech. They were filled with doubt that Lin Yun could face Lang Yi, and were surprised to see Lin Yun standing against Lang Yi so openly. Humph, courage alone is nothing, said one of the disciples with disdain. Bai Yi bit on her lips as she tugged Lu Yunyan's clothes. But Lu Yunyan showed no signs of helping, which made Bai Yi nervous. Everyone in the surrounding looked at Lin Yun as they whispered among themselves. Lin Yun naturally knew about it, but he didn't say a word as he continued to look at Lang Yi. He only had one thought right now: he wanted to use Lang Yi to test his current strength. If others knew about his thoughts, they would definitely laugh out loud. I don't wish to waste my time with you today. If you're tactful, you'll hand over the spiritual jades. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you have a taste of my means, said Lang Yi sinisterly. The loss of 1,000 third-grade spiritual jades made him embarrassed before Pang Yu, so he had to get them back today. You're really naive. How can I possibly return it to you now that they're in my hands? Replied Lin Yun. You're courting death. Lang Yi was on the edge of losing control of himself. When his aura seeped out, it instantly made the surrounding atmosphere cold. Hold it. Brother Lang, there's something strange about this brat. I suspect that he's a chess piece Lu Yunyan brought out. Who knows if he's going to drag you down with him. You're my aide, so let's have someone else test his strength, said Pan Yu. He was a suspicious man by nature. Not to mention that Lin Yun was only in the quasi-violet palace realm. If he lost Lang Yi just because of Lin Yun, then it would be a great loss to him. Although Lang Yi was unhappy, he still took a step back as 4 Bloodwing Pavilion's disciples stood up from the signal given by Pan Yu. The 4 of them were in the quasi-violet palace realm and were comparable to the 8 titles in the Great Qin Empire. Before Lin Yun could figure out what was going on with them, the 4 had already drawn their swords as they charged at him. Trying to probe me? Lin Yun instantly understood what was going on, so he sneered inwardly. Since this is the case, then all of you can kneel. When he unleashed the ancient Dracophant energy, his temperament instantly changed. You're courting death. The 4 Bloodwing Pavilion's disciples were enraged when they heard that. They were elites from the Bloodwing Pavilion, so how could they possibly accept the fact that they were being underestimated by Lin Yun? They instantly brought out their full strength without any hesitation. In the next second, Lin Yun was enveloped by a sea of crimson light. The scene was rather terrifying, but Lin Yun merely smiled and he stretched out his right hand. This scene left many people shocked because they had no idea what Lin Yun was trying to do. Was he going to face their swords with his bare hand? The Bloodwing Pavilion was famed for their swords and their attacks couldn't be blocked, even with ordinary profound artifacts. Idiot! The 4 quasi-violet palace realm cultivators sneered with disdain. Lin Yun was already a dead man in their eyes. Pan Yu held onto his chin looking proud because this scene had ended up just as he thought it would. Lin Yun was just putting up an act. It would be a great loss if he really allowed Lang Yi to attack. Even Lang Yi couldn't help feeling doubtful if Lin Yun was the same youth who fought him that night because the person who fought him didn't seem to be a fool. Just when everyone thought that Lin Yun was dead, an expected scene unfolded as Lin Yun clenched his fist. The Dracophant energy began to boil like magma within his body and surged into his fist. When he threw out a punch, a roar was unleashed as Lin Yun turned into an ancient beast. Dracophants were violent and ferocious creatures, so his punch made everyone feel the domineering grace of the ancient beast. In the next second, the 4 Bloodwing Pavilion's disciples' attacks were destroyed, and then they threw up mouthfuls of blood. Graceful moment. Absolute hit. Lin Yun then crossed his arms in front of his chest with both his thumbs pressing on his middle fingers. Then he flicked his fingers and 4 silvery rays shot through the horizon. When the 4 disciples landed on the ground, they fell to their knees as blood gushed out. Their knees had been pierced by the sword rays. Their faces were pale as they gritted their teeth and struggled to get up on their feet. Since you guys are already down on your knees, stay down, sneered Lin Yun. A boundless Dracophant energy pressed down on the 4 disciples as they were firmly pinned to the ground. They're really on their knees. This scene left many people shocked. Even Pan Yu's face had turned dark from this scene. You're courting death. Lang Yi finally lost control of himself and threw out a palm. A gigantic bony palm formed in the sky, emitting a ghostly howl into the surroundings. Big Brother Lin, watch out! Exclaimed Bai Yi. Many of the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples also reacted. Great timing! Lin Yun roared as the Dracophant flame symbol lit up on his chest. Soon, the symbol spread throughout his body as his Dracophant energy began to ignite and merge with his sword energy, forming boundless energy that poured into his fist. When he threw his punch forward, a roar echoed out into the horizon. The powerful gale produced by Lin Yun's punch made many people shut their eyes from the stinging pain. Lin Yun's punch shattered the crimson palm and Lang Yi was thrown out. So it turns out that you're so weak. Are you a fake disciple of Nethercloud Ghost? Smiled Lin Yun. His words made Lang Yi throw up a mouthful of blood. But just when Lang Yi was about to charge forward once more, a palm fell onto his shoulder that stopped him. Pan Yu looked at Lin Yun and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm from the Great Qin Empire's Sword Firmament Pavilion. I'm Lin Yun, also known as Flower Burial," said Lin Yun as he carried his sword box and his clothes fluttered in the wind. The purple mark on his forehead made him look even more demonic. His voice was so firm that it left many people shocked. After all, they couldn't believe that Lin Yun had beaten Lang Yi back with only a punch, not to mention that he used one punch to defeat 4 elite disciples from the Bloodwing Pavilion. The Bloodwing Pavilion had been greatly humiliated. Lin Yun's strength had shocked everyone. Although Long Yi was careless, it still proved that Lin Yun was strong. After all, he was only in the quasi-violet palace realm. Just thinking about Lin Yun's strength made them feel a chill run down their spine, not to mention the shock that Pan Yu felt. He knew that if this continued, the Bloodwing Pavilion and Heavenly Province Academy would enter a war right here and that both sides would suffer greatly. In the end, the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus would only benefit others. Lung Yi could stand and fight with Lin Yun, but Pan Yu had to consider this matter from the Bloodwing Pavilion's angle. Young Master Lin? Pan Yu's darkened face suddenly revealed a smile. So you're not from the Heavenly Province Academy. Since that's the case, doesn't that mean that we can be friends? How much are they paying you? I can offer twice the amount. Then again, you can consider the 1,000 third-grade spiritual jades as a gift from me as long as you nod your head. Many people cursed Pan Yu inwardly for his shamelessness, but some were filled with admiration for his decisiveness. He was able to determine that Lin Yun wasn't from the Heavenly Province Academy, which meant that there was a possibility he could work together with Lin Yun. After all, benefits were most important, and it would be a heavy strike to the Heavenly Province Academy if he succeeded. The moment he spoke, the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples couldn't help but feel nervous. Even Bai Yi was feeling anxious, but Lu Yunyan stopped her from doing anything. "Are you trying to bribe me?" asked Lin Yun with a smile. "I just want to be friends with you. After all, everything in the world has a price. I, Pan Yu, can offer you whatever Lu Yunyan offers. The Bloodwing Pavilion isn't any inferior to the Heavenly Province Academy," persuaded Pan Yu when he saw that Lin Yun seemed to be attracted by his offer. "That's not exactly wrong," smiled Lin Yun. His words made the Heavenly Province Academy's party nervous as he continued. "Although I don't like Lu Yunyan, she still treated my injuries, and that silly lass over there saved my life. Everything has a price, but comradeship doesn't. But I believe you won't understand what I'm saying." Lin Yun wore a smile as he looked at Pan Yu, which made Pan Yu's face turn dark. He had wasted his time and was fooled by Lin Yun. Then we'll see. A mere disciple from the Sword Firmament Pavilion dares to interfere in the affairs of the Bloodwing Pavilion? You won't even know how you'll die. With the people that you brought? I'm afraid I won't be threatened by them, smiled Lin Yun. He might not be able to fight so many people, but that didn't mean he couldn't run away. Furthermore, it was still unknown as to who would win if he reached the Violet Palace realm. I hope that you can maintain that mentality of yours, smiled Pan Yu eerily as he glanced at those people in the surroundings. There were many people around, and he waved his sleeve. Let's go. Long Yi looked at Lin Yun with reluctance. Before he left, his eyes were fixed on Lin Yun with a killing aura brimming in his eyes. He turned around and asked, "Brother Pan, why didn't you let me kill that brat?" Long Yi was feeling depressed. Furthermore, he had only used half his strength. He thought that he would kill Lin Yun with it, but instead he suffered a great loss. "Relax, we'll play with them slowly. We'll only benefit others if we fight. Since that brat is courting death, let's fulfill his wish. You can deal with him in the fight for the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus," smiled Pan Yu eerily. "You can rest assured, if that brat underestimates me, he'll die a terrible death," said Lang Yi with a cold and sinister smile. Pan Yu nodded his head. He was determined to get the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus, and anyone who stood in his way would die. Since Lin Yun wanted to have some fun, he didn't mind playing. "Flower Burial, you really deserve your reputation," said Lu Yunyan as she stood forward. "I'm still lacking compared to you," replied Lin Yun. "In terms of strength, I might not be able to do anything against you, but the outcome won't be so sure if I use my other means," said Lu Yunyan. She was naturally pointing to her spiritual runes. She believed that Lin Yun wouldn't be able to fight her if she used her spiritual runes. Lin Yun smiled, but didn't argue with her. He just hoped that she could retain her confidence when she witnessed his sword techniques. Furthermore, he also had other means. Right at this moment, the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples' expression became softer when they looked at Lin Yun. At the same time, they also looked at Lin Yun with reverence. No one dared to hold any opinions against Lin Yun anymore. That comradeship of yours impressed me. Don't worry, though. I'll fulfill my end of the bargain as long as you fulfill yours, said Lu Yunyan. Lin Yun's actions from before had changed her opinion of him. I'll fulfill my part of the bargain since I made a promise. Furthermore, I also need the indigo flame gold lotus. Speaking of which, we should be reaching our destination soon, right? Asked Lin Yun. He could tell that there were many experts in the surroundings as each one took a spot as their camp. Lin Yun could guess that the indigo flame gold lotus wouldn't be far from here. See that mist? That mist is the birthplace of the indigo flame gold lotus, said Lu Yunyan as she nodded her head and pointed up ahead. Following the direction she pointed at, Lin Yun realized that they weren't far away. With their strength, it would only take half a day for them to reach the mist if nothing went wrong. So why isn't anyone doing anything? Lin Yun was curious as to why no one made a move. The indigo cloud lake is formed by lightning and flame. This means that the mist also contains the two energies. You'll be killed if you're careless. We can only wait for the mist to dissipate, explained a Heavenly Province Academy's disciple. This was Lin Yun's first time seeing a lake formed by lightning and flame. Lin Yun then expressed his doubt. Don't the birthplace of treasures usually have demonic beasts guarding it? This must also be the case for this indigo flame gold lotus, right? Lin Yun naturally had to brush up on his knowledge for the upcoming battle. There aren't any around the lake, but rumor has it that there's a greater stage overlord demonic beast at the bottom of the lake. It has been a century since it appeared, so I believe that it must have died during its tribulation. But we'll encounter demonic beasts along the way, said Lu Yunyan as she looked around. Occasionally, there were demonic beasts' roars echoing out from the depth of the forest. The demonic beasts were a variable in their journey to the lake, and the unlucky cultivators who encountered a powerful demonic beast would have to call it quits on their journey. Oh, right. Lu Yunyan thought of something and looked at Lin Yun. You really took the 1003rd grade spiritual jades? It was just luck, replied Lin Yun. You've offended Lung Yi greatly this time. His master, the Nethercloud Ghost, is known for his overprotectiveness. If the Bloodwing Pavilion pays a high price to get rid of you, they won't care about our Heavenly Province Academy. That fellow is a demonic cultivator, so he has even lesser concerns? Said Lu Yunyan as she looked at Lin Yun with concern in her eyes. Lin Yun was surprised that Lu Yunyan would worry about his safety. Then what should we do? Bai Yi instantly became anxious. That's easy. He can just join our Heavenly Province Academy. With his talent, he can become a core disciple. There's no need for him to become a guest deacon, smiled Lu Yunyan as she tried to recruit Lin Yun. Speaking of which, you also research spiritual runes, right? You can excavate your talent in that field if you join the Heavenly Province Academy. Wow, Big Brother Lin also knows spiritual runes? Exclaimed Bai Yi. Not only him, but the other Heavenly Province Academy's disciples were also shocked. Not only was Lin Yun strong, but he was also knowledgeable in spiritual runes. Lin Yun sneered inwardly. He knew that Lu Yunyan had a motive, so it turns out that she was trying to recruit him. But he didn't have any thoughts about it because he was flower burial of the Sword Firmament Pavilion for the upcoming Draconic Banquet. He could barely accept being a guest deacon, not to mention a disciple. He wasn't one who would betray those who had helped him. But just when he was about to reply, the mist before them suddenly crackled with lightning and flame. As the two energies intertwined, the mist started to disappear at a visible speed. The indigo flame gold lotus. They could see the outline of the indigo flame gold lotus appearing, which caused all of them to become excited. The ground trembled as not only the human cultivators, but the demonic beasts took action. Up in the sky, human cultivators began to streak across the horizon towards the indigo flame gold lotus. Even Lu Yunyan had a light flickering through her eyes as she spoke out, "Let's go!" Everyone began to make their move the moment the mist started to dissipate. Countless people bolted towards the indigo flame gold lotus. The mist was still crackling with lightning and flame, which made the lake seem even more beautiful. No one can resist the temptation of the indigo flame gold lotus. Lin Yun sighed next to Lu Yunyan. Did reaching there first mean that they would be able to get the indigo flame gold lotus? It was a pity that no one understood logic. It's hard to reach the Violet Palace realm, even for disciples of the quasi-overlord forces. Furthermore, the indigo flame gold lotus can refine the origin energy, said Lu Yunyan. No one could resist the temptation of the indigo flame gold lotus. Even Lin Yun wasn't an exception. The elites who had reached the Violet Palace realm couldn't resist the temptation either. After all, even if they had reached the Violet Palace realm, they could still refine their origin energy with the indigo flame gold lotus and increase their strength. Lin Yun had converted his origin energy into the silver sword energy. If he could refine his sword energy again with the indigo flame gold lotus, the density of his origin energy would grow even more shocking. Furthermore, it would be great if he could use it to make a breakthrough. As time slowly passed, the battles of demonic beasts and human cultivators could be heard. The stench of blood lingered in the atmosphere and corpses littered the ground. Some belonged to demonic beasts while some belonged to human cultivators. The scene was shocking, but it still couldn't deter anyone's excitement. The Heavenly Province Academy's party also encountered many demonic beasts along the way, but they were rather lucky because they didn't run into any elite demonic beasts. Lin Yun and Lu Yunyan didn't even need to help out. Suddenly, a gigantic crimson wolf descended from the sky with rapid speed, as its claw heavily injured many disciples. The crimson wolf then released a weird laugh before it charged at Bai Yi, who was at the back of the party. This instantly made many people exclaim because their formation had been disrupted. Lu Yunyan turned her head over with her brows furrowed. But when she turned her head, Lin Yun was nowhere to be seen. What speed! Lu Yunyan was shocked by Lin Yun's speed. His movement technique wasn't any inferior to some core disciples she had seen, not to mention that he came from the Sword Firmament Pavilion. The Dracophant energy spread out on Lin Yun's body, and his aura started boiling. When he landed on the ground, he sent the Crimson Wolf flying with a punch. It was just like how he attacked the Bloodwing Pavilion's disciples. His punch instantly rumbled like lightning in everyone's ears. When his second punch reached the Crimson Wolf, it instantly caused an explosive collision with 20 cauldrons worth of strength. The shockwave of his punch affected a few of the disciples in the surroundings and they were sent flying. At the same time, his punch turned the demonic wolf's head into a bloody mist. With that, the lesser in-stage demonic wolf became a headless corpse that fell to the ground. This scene shocked many people. That fellow? Many people were stunned as they looked at Lin Yun. The demonic wolf might not be strong, but it was fast. If Lin Yun didn't act, who knows how many people would be injured by it. Big brother Lin. Bai quickly ran over. But before Lin Yun could comfort her, a gigantic black ape jumped out from the woods. It had a cultivation in the lesser Een stage and was an elite demonic beast. And before anyone could react, two more demonic beasts appeared that were emitting terrifying auras. They were all elite demonic beasts in the lesser Een stage. The faces of the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples changed. Elite demonic beasts were rare, but these demonic beasts actually bundled together with the birth of the Indigo Flame Gold Lotus. But the three demonic beasts were extremely cautious, so they didn't charge immediately. They slowly approached as they emitted a powerful aura, casting fear into everyone's hearts. "I have an idea," said Lu Yunyan. "Oh!" Lin Yun instantly understood what she was planning and said, "Then we'll go with that. You guys go while I deal with these three demonic beasts." Lu Yunyan was surprised when she looked at Lin Yun. She replied, "I meant that I'll handle the three demonic beasts, while you leave with the rest. I'll catch up once I deal with them." Lin Yun didn't think that it was a bad idea. After all, it was more than enough for Lu Yunyan to deal with the three demonic beasts with her strength. "But since you offered, then I'll let you handle them," smiled Lu Yunyan. "It's really tough on you, but it's for the best," smiled Lin Yun bitterly. His eyes brimmed with fighting spirit because the fight with the Bloodwing Pavilion wasn't satisfying enough. He didn't even bring out half of his strength, so now he could have his fun with the three elite demonic beasts. Graceful moment. Absolute hit. Lin Yun flicked out 3 silvery sword rays with his fingers at the 3 demonic beasts. This made the 3 demonic beasts howl out in pain as their gazes fell onto Lin Yun. At the same time, Their pressure made Lin Yun's bones start to crackle, but his blood continued to boil. "Let's go!" Lu Yunyan took advantage of this moment and led the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples out of the encirclement. A few of them even turned back to look at how Lin Yun fought the three demonic beasts. His hair was fluttering in the wind with his sword intent empowered by his Dracophant energy. He was fighting with the three demonic beasts evenly. "Senior Sister Lu, see can he do it?" asked a disciple. "Believe in him," replied Lu Yunyan. "Big Brother Lin, take care," yelled by Yi as the group swiftly approached the indigo cloud lake under Lu Yunyan's lead. "This woman is really fast," smiled Lin Yun. Lu Yunyan was more decisive than he had imagined. But that was also great because he didn't want to reveal his true strength in front of so many people. The three demonic beasts didn't give Lin Yun much time to think. The moment they realized that he was distracted, they instantly pounced on him. The ground trembled with cracks spreading out on the ground as three demonic auras intertwined in the sky. "Great!" Lin Yun's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra and Dracophant Battle Physique. He combined the two energies together and charged forward like a volcanic eruption. When his power reached the limit, Lin Yun's aura became like a sword that tore through the three demonic beasts' aura. They wanted to kill Lin Yun, but their attacks weren't enough. Lin Yun took a step forward and unleashed the Dragon Tiger Might. The two terrifying auras clashed together. Lin Yun was facing three at once, but his aura had crushed the combined aura of the three demonic beasts. He clenched his fists together and threw out a punch. His punch released the roar of a Dracophant, which sent the black iron demonic ape, who was the closest, flying. Then he started forming the four seals. Even without throwing his punch, the aura of the four combined seals made the three demonic beasts stop in their tracks. When his punch reached them, they were sent flying away, creating three craters on the ground. Lin Yun then spread his arms apart with the 7 profound steps, golden crow wings, and appeared before the three demonic beasts in the next second. Then, he followed up with a series of combos that utilized the Dragon Tiger Fist. The Soaring Dragon, Hidden Dragon, Crouching Tiger, 100 Beast Wave, and Vanquishing Dragon and Tiger. The impact from the attacks made the ground tremble violently. If Lu Yunyan was here, she would definitely look at Lin Yun with disbelief. Lin Yun was like an ancient beast as his punches contained 20 cauldrons worth of strength. The roars of dragon, tiger, and Dracophant, and the sound of sword intent were constantly heard throughout the surroundings. The moment the three demonic beasts caught an opening, they fled without looking back. The beating that they took was too miserable. In their eyes, Lin Yun was a demon. "This is the end," said Lin Yun as the iris flower bloomed in his dantian. When the flower bloomed, the sword energy within Lin Yun's body roared like a tsunami. At the same time, Lin Yun's eyes lit up like 2 stars in the darkness as he had unleashed his Xianxia sword intent, without holding anything back. "None of you can run." Grabbing onto the flower burial sword, Lin Yun roared, "Thunderbolt slash!" His sword was like a bolt of lightning that streaked across the horizon, devouring the three demonic beasts instantly and leaving behind a huge bloody mist. Looking at the mess before him, Lin Yun let out a long breath. This battle had been satisfying, but he had also exhausted half his origin energy. Ultimately, they were elite Violet Palace Realm demonic beasts, and they weren't like ordinary demonic beasts. This made Lin Yun realize that he had to reach the Violet Palace Realm. Otherwise, only death would await him. He waved his hand and stored the 3 beast cores. When he looked at the indigo flame in the beast cores, he turned to look at the indigo cloud lake. Due to the fact that the beast cores had been absorbing spiritual energy here, their beast cores also contained indigo flames, which slowly accumulated. "I need to recover my origin energy first," said Lin Yun as he sat on the ground. After the previous battle, no demonic beasts dared to come near the battleground. Dozens of figures traveled through the forest as they looked around cautiously. They could occasionally see the corpses of demonic beasts and cultivators on the ground. The journey towards the indigo cloud lake was destined to be one covered with corpses. Bai Yi followed behind Lu Yunyan and would occasionally look behind as she bit on her lips with concern in her eyes. A long time later, she finally asked, "Senior Sister Lu, will Big Brother Lin be fine?" The other Heavenly Province Academy's disciples also had concern in their eyes with a complicated expression. Lin Yun's strength had won them over, and they knew the consequences if Lin Yun didn't hold back the 3 demonic beasts. There would definitely be casualties in the group if Lin Yun was unsuccessful. Their remaining journey was smooth, and not many forces had a smooth journey like they did. Clearly, it was all thanks to Lin Yun. "Senior Sister, why don't we send 2 disciples back to look at Lin Yun?" asked a Heavenly Province Academy's disciple. Lu Yunyan stopped and she looked at everyone. "Interesting. All of you had quite the opinion about him previously. So why are you guys worried about him now?" "Senior Sister, we're not heartless beasts." A few disciples smiled awkwardly. They had witnessed how Lin Yun defeated 4 elite disciples from the Bloodwing Pavilion along with Lang Yi, so they couldn't help to submit to Lin Yun's strength. The grudges between the Heavenly Province Academy and Bloodwing Pavilion have lasted for a long time, so what Lin Yun did made them feel great. So their opinions for Lin Yun had dissipated slowly. "Are you guys stupid? He's someone who can make Lang Yi suffer a loss with just 1 punch. Do you think he'll be hindered by 3 demonic beasts? There's only one reason why he hasn't caught up right now. He must have exhausted a great deal of origin energy, so he's recovering right now. He'll join up with us for the final battle," said Lu Yunyan. "Miss Lu understands me rather well." A voice sounded out as Lin Yun descended from the sky. He was still donned in azure clothes with a sword box behind him. "Senior Sister, you're really accurate." Everyone finally felt relieved when they saw Lin Yun. After Lin Yun refined one of the beast cores and recovered his origin energy, he could sense slight improvement in his cultivation. The indigo flame could also be used to refine his origin energy, but it was just that it wasn't as good as the indigo flame gold lotuses. This made him anticipate the indigo flame gold lotuses even more. "I was just casually talking about it." "Wait." Lu Yunyan was surprised by the killing aura lingering around Lin Yun, and she asked, "You killed the 3 demonic beasts?" Lin Yun was surprised by Lu Yunyan's keen senses, and he smiled. "I guess so." His words instantly dropped a bomb on the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples as they were all shocked. In their view, it was already good that Lin Yun could return unharmed, not to mention killing the 3 elite demonic beasts. This was truly too unbelievable for them. Lin Yun didn't give any explanation. Instead, he looked at the indigo cloud lake. "There seems to be something unusual about the indigo flame gold lotuses." "That's right." Lu Yunyan nodded her head and said, "The indigo flame gold lotuses have to undergo the tribulation of indigo flame for them to mature." "A tribulation?" asked Lin Yun. "See that mountain?" Lu Yunyan pointed at the towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. Even from such a distance, they could sense the terrifying momentum at the top of the mountain. "That's the indigo cloud peak. The peak has been shrouded in lightning and flame throughout the years. This is how the indigo cloud lake was formed," explained Lu Yunyan. "How long until the tribulation comes?" responded Lin Yun. "Only when the mist dissipates completely. At that time, the indigo flame gold lotuses will reach maturity, and you'll see a golden radiance coming from it. It's only 1 step away from reaching maturity now," said Lu Yunyan as her eyes also blazed with flames as she looked at the indigo flame gold lotuses. She was only 1 step away from completing her mission, so she was feeling rather nervous right now. She had wanted to become a core disciple for a long time now. "There are quite a bit of indigo flame gold lotuses. You only need 3 of them, so it shouldn't be hard," said Lin Yun as he fell into deep thought. The area was covered with indigo flame gold lotuses, and there were at least 100 of them. "You're too optimistic. Indigo flame gold lotuses will die from the tribulation, and not many of them will survive. In the beginning, the indigo flame gold lotuses will cover the entire lake, but in the end there aren't many left," said Lu Yunyan. With an awkward expression, Lin Yun changed the topic. "There are many people coming for it, right? Those who can make it there are all experts like us," said Lu Yunyan with a grave expression. "And we have to pay attention to some of them." "Who?" asked Lin Yun. "Look north." Lin Yun looked in the direction that Lu Yunyan pointed out and saw a group of people waiting by the lakeside for the indigo flame gold lotuses to mature. The one in the front was a robust man who was releasing a domineering aura. That's Han Fei of the Threezelut Manor. He's proficient with his saber and he reached the lesser Een stage 6 months ago. He's extremely terrifying. I heard that he once defeated 3 demonic cultivators at the same cultivation as him. The Threezelut Manor was also an quasi-overlord force in the Nether Prefecture, and they were proficient in the art of sabers. The Threezelut saber was a technique that shook the entire Nether Prefecture, and they had a decent reputation in the entire ancient southern domain. Over there are the Shattered Sword Pavilion's disciples who are swordsmen like you. Their sword techniques are extremely brutal, especially the one leading the party, Niefeng. I once fought with him and suffered a loss, said Lu Yunyan with a grave expression. Lin Yun was surprised and smiled. Since you're mentioning him, you must have already surpassed him, right? You still can't underestimate them. Aside from him, the Shattered Sword Pavilion's disciples aren't easy to deal with. You're also a swordsman, so you should know how terrifying the sword aura is when they launch their charge, said Lu Yunyan. What she said was true. Dozens of swordsmen launching their charge and using the same sword technique was a headache. Who is that person then? Lin Yun turned to look at a person standing by himself in a corner. His aura was unique and anyone could tell that he was a wandering cultivator. For him to come by himself despite so many quasi-overlord forces disciples here meant that he must be rather confident about his strength. He's known as Yi Tsongming. He came to the Nether Prefecture half a year ago, but rumor has it that he's not a wandering cultivator, but a traitor from an overlord force. He killed many of the sect's disciples over the past 6 months, but no one can do anything about him, said Lu Yunyan. As she gave an explanation, Yi Tsongming looked over and revealed a sinister smile at Lin Yun. Lin Yun fearlessly looked back at Yi Tsongming. Since the latter was a traitor and survived till now, he must be somewhat capable. However, Lin Yun was someone who had slain a greater Een stage cultivator, not to mention that his strength underwent a great change. He wouldn't be afraid now, even if he faced a greater Een stage cultivator. Additionally, Yi Tsongming was only in the lesser Een stage. Yi Tsongming looked at Lin Yun for a long time before he closed his eyes. Aside from those guys, there are also some hidden around, but I haven't been able to discover them. Lu Yunyan was rather cautious. Suddenly, Lin Yun felt a chill and he looked at the direction the chill was coming from. He smiled. Look there. The Bloodwing Pavilion is here, said Lu Yunyan with her face changed. The ones leading them were Pan Yu and Lang Yi. When the two looked at the Heavenly Province Academy's party, they didn't do anything and put some distance between the two parties. The demonic beasts along the way could be considered a trial. As for those who failed to make it here, they weren't fated with the indigo flame gold lotus. As time gradually passed, the mist finally disappeared. Without any signs, the ground began to tremble, causing everyone's faces to change. They could clearly sense the surrounding spiritual energy becoming irritated. At the same time, countless demonic beasts also began to surge out from the surroundings. Is the tribulation coming? Everyone focused as they could see purple lightning and flames descending down at the indigo cloud lake in a downpour. It was a spectacular scene to see the indigo flame pouring down. Some people even felt the urge to touch it, but no one was stupid enough to do it. They could sense the terrifying energy contained in the indigo flame and that they would be reduced to ashes if they weren't careful. In the next second, the surface of the indigo cloud lake turned into a sea of flames. The Heavenly Province Academy's disciples also gradually calmed down. They all knew that there would be a battle awaiting them. When they looked at the heart of the lake, the indigo flame gold lotuses began to tremble violently and transform. Not only them, but the other sects also stared at the indigo flame gold lotuses. The indigo flame gold lotuses were like jade, ethereal as they basked in the indigo flames. With just a glance, Lin Yun could sense his origin energy being attracted by the indigo flame gold lotuses. It was an innate desire, especially since he was in the quasi-violet palace realm. For both his body and spirit, they were attracted to the indigo flame gold lotuses. On the other hand, Lu Yunyan was more calm. She only needed the indigo flame gold lotuses to complete her mission and become a core disciple. As everyone looked at the indigo cloud lake, their eyes were filled with desire. Suddenly, an indigo flame gold lotus began to bloom as it emitted dazzling golden radiance. 1. Everyone's emotions rose to the peak when one indigo flame gold lotus matured. They were excited, but none of them moved because this was only the beginning. If they were lucky, they would have over 10 matured indigo flame gold lotuses. That's the indigo flame gold lotus? Lin Yun was unusually calm when he looked at the lotuses. But he wasn't as calm as he seemed. 2, 3, 10. One after another indigo flame gold lotuses began to mature, and when it reached the 10th one, the indigo flames began to die down as the unmatured ones were incinerated into ashes on the lake. It looks like there are only 10 of them. Everyone was rather disappointed because in the past, there were at least 15 of them and at most 30 of them. But since there were only 10, this meant that this would be even more brutal. But no one acted rashly because they knew that anyone who stood out right now would be targeted by everyone. All of them looked at each other with fake smiles, waiting for the first person to stand out. But right at this moment, 10 odd lesser in stage elite demonic beasts charged from the rear, catching everyone by surprise. The demonic beasts released violent energy, and when they landed on the lake, the indigo flames instantly converged on them. They were being injured by the indigo flames, but they still madly charged at the matured indigo flame gold lotuses. Let's go! The shattered sword pavilion couldn't maintain their composure anymore, along with the bloodwing pavilion. Damn it! We can't let the demonic beasts ruin the indigo flame gold lotuses. Han Fei of the Threezealot Manor's face changed at this scene. If human cultivators got the lotuses, they could try and snatch it from them. But demonic beasts would immediately devour those lotuses. They finally couldn't maintain their composure any longer as they charged over. Kill! Lu Yunyan also charged forward without any hesitation. In the next second, the lake was full of slaughtering. All the human cultivators placed their targets on the demonic beasts, and they decided to deal with the demonic beasts before going for the lotuses. Interesting. Looking at all the forces going after the demonic beasts, Yi Songming sneered inwardly. He also made his move as he retrieved a black spear and charged at the demonic beasts. His spear was like a meteorite that streaked across the horizon and knocked a lesser-in-stage demonic beast back. That spear technique is rather impressive. Lin Yun was surprised by Yi Songming's attack. At the same time, he understood why this fellow was still alive despite betraying his sect. The sword technique was domineering and fast. Could catch any opponent at the same cultivation by surprise. Once Yi Songming made his move, no one stood by the lakeside anymore. Lu Yunyan looked at Lin Yun. Remember to preserve your strength. You still have to hold back Ling Yi and create an opportunity for me when the time is right. Then, I'll take the indigo flame gold lotuses. As you wish. Lin Yun was rather calm. He knew that he didn't have to keep up his guard against Lang Yi. There were many people here and someone would eventually make a move. So he was just waiting to see who would make the first move. What powerful indigo flame! Lin Yun could sense the heat wave coming from the lake. Just standing here made him feel terrible, and he couldn't imagine what would happen if he fell in it. But thankfully, he had the Dracophant battle physique, so it wasn't as bad for him as those who needed to shroud themselves with their origin energy. Compared to demonic beasts who were born with powerful defenses, human cultivators were in a disadvantageous position here. Right at this moment, the battle on the lake had reached its pinnacle. No one wanted the demonic beasts to ruin the indigo flame gold lotuses. There were only 10 of them, so losing even one would make everyone feel a heartache. There were also those who tried to approach the indigo flame gold lotuses sneakily, but before they could even get close, they were sent flying by the golden flames from the indigo flame gold lotuses and then killed by demonic beasts. Treasures like the indigo flame gold lotuses had spirituality upon maturity, so they wouldn't let anyone pluck them so easily. The flames that they possessed were powerful. Fresh blood began to spread out on the lake as time slowly passed. The demonic beasts also gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. But the demonic beasts didn't just sit there and get killed. They also started to put their lives on their line as they attacked. As the demonic beasts began to put their lives on the line, they became even harder to deal with, not to mention that they were elite demonic beasts. So they didn't just have power, but also intelligence. Blood started to splatter on the lake, gradually dyeing the entire lake red. The demonic beasts are hard to deal with. Many sect's disciples were having a hard time with the demonic beasts. Once Lu Yunyan killed a demonic beast, another demonic beast pounced at her before she could even catch her breath. This caught Lu Yunyan by surprise, but it was already too late for her to make her move. She would be injured unless she used spiritual runes, but it was clearly not worth it for her to reveal her trump card so early. Right at this moment, a golden ray charged over as Lin Yun threw a punch out. His punch instantly sent the demonic ape flying away. When he landed on the surface of the lake, he caused a splash. "Thanks," said Lu Yunyan after a brief moment of hesitation. Lin Yun smiled in response. It wasn't easy for Lu Yunyan to do that. Lin Yun then pointed his hand in a direction. "Look there." Lu Yunyan looked and saw Leng Yi blowing his flute. As he blew his flute, two demonic apes charged at the Heavenly Province Academy's direction. "Damn it!" Lu Yunyan was enraged when she saw this scene. Leng Yi placed his flute down with a cold sneer. He then returned to Pan Yu's side. Pan Yu smiled. "Lu Yunyan, I'll be going ahead. You can continue to have fun with the demonic beasts." Before Lu Yunyan could think about it, the two demonic apes and the one who fell into the lake charged at the Heavenly Province Academy's party. The three demonic apes looked like three mountains when they ran. Their terrifying aura instantly linked together, causing the lake water to surge into the air. The Indigo Cloud Lake's water was a mixture of lightning and flame, so it was terrifying. The wave was like a majestic volcano pouring over. This scene made Lin Yun and Lu Yunyan's faces change. They didn't expect that the demonic apes would be so terrifying. Without any hesitation, they launched their attacks all at once. For combined seals, Lin Yun formed the four seals with a grave expression as he released an aura that wasn't any inferior to the lesser Yin stage. When his origin energy combined with his terrifying strength, Lin Yun was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Frost Star. Lu Yunyan began to glow like stars as she chopped down like a sword. The combined attacks of Lin Yun and Lu Yunyan destroyed the torrential wave. However, before they could rejoice, the three demonic apes had arrived. Kill! The Heavenly Province Academy's disciples all launched their attacks to tie up the three demonic apes. The disciples were already fighting with demonic beasts, so they didn't dare to let the demonic apes come over. With Lu Yunyan and Lin Yun's strength, it was more than enough for them to kill the three demonic apes. But they needed time to do it, and they couldn't help that they were being held up. Those two are rather strong, but the three demonic apes are more than enough to hold them up. "They're still lacking too much to compete with us?" said Pan Yu coldly as he turned around. Leng Yi also threw a glance over and wore a sinister smile. "Let's deal with those two later. We have to deal with Yi Tsongming right now. His blood cloud sword art gives me a headache." Even someone like Leng Yi was fearful of Yi Tsongming's strength. Pan Yu shook his head. He's alone by himself. He might be strong, but can he escape even if he snatches the indigo flame gold lotuses? Pay more attention to the Threezelet Manor's Han Fei and Shattered Sword Pavilion's Niefeng. Right at this moment, a sword buzz rang out as a terrifying sword intent swept into the surroundings. It was a quasi-Xintian sword intent, which made Pan Yu and Leng Yi's faces change. They directed their gazes over and saw an elite Violet Palace Realm demonic beast being severed into two as a person grabbed onto the demonic beast's beast core. Then, that person shot towards the center of the lake like a bolt of lightning. "Yi Tsongming!" Pan Yu and Leng Yi both exclaimed. They could see Yi Tsongming turning back to look at them with mockery on his face. "Chase after him!" Pan Yu and Leng Yi's faces sank because they knew they had been fooled. They spent a great deal of effort to deal with the Heavenly Province Academy, but this benefited Yi Tsongming instead. The two then chased after Yi Tsongming at their top speed. That fellow's quasi-Xintian sword intent is more terrifying now. Niefeng's eyes looked cautious as he yelled, "Cover me!" The Shattered Sword Pavilion's disciples all attacked at once. Their aura was like a mountain that crashed into the two elite Violet Palace realm demonic beasts. When there was an opening, Niafeng turned into a bolt of lightning as he shot over. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he charged at the indigo flame gold lotuses. On the other side, Han Fei also broke free from the group under the cover of the Threezealot Manor's disciples. Right at this moment, anyone who could break free from the demonic beasts was now charging at the center of the lake. They only had one goal at this moment, the indigo flame gold lotuses. Damn it! Lu Yunyan was furious. She was furious that they were being held up by 3 Violet Palace realm demonic beasts because of the Bloodwing Pavilion. She couldn't break free anytime soon. Lin Yun, cover me. There's no other way now. We'll be late if we're hindered even more, said Lu Yunyan with a grave expression. Although it might be tough for Lin Yun to deal with the 3 demonic beasts by himself, she didn't have any choice right now. Lu Yunyan, you cover me instead. Lin Yun placed his hand on Lu Yunyan's shoulder and pulled her back just when she was about to make her move. Lu Yunyan recovered from her shock and asked, Lin Yun, what are you trying to do? I'm not used to hiding behind a woman. Just wait here. I'll get the indigo flame gold lotuses you need, but remember your end of the bargain, said Lin Yun with a bright smile on his face. Before Lu Yunyan could react, Lin Yun turned into a golden beam as he shot past the 3 demonic apes. This fellow? Lu Yunyan gnashed her teeth. Demonic beasts might be terrifying, but it wasn't more dangerous than fighting for the indigo flame gold lotuses. This was also the reason why Lu Yunyan wanted Lin Yun to stay behind. But she never imagined that Lin Yun would charge through forcibly. Seeing that the demonic apes' attacks were about to land on Lin Yun, Lu Yunyan was ultimately forced to attack. Frost Blossom. An ice flower bloomed in the sky and the sword in Lu Yunyan's hand lit up. Just when Lin Yun was about to give up, a cold sword ray hacked over. Thanks. Lin Yun turned around and gave Lu Yunyan a wink. He had finally broken free of the demonic ape's encirclement. When he landed on the surface of the lake, the golden crow seal behind him lit up and his speed increased. He had already reached the manifestation stage in the 7 profound steps, so it didn't take long for him to catch up to those that were ahead. Suddenly, 8 cold gales that contained domineering saber intent shot towards him. Soaring dragon. Lin Yun didn't even turn back and unleashed 9 dragons. When he clenched his fist, the 9 dragons gathered in his fist and he threw a punch out. His punch swept through and destroyed the 8 cold gales coming at him. Get lost. The 8 who attacked were from the Threezealot Manor. They were under Han Fei's orders to stop anyone who tried to fight for the indigo flame gold lotuses. Flies. The smile on Lin Yun's face disappeared and was replaced by frost. He spread his arms apart and then dashed forward like a golden crow. He arrived at the 8 in the next second with an ancient seal blooming on his chest. In the next second, he was shrouded in the Dracophant flames. Lin Yun was filled with power from the sword energy and blazing Dracophant energy within his body. When he arrived before the 8, he threw his punch out like a sword. Courting death. The 8 were enraged to see Lin Yun coming at them. In the next second, they all unleashed their ultimate moves, but their attacks collapsed the moment they came in contact with Lin Yun's fist. The immense power coming from the punch sent them flying out as they threw up a huge mouthful of blood. When they fell onto the lake, they could no longer fight anymore. He's that powerful? Who the hell is he and where did he come from? I heard that he's called Flower Burial. Even the Nethercloud Ghost's disciple suffered in his hand. Everyone's opinion of Lin Yun changed when they saw how he defeated the disciples from the Threezealot Manor. Stop him! Even Han Fei, Pan Yu, and the rest couldn't help turning back with shock in their eyes. Even they couldn't defeat the 8 with a single punch, but Lin Yun had done it easily. How the hell did he do that? Lu Yunyan was also shocked when she saw this scene. But before she could rejoice, more people started to charge towards Lin Yun. They were the disciples from the Bloodwing Pavilion, Threezealot Manor, and Shattered Sword Pavilion. This made Lu Yunyan's face change because no one could fight against that many people, not to mention that even she would be killed if she was encircled by them. You guys really think highly of me, but do you guys think you guys can stop me? The iris flower started to bloom within Lin Yun's dantian. At the same time, he pressed his palm down at the lake. His action was slow and more people charged at him. The sword energy flowed like a river in his palm, and when the surrounding disciples came within 100-meter radius, his palm finally landed on the surface of the lake. He was unleashing the great wind scripture. In the next second, heaven and earth began to tremble. The lake water within 1,000 meters sank down without any signs, and the surrounding disciples fell down before they could even react. When they fell onto the lake water, they were knocked back up by an even more domineering method. Howls sounded out in the surroundings while Lin Yun soared into the sky with his arms spread apart. Before Pan Yu and the others that were in the front could react, a figure dashed across the sky and landed before them. When that figure landed on the surface of the water, a tsunami was released into the surroundings. This made everyone's faces change as they unleashed their attacks at the tsunami. When the tsunami settled down, they saw a figure standing before them. This covered everyone's faces with disbelief. "Flower burial?" frowned Niefeng. "Since you know my name, why are you still here?" Lin Yun turned around with a smile on his face. He looked at everyone coldly as if he was looking at them from the sky. Lin Yun's arrogant words left everyone stunned. But shortly after, they began to smile with disdain. The Threezealot Manor's Han Fei barked, "Flower burial? Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost." He would have already attacked if Lin Yun's previous attack wasn't so powerful. "Interesting. Did you think that you're invincible because you made Lung Yi suffer a loss? Who the hell do you think you are?" barked Niefeng with his brows frowned. "You're courting death." Yi Tsongming attacked straight away. When he swung his sword, he created a crimson ray that was accompanied by a powerful gale while dashing at Lin Yun. The Blood Cloud Sword Art. This attack made Pan Yu and everyone else shocked. There was no doubt that Yi Tsongming was stronger than them. With his Blood Cloud Sword Art combined with his quasi-Shintian sword intent, the explosive power was unimaginable. Regardless if it was Pan Yu or the others from the quasi-overlord forces, they were all filled with fear for Yi Tsongming. If they had to fight Yi Tsongming, then they could only use their advantage in numbers. Yi Tsongming's sword soared through the horizon like a crimson bolt of lightning, as his sword intent made the surrounding air tremble. Attack! Pan Yu and Lung Yi also launched their attacks. They were unhappy with Lin Yun to begin with, so they naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity go. "Let's deal with this fellow first. A mere quasi-violet palace realm dares to be so arrogant? He must be courting death." "I share the same thoughts." Niefeng and Han Fei both sneered. They drew their weapons and attacked Lin Yun. With that, the 5 strongest in the Indigo Cloud Lake all launched their attacks at Lin Yun at the same time. The situation was dangerous, and this scene made the faces of the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples change. "Senior sister, what should we do?" Bai Yi had concern on her face. Lin Yun's great wind scripture had shocked everyone, and it also allowed him to catch up with Pan Yu and the rest. However, no one had expected that the 5 of them would attack Lin Yun together. One must know that Lin Yun was only in the quasi-violet palace realm. Lu Yunyan wore a bitter smile, because she had no idea what was going through Lin Yun's mind. The one who stands out will be targeted by everyone. Doesn't he know that? But she had a feeling that Lin Yun must have confidence for doing so. She replied, "Let's deal with these demonic beasts first." "All right, I'll play with you guys then." Lin Yun was unusually calm at this moment. "The Blood Cloud Sword Art? Let's stop that first." Looking at the Crimson Sword combined with quasi-Shintian sword intent that was about to descend, Lin Yun shook his head inwardly. How would these people feel if he summoned his Xiantian sword intent? With both his hands behind him, Lin Yun wore a smile as the flower burial sword shot out from the sword box. When Lin Yun held onto the sword, a strong confidence filled his heart and his blood started to boil. "He's not going to dodge?" Yi Tsongming wore a sinister smile. No one within the same cultivation as him could block this move that combined the Blood Cloud Sword Art and his quasi-Shintian sword intent. However, Lin Yun was actually not going to dodge his attack. He really didn't know if Lin Yun was impudent or if he was simply too arrogant. In his mind, since Lin Yun was courting death, he could just die. "Why should I dodge such a weak attack?" smiled Lin Yun. When he drew out his sword, It shined like a bright moon reflecting on the surface of the lake. He was unleashing the luminous moon of the aquaselenic sword. In the next second, a silvery sword ray shot out from Lin Yun's sword. In front of this sword ray, everything else was dim in comparison. Lin Yun was completely different with his sword. When the two sword rays clashed together, the crimson ray that everyone was fearful about actually began to crumble. This made Yi Tsongming's face turn ugly as his hand trembled violently. It felt as though he was about to lose control of his sword. Everyone was shocked by this scene. This time, Lin Yun's attack was a lot stronger than the great wind scripture that he used previously. They were all shocked by how Lin Yun destroyed Yi Tsongming's attack with a sword. In front of the bright moon, Yi Tsongming's quasi-Xintian sword intent was nothing. Everyone was baffled by Lin Yun because they had no idea how he did this. Right at this moment, a chilling aura swept over as Pan Yu and Lang Yi had arrived. Lin Yun's face sank when he saw the two and he snorted, "Great!" Looking at the two of them, Lin Yun unleashed his second attack, Myriad Frost. This sword could freeze everything in its path. Before Pan Yu and Lang Yi could approach, they threw up a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. Lin Yun first defeated Yi Tsongming with the luminous sword, then Pan Yu and Lang Yi with the Myriad Frost. Right now, Lin Yun had no concerns about revealing all his strength, especially since his strength had shocked everyone present. His strength had left many people's hearts trembling. At this moment, they finally knew why he dared to speak such arrogant words from before. "Let's get him together," roared Yi Tsongming. "Kill!" Pan Yu and Lang Yi both wiped the blood off their lips as they charged over once more. Even Han Fei and Niefeng, who were intending to stop, also attacked with their teeth gnashed. They finally made it here, and they didn't want to give up on the indigo flame gold lotuses so easily. Seeing the five of them charging at him, Lin Yun was feeling a little helpless in his heart. Were these people really unafraid of death? Couldn't they tell that he was a lot stronger than them? He practiced the ancient Iris Sword Sutra, refined the 3 origins left by Guardian Plum, and also converted all his origin energy into sword energy. Furthermore, his Dracophant battle physique had reached the pinnacle. He had surpassed the 5 of them with his origin energy and sword technique. The aquaselenic sword in manifestation stage was a lot stronger than the Blood Cloud sword art, not to mention that he even grasped the Xiantian sword intent. Since they want to fight, then he would give it to them. He would let his sword sing as he beat them. Closing his eyes, the iris flower in his dantian began to revolve as his silvery sword energy exploded like a volcano. Right at this moment, he was pushing the Iris Sword Sutra to the limit. When he opened his eyes, they flickered like stars in the sky as his Xiantian sword intent shot out. At the same time, a beautiful and ethereal sword buzz began to ring out from his body. The moment the sword buzz rang out, it created water geysers on the lake that exploded like fireworks. Xiantian sword intent. It was the complete Xiantian sword intent. The moment they sensed it, the faces of Yi Tsongming, Pan Yu, Lang Yi, Niefeng, and Han Fei all changed. They instantly understood why Lin Yun was able to destroy Yi Tsongming's attack from before. No matter how strong the quasi-Xintian sword intent was, how could it possibly be compared to the Xiantian sword intent? It would be weird if Lin Yun's attack didn't overwhelm Yi Tsongming. At the same time, they couldn't help having fear rising in their hearts. Right at this moment, they no longer had any fighting spirit left. But could they really escape? Thunderbolt slash. Lin Yun swung his sword out. His sword was like a colossal beast that charged at the 5 of them, and before they could even react, they were devoured by Lin Yun's sword ray. They were all sent flying with their bodies covered in wounds. Even the indigo cloud lake was severed into 2 by Lin Yun's sword. When the lake water closed up the ravine created by Lin Yun's sword, the 5 who were already heavily injured were sent flying out again by the tsunami. On the surface of the lake, everyone looked at the youth standing right there with their faces pale. When everything calmed down, Lin Yun sheathed his sword and he boldly declared, "You guys have not humiliated your identities as elites from the various quasi-overlord forces, since you guys can take an attack of mine and weren't killed. Who hasn't been underestimated in their lives as trash? I'm not an exception either. But remember, The one who defeated all 5 of you today is me, Flower Burial, elites of the quasi-overlord forces. The 5 of them smiled bitterly as they were fully convinced by Lin Yun's strength. Lin Yun's words were a great humiliation to them. If Lin Yun was trash, then what were they? But Lin Yun didn't care about their bitter smiles as he dashed towards the indigo flame gold lotuses.